हाय आई एम अंकिता गुप्ता साइकोथेरेपिस्ट। तो जितनी बार हमारे फीमेल पेशेंट्स थे, इफ़ आई हैड टू recommend them a book, I would always recommend them a book, The Forest of Enchantment. So today, just listen to this book. It's a tribute to all the females out there and mostly to your psyche. Just listen to this book and replace the name of Sita in this book by your name when you listen to this book. And this book is a beautiful book. It's therapeutic in its own way. Even if you can't reach out to a therapist, it's okay. You have this tool that you can use, listen it, and you are set for another chapter in your life. Okay. And I would really like to thank Miss Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, who is the writer of this book. And she just wrote this book, and it's one of the most beautiful books for everyone. So here we go. The Forest of Enchantment, Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. To my three men, Murthy, Anand, Abhay, for teaching me love. Author's note. 10 years ago, after I published The Palace of Illusions, my novel on the Mahabharata told in the voice of Panchali, many readers asked me what I would write about next. Usually, that's a question to which I have no answer. Not for many months. I'm the kind of writer whose imagination must lie fallow for a while before it can come up with a topic into which I can throw myself body and soul. But this time, I had my answer already. I'm going to write the story of Sita, I said, because I have always been fascinated by Ramayana, just like Panchali, my Sita. Yes, with the presumptuous intimacy of authors, I thought of her as mine. Will tell her own tale. She'll fill in the gaps between the adventures undertaken by the male characters in the epic, their victories and defeats. She'll tell us what inspired the crucial choices that directed the course of her life, what she believed in, what interested and moved her, how she felt when faced with the deepest of tragedies, and what gave her the ability to overcome them. People thought it was a great idea. How long will it take? They asked. Oh, maybe 2 or 3 years, I said. I've already started on the research. We'll be waiting eagerly for it, people said. 2 years passed, then 3 years, then five, then seven. But my Sita novel didn't get written. I wrote other books, contemporary novels set in India and America. They featured complicated women protagonists, some strong willed, other downright stubborn, making waves wherever they went and suffering the consequences. I admired these heroines and thought of them as very different from Sita. Wasn't she, after all, good and meek and long suffering, bearing her misfortunes with silent stoicism, the way the perfect Indian woman was supposed to? Wasn't that why, when our elders blessed us, they said, May you be like Sita? And wasn't that why that statement always angered me? The truth was, I didn't know how to write Sita's story. I wrote the other books because they were easier and because I was afraid of tackling what I knew deep down to be the most challenging project of my life. But I couldn't give up on her either. Sita's story haunted me because it was one of the first stories I was told, and because I sensed there was a disconnect between the truth of Sita and the way Indian popular culture thought of her. I sensed that Sita was more than what we took her to be. But who she was, I didn't yet know. Then suddenly, a dear family friend had to be rushed to the hospital, and as I waited by his bed in the ICU, the lessons that life is brief and fragile was brought home to me as never before. By the time we got back home, the incident had changed me. I knew I had to write it. I had no time to lose. I dropped my long resistance and returned to my research with a new urgency. I read the Valmiki Ramayana and the Adbhuta Ramayana and the Kamba Ramayana and my favorite, the Bengali Kriti Basi Ramayana from the 15th century. I discovered folk songs about Sita or those addressed to her. I realized that there were many portraits of her, each different in a significant way. It gave me the courage to write my own version. As I researched and meditated on my findings, I realized three important things. 1. Sita may be the reincarnation of goddess Lakshmi, but having taken on a mortal body, she is human too, with human failings, as is Rama. The Ramayana is filled with instances of their human emotions. They love, they grow angry or confused, they weep, they miss each other to the point of heartbreak, they are afraid, they even joke about things. Sometimes Sita longs for what she can't have or what's bad for her. Sometimes, like all of us, she says things she later regrets deeply. Ram loves Sita so much that at a crucial moment he can't say no to her even though he should. At other moments, he cares too much about what his subjects think of him. He becomes hostage to his desire to be perfect king, which leads him into an action that will break his heart as well his beloved's. 2. Sita's choices and reactions stem from courage, though often it is quite courage, easy to mistake for meekness. It is the courage of endurance, of moving forward in spite of obstacles, of never giving in. It is a courage that has been reflected for centuries in the lives of women. Here is a courage that speaks its mind at vital points in her journey, no matter what the cost. Just as Indian women are now doing. In the final amazing and heartbreaking moments of her life, Sita demonstrates this courage that refuses to compromise, no matter how much is at stake. 3. The story of Sita and Ram is one of the greatest and most tragic love stories, not just in our Indian culture but in the world. There was a time when I did believe that in order to care for Sita, the reader must end up hating Ram. But that is too simplistic. As I wrote The Forest of Enchantments, the novel became a meditation on the nature of love. I hope that while focusing on the many wonderful, exciting, and surprising layers to Sita's character, I have simultaneously been able to portray Ram as the complex being that he is noble, earnest, devoted to his wife, but beset by challenges of his own and forced to choose between his public role of king and his private role of husband and lover. As I set the forest of enchantments out into the world, I ask for the benediction of Sita, goddess, daughter, sister, lover, warrior, mother, and a role model for women all over the world. I pray that the novel lodges deep into the hearts of the readers, regardless of their gender. For Sita's story has much in it to inspire and console us all. And finally, I hope that it brings new meaning to that old blessing. May you be like Sita. Prologue. 2 days ago, the sage handed me the tomb he had been composing for decades. It's my life's work, he said, and a strange look flashed across his face. One I wouldn't have expected. It was part shyness and part desire for approbation. But why should the great Valmiki want approval from me? A queen, bereft of her kingdom, her wife rejected by her husband, at the height of his glory. I had come to Valmiki's hermitage, having lost everything except the babies I carried inside me. I was forever in his depth for the refuge he had given me at the most crucial moment. I'd like you to be the first to read it, he said, before I give it to your sons to sing. After all, it's your story too. I glanced down at the palm leaves in my arms, a hefty stack, reaching higher than my heart. A shudder went through me, sorrow and longing and fury and love, as I saw the title Ramayana, the story of glorious King Ram, my husband. I stayed up through the night and the next night in my thatched hut at the edge of the ashram, reading. The oil in the lamps burned away without my noticing. In the next room, my 14-year-old son awoke at the smell of scorched wicks and came to ensure that I was safe. Love, always protective of me, took me by the shoulders and said, "You will sleep, or you will make yourself ill. What's so urgent that it can't wait until morning?" But Kush, the perceptive one, touched the dried salt on my cheeks with a gentle finger and said, wonderingly, For it had been years since they had seen me so distraught. Ma, why are you weeping? I kissed their heads, my boys, balanced on the precarious edge of manhood, and sent them back to their beds with words of assurance. But I didn't lie down. Morning came. Wind whispers in the trees, mango, coconut, jackfruit that I had planted around the edge of the ashram many years, when I needed work to distract me from my grief. On the riverbank, I heard the voices of the ashram dwellers greeting the sun with prayer. The purest notes were those of my sons, for they were adapted both weaponry and song. I waited until the assembly was dispersed, each to his her task, and then I took the manuscript back to Valmiki. The sage looked at me curious. It's very good, I said. The poetry is superb, the descriptions sublime, the rhythm perfect. You have captured the histories of earth and heaven both, the adventures and the war, the weddings and the death, the betrayals and farewells, the palace and the forest. But, I said, and I couldn't keep the anger from my voice. What occurred when I was alone in the darkness, under the sorrow tree? You don't know. You don't know my despair. You don't even know my exhilaration. How it felt, first in the forest and then in Ayodhya, where I was the most beloved woman in creation. I wrote what the divine vision showed me, he said. It must have been a god that brought it to you then, and not a goddess. I said dryly. For you haven't understood a woman's life, the heartbreak at the core of her joys, her unexpected alliances and desires, her negotiations, where, in the hope of keeping one treasure safe, she must give up another. I expected anger, for he had lavished a lifetime on this book. But not for nothing is he called Maharishi, great sage. You must write the story yourself, Ma, he said, for only you know it. He took out a sheaf of the pounded leaves, a set of quills, items precious and hard to come by in our forest retreat. He called to an apprentice to carry his writing table to my room. He rummaged in a chest and handed me a sealed bottle of ink. Hurry, he said, time grows short. I walked to my room, shaky with possibility and trepidation. Time was indeed short. All these years, my husband, yes, to my sharing, I still thought of him as such, had left me alone to raise my sons, allowing me, if not happiness, at least a tenuous peace. But now the planets were shifting. Everything was about to change again. I barred the door and sat cross legged on the ground and arranged the palm trees on the table. Outside, I could hear Valmiki teaching my sons how to sing the epic, where to raise their sweet silver voices in affirmation, where to whisper dark and shiveringly of the treachery of Rakshasas, of human failings. They did be performing it soon, if his vision was true, and I both feared and hoped that it was in front of Ram, king of Ayodhya. The father they would never have met, the man who had banished them to the forest for no fault of their own, even before they were born. If Valmiki's vision was true, soon I too would be facing him. Ram, monarch, father, warrior, husband, the beloved who abandoned Ram, monarch, father, warrior, husband, the beloved who abandoned me when I needed him most, my greatest joy and my greatest despair. But I had a task to complete before that. I took a deep breath and touched the first palm leaf to my forehead, invoking Saraswati, goddess of creativity, sends on her white swan. Though a part of me wondered what she could know of my very human tribulations, I unplugged the ink pot and was startled to see the color of the sage had chosen for me. Red, but of course. How else could I write my story except in the color of menstruation and childbirth, the color of the marriage mark that changes women's lives, the color of the flowers of a Ashoka tree under which I had spent my years of captivity in the palace of the demon king. I picked up the quill and closed my eyes. I knew what I must do. Travel back to the beginning, to the moment I met Ram, become again the girl I had been on that day burnished with innocence, believing that goddess and love were armor enough. That was where I had to start. But as I dipped my quill into the ink pot, they rose inside me, voices, some clamoring, some tentative, some whispering, so that I had to still my breath to hear them. Kekai, second queen of Ayodhya, who wrested our throne from us out of blind devotion to her son, only to be hated by him for it. Ahilya, her beauty turned to stone by her husband's jealous fury. Surpanka, vile enchantress of the forest, whose gravest crime was to desire the wrong man. Mandodari, wife to the legendary demon king, forced to watch her kingdom fall into ruin and beloved son perish because of her husband's obsession with another woman. Urmila, my sweet sister, the forgotten one, the one I left behind as I set off with Bilith ignorance on my foreign adventure with my husband. Write our story too. For always, we have been pushed into corners, trivialized, misunderstood, blamed, forgotten, or maliged and used as cautionary tales. Yes, I said to them, yes, I'll write your stories as best as I can, for without them, mine can't be complete. I set Quill to leave. In red ink, I began to write, in crooked, effortless lettering, because it had been so long since I did composed anything, the Sitayan. The chapter 1. The day that was to change my life started like any other. I walked through the extensive gardens of my father, King Janak, reveling in the feel of the soft grass, bathed with the dews of dawn on my bare feet. I was accompanied by the chief gardeners, for I was the overseer of the palace arbors. As unusual duty for a princess, they pointed out problems they had been unable to solve. A Nargal champak refusing to flower, a rare harshingar shriveling up no matter what they tried, a copse of bamboos with black root creeping up their stalks. I stroked leaves, dug around roots, breathed prayers. Behind me, I could hear the odd whispers of the gardeners. Amazing, miraculous, look, they are already healing. I tell you, she is the earth goddess herself. Appeared straight out of the ground just to bless us. They exaggerated, of course. And although I did told them clearly that I am human, just like them, their very nation seemed to increase every year. All this was because how my father found me. Yes, found. Though by virtue of my upbringing I was a princess Sita, eldest daughter of the house of Mithila in the kingdom of Vedaha, no one knew who I was by birth. Father told us the story many times. It was one of my favorites and my sister Urmila's as well. The morning I was found, he had gone to till the field beside the palace, to level it for a yagna that was to occur soon. He was fond of holy ceremonies and liked to participate in their preparations. If destiny hadn't placed upon him the duty of governing his people, he would have happily spent all his life at the feet of a rishi, listening to a treatise on the nature of supreme reality. That day, however, only a few steps into his plowing, he was forced to a standstill. A baby lay in his path, naked and newborn, glistening in the young sun as though it was a mirage. He was amazed that I didn't cry, regarding him instead with unblinking eyes. I had kicked off the cloak that swaddled me, a gold fabric finer than anything our Mithila weavers could produce, with strange and intricate design, the likes of which no one had ever seen. Believers said the gods had gifted me to the good king, who was childless in spite of years of efforts. Skeptics wonder which cunning person had placed me there, as just the right moment to be discovered by Janak. It must have been someone who knew my unworldly father well. They whispered, other kings would have had the child removed without considering her fate. At best, they would have ordered for her to be brought up in a servant's home. But my saintly father picked me up and held me to his chest. As he did so, a great hunger within him was quenched, and he was at peace. This was my first lesson on the nature of love, that in a moment it could fulfill the cravings of a lifetime. like a light that someone might shine into a ca- like a light that someone might shine into a cave that had been dark for a million years. The power of love. It fascinated me from an early age. I thought about it often, even though I didn't quite understand what it was. My strange gift with plants was a mystery to me. Perhaps it was because, like them, I was earthborn. Maybe for the same reason, when I touched a plant, I knew its healing properties. I could tell which grass cured headaches and colds, which seeds fended off infections, which herbs to give women when their monthly blood flowed too long, which potion healed the shaking sickness or a long depressed heart. And so, after my garden walk, I made my way to my other responsibility, the healing house adjoining the palace. Our servants were the first to learn of my abilities and to seek my help. My queen mother, Sunena, who was more concerned than delighted, tried to keep my skill a secret. But news traveled. Soon, people suffering from diseases deemed incurable would drag themselves across the country to the capital, begging to see me. They needed a place to stay, and finally, my mother, accepting defeat, built the healing house. Today, I examined many of the sick and instructed the physicians on the administration of unguents and potions. Finally, I moved to the hall of the dying, which was always difficult. At my touch, they grew quiet and breathed easy, and some did not open their eyes again. Only one man, who had been in unbearable pain because the Kartak disease clutched him with its dread claws, dragged my hand, grabbed my hand, and touched it to his forehead, whispering that word again, Goddess. I am no goddess, I said to him sadly. Otherwise, I would have saved you. But he was gone already, a faint smile lingering on the edge of his lips. I closed his eyes, sin, and turned to live. I was late for my secret lesson in martial arts. Though I never would have confessed this to my family for fear of hurting them, I often wondered where I come from. Because what called to me most powerfully were the forests that I could see from the palace turrets. Rain cloud colored, mysterious, full of stories. They pushed up against our kingdom from every side. No one in my family felt the way I did about forest. Shantananda, my father's chief advisor, distrusted them deeply, the forest, and the Rakshasa who lived in them. He was a little obsessed by Rakshasas, Shantananda. He spoke often about how fierce and wild they were, not like humans. They bred in darkness and practiced dark magic. They loved to feed on human flesh. They were watching us, he claimed, watching and waiting to take us over. He was always trying to get my peaceable father to line our borders with sentinels to cut back the woods. Have you even seen a Rakshasa? I once asked him. He refused to dignify my disbelief with an answer. Instead, he sent my father a telling look. This is what happens when you don't discipline girls as they ought to be. I wasn't sure whether Shantananda was right about Rakshasas, but I was certain he didn't understand forests. I wanted to visit a forest someday, though I didn't think I'd ever be granted the opportunity. It wasn't something that women did. Even my mother, the most intelligent person I knew, would have been baffled if I confessed this desire to her. So I satisfied myself by standing on the terrace on monsoon afternoons, watching the silvery rain bathing the tops of distant trees. Lightning cracked open the sky, spilling its logging into me. Sometimes I dreamed that I was walking the wilderness with its swaying grasses, its leaping golden peace, the earth mother, the way she did beam before people bent her to their desires. The forest dream wasn't the only one I had. At other times, a wide expanse of water came to me in sleep, stretching to the horizon, filled with tumultuous waves. Wind rose over it, and beneath the surface, huge, amphibious monsters waited, ready to pull anyone who ventured close to its dark depth. The scene terrified and excited me at the same time. Once when I told my mother about it, she said I must have dreamt of an ocean. Did you did you ever take me to see one when I was little? I asked. No, she said. There aren't any ocean near Mithila. Even our songs don't mention them. I have never seen one myself, only read of them in books. I wonder where that dream came from. Kissed my head and sent me off to play. But I could feel her watching me, perplexed. I knew the real question in her mind. I wonder where you came from. My martial arts lessons, which I loved, were secret because my father abhorred violence of any kind, even when it was necessary. My mother had to force him to rally our troops when every once in a while our neighbors took advantage of his peace loving nature and encroached on our territory. She was in some ways the real ruler of Mithila, sharp of intellect, clear of vision, balancing kindness with justice. Often my father brought particularly thorny problems of state to her. They would discuss the issues in their bedchamber late in the night, and next day he would do as she counseled. But she never let anyone outside the immediate family know this. Soon after I had told her about my ocean dream, my mother asked if I did like lessons in self defense. I was surprised but delighted. I loved the idea of being a warrior. I asked if Urmila would be joining me. I was very fond of my sister, though she was quite different from me, always wanting to play with dolls and dress up in mother's jewelry and entertain the daughters of our ministers or visiting dignitaries. No, she said. Why me then? I asked. I sense that your future is going to be different from that of most princesses. She said. It might take you to dangerous places where you'll need to defend yourself, but let's keep it a secret. I happily agreed. Every day for the next few years, mysterious women from the hills that were surrounded our city came, one by one, veiled against curious eyes, to my mother's personal courtyard to teach me. They didn't train me in the use of weapons, but what they taught me was better. How the body itself could become a weapon, and how the opponent's body, its weight, its awkwardness, its ignorance of your strategy could be used against him. I learned to move like a panther on the hunt, to run and leap and climb in silence, to fall the right way without injury, to accept pain when it came. The woman didn't spare me, and I often ended up my lessons with bruises and aching muscles, and sometimes a sprain. But they would massage me with unfamiliar herbal oils afterwards so that my hurts disappeared. And as I grew older, they taught me how to make these oils. My mother was our only spectator. She watched in silence, neither praising nor chiding nor expressing concern. But today, when, after a strenuous fight, I backed my teacher into a corner and kicked out her feet from under her, forcing her to raise her hands in surrender, Queen Sunena smiled. She hugged me to her, wet and all, and said, now I'm as much as at ease as a mother can be, sending her daughter out into the wild world. Her words sent a shiver through me, part excitement, part fear. I'm not going anywhere, Ma, I said, hugging her back, letting the smell of the jasmine in her hair wash over me. I'm going to stay with you always. But we both knew that was wishful thinking. Girlhood was an ephemeral as a drop of water on a lily pad. Soon I did have to leave all that I loved parents, sister, palace, garden, the healing house to take my place in another family, which I must then call mine. That's a lot of daughters, commoners, or princesses. Chapter 2. It had been a good day, busy but productive. Now I was enjoying a moment of rest on the palace terrace, watching the shadows from the hills grow long on my father's terrace. Glad to have a little time to myself before my next task. Evening was a time I both loved and hated. It was a time when the old stones of the terrace were comfort, cool underfoot, and the breeze carried the alluring fragrance of unknown forest flowers. But it was also the time when my sister Urmila and I had to go to the temple to pray to the goddess for husbands. We had been doing this for years now. So far, it hadn't helped. In preparation for my reluctant temple visit, I was filling my basket with flowers. I didn't like plucking them, it was a kind of murder. But if I refused, the priest would make one of the maids do it, and they did hurt the plants. At least I was careful to pick only the blooms that had spent most of their lifespan already. Now I held a wilting mandara blossom in my palm and blew on it gently. Its petal grew strong and vivid red again, and I smiled. My small magic bit never failed to please me. My basket of prayer flower was almost full when I heard an impatient patter of footsteps and recognized them as my sisters. Princess Urmila, born to my parents in one of life's ironies just a year after they did adopted me. Urmila, merry and miracular, the baby of our family, who would pout until she got her way, whom I loved dearly and who loved me back with her whole being, who never said, not even when we had our pats, that she was the real princess and I the fondling. Today she ran up the stairs, anklet jingling more insistently than usual, so I knew something important had happened. But when she told me, I shrugged. Another suitor? What's so special about them? Tell me. What does that bring to the tally to 116? She said. I don't know why you're so excited. We both know what's going to happen. No, Didi. Urmila's eyes shone and her breath was uneven with excitement. He's they are different. They His younger brother had come with him. His name is Lakshman. The younger brothers, I mean the older one is called Ram. They are from the west, a kingdom called Kaushal, down in the plains, very important, bigger than ours. I overheard the courtiers talking. You mean you were eavesdropping? Urmila's dimpled smile was mischievous. It's the best way to learn things people don't want you to know, sister. You should try it sometime, and here's why I think they are special. They killed a lot of Rakshasas on the way, even though they are only a little older than us. I must have looked surprised because Urmila twirled around in glee. She loved it when she knew things I did. Then she grew serious. Do you think he might be the one? I could feel the yearning rising from her like shimmer heat of the fields before the monsoons. Don't get your hopes up. You know how people love to exaggerate. How can a mere youth be a match for Shiva's bow? You're right, Urmila said in a flat voice, her excitement evaporating. She walked to the edge of the terrace, looking down on the pathway that I had designed to wind elegantly through the red earth of the mango groves to the palace temple. Her shoulders drooped. She sinned out of love for me, but I felt her impatience, and even worse, her hopelessness. Because the unfortunate rule of our royal house is that the older daughter must be married before the younger one. I did try many times to convince my father. Why can't you arrange Urmila's marriage first? She wants it more than I do. He never argued. He didn't need to. He was the king. He only smiled. But I knew the answer. It was tradition. Thus he would follow it. That has always been the way of Janaks. At least you could have chosen a more reasonable bridal contest for me instead of demanding that the man string a sacred bow. Why? Not one of my suitors had been able to raise it off the ground. My father smiled again, this time sadly. He did had no choice in designing the contest. And I knew that. I knew this also. It wasn't because of its weight that the kings had failed to lift the bow. The bow was waiting for the right man. I was secretly happy that my 116 suitors had failed, and that the news of this failure had traveled the length of the land, dissuading others. If my spinsterhood had not been a rock obstructing Urmila's happiness, I would have joyfully lived out the rest of my life beside my saintly and affectionate father and my keen witted, elegant, laughing mother. I loved Mithila, its cool, crisp breeze that came down from the mountain. Pregnant. Its fragrant gardens that bloomed year round with white and purple flowers, its gentle people who loved to sing and dance. When the time came, I would have ruled the kingdom well. I was confident of that because I had observed my father's court and learned from his goodness. And more importantly, in our private chambers, I did listen to my mother advising him. But when I confessed these wishes to my mother, she shook her head. Even if you were a goddess among women, she said, and from her face I could see that she had heard the whispers too. It wouldn't be possible. The kingdom of Mithila can be ruled only by a man. This has been the custom of the country since before the scribes began to write its history. Why can't customs change? I asked angrily, especially ones that don't make sense. Not this one, because it's built upon an age old belief the citizens of Mithila hold. No woman is strong enough or wise enough to guide them. I don't believe that, I cried, outraged. Nor do you. It doesn't matter what I believe, she said. A good carrying monarch, and your father is certainly that. Don't toy with the deep rooted beliefs of his people, not for the sake of personal happiness, not even to prove a point. I thought about that for a while. Then I said, but actually, you're the one who decides what happens in Mithila. Aren't you as much a ruler as he? Mother smiled. Let's say your father and I share the royal duties, just as I hope you will with your husband. But in the eye of the populace, he is the king. And I did never do anything to upset their belief in him, for in that lies the stability of the kingdom. This bothered my sense of fairness, and I started to argue further, but my mother changed the subject. Listen carefully, she said. The unusual seriousness in her voice silenced me. Soon, she told me, for he was aging, my father would have to send out the royal elephants who knew how to choose from the populace an appropriate male with the 24 auspicious signs on his body. He would be trained to become the next Chanak. Ultimately, he would be crowned king. Our father needed to perform the marriages of his daughters before this happened because our future would grow uncertain afterwards. Maybe I can just marry the next Chanak and remain here as queen, I suggested. Visitors to my father's court often remarked on how beautiful I was. I felt fairly confident that I could charm this nameless heir to the throne into accepting me as his wife. My mother smiled sadly. I'm sure the next Chanak would be happy to do that. But what if he can't pay your bride price? So there was nothing more for me to accept. Join Urmila at the Parvati temple in dutiful, if tepid prayers. I wasn't surprised that the prayers hadn't been fruitful. Look, look, Urmila said, pulling me behind a swirling tulsi bush on the terrace so we wouldn't be seen. Below, 4 people walked along the garden path that led to the temple. In the lead was Shantananda with his measured, self important gait. His presence surprised me. The fact that he had been sent to personally escort these young guests suggested that my father considered them special. Beside him walked a tall man, whiplash thin, in white, his hair tied above his head in a severe manner that proclaimed him to be sage. Even in this sleepy corner of Bharatvarsha, we knew of Vishwamitra, whose temper was legendary. Though born a prince, he did set his heart upon becoming a Brahmarishi, the highest of sages, a title reserved only for Brahmins, and had, after innumerable struggles, achieved it. His was a colorful and cantankerous history that he had chosen to accompany these fledgling prizes on their princes on their adventures hinted further at their uniqueness. I watched the 2 brothers with interest. They walked behind Vishwamitra, looking around curiously at the trees my father had gathered from all over the continent to please me. I couldn't make out their features. The setting sun was in my eyes, but somehow I knew which one was Ram. He was slightlier than his brother and darker in complexion, but he walked with a serene confidence. When Lakshman reached out to pluck a mango, he shook his head slightly, and Lakshman fell back at once. There was something strangely, deeply familiar about the way Ram held himself, graceful and comfortable in his body and in the world. How could that be? That was the first time I was seeing him in waking or dream. I felt a great need to discover more. I gripped Urmila's hand. Isn't it time for our prayers? I said, though it was clearly too early. For a moment, Urmila looked startled. I had never displayed this much interest in any of my suitors. Then mischief danced over her face. Indeed it is, she cried. I snatched up the basket and arm in arm we ran down the stairs, careful to avoid her mother, who would have been slightly suspicious. Because Urmila insisted upon combing our hair and applying kajal to our eyes and sandalwood paste to our throats, we almost missed Ram and Lakshman. They had completed their prostrations and were already leaving when we hurried up to the temple. Shantananda bowed to us but curtly and maintained a telling silence. He pursed lips, made no secret of his displeasure. He is a wise minister, one my father rightly depends upon, but fond of propriety. If he had his way, we princesses would have been kept confined to our rooms, decorously draped in silk and gems like ceremonial dolls. When custom dictated that we appear in public, he would have us seated at the women's end of the sabha, as far from the male gaze as possible. Instead, here we were, in thin summer cotton saris that barely hide our curves, tendrils of hair coming loose from our hasty braids, our bodies giving off the mingled scent of sandalwood and excitement and female sweat. He ushered the young men past us as rapidly as possible, without introductions. He was probably hoping that we would think we were maid servants, but he couldn't stop us from looking. Ram was young, as Urmila had warned me, far younger than any of my other suitors. I guessed him to be 17 or 18, only a little older than me. He was indeed darker than Lakshman and slimmer, but his body was strong and wary. A hefty bow was slung over his shoulder. He didn't seem to feel its weight. I did assume that he did be exhausted from all the fighting he had done, but he moved with lithe grace. Even in his travel-stained garments, he was unmistakably royal. His aura was calm and peaceful, quite unlike someone who had recently killed a host of Rakshasas. As he passed us, Ram looked at me. His eyes were large and very dark, and shaped like lotus petals. Pulled into them, I felt like I was falling. No, it was more like I was whisked away to a distant place that shone with a light that was at once brilliant and cool, to a time when I had been someone else. There was an ocean, undiluting gently around me, white foamed as innocence, so beautiful that for a moment I couldn't breathe. In this world, too, Ram stood in front of me, though there was a great shining around him, so I couldn't see his face. This ethereal light that filled the huge space where we seemed to float emanated from a giant gem at his neck. I took a step forward, inexplicably, shockingly. I locked to rest my head on his bare chest. Then I was back in the garden, blinking in confusion. Perhaps Ram had felt something similar. He had stopped, brow wrinkled, as though he was trying to figure something out. He stared at me until a scowling Shantananda took hold of his elbow and drew him away, leaving me to suppress a sign and enter the temple. The temple of Parvati was smaller than one might have expected to find in a palace. A single, windowless room built of rough-hewn stone. But the plain spire thrust itself unapologetically into the sky, demanding to be noticed by the heavens. No one knew when it had been constructed. Perhaps it was built by one of the earlier Janaks, or perhaps, as certain tales claimed, it rose fully formed from the earth. Whenever I stepped into it, I felt I was entering a space of power where the relationship between man and God remained intimate and primeval, where destinies could be shaped or at the very least revealed. Today, the black walls of the sanctuary gleamed in lamplight. The goddess's eyes too gleamed as though the statue were alive. I watched the priest decorate the onyx image with manjara flowers, which are supposed to be her favorite. He placed the largest one, the one I had revived, upon her head. But I was distracted. I couldn't stop thinking of the vision I had had. Ram and I together in the other world, the sweet intimacy we had shared. Urmila's mind must have travelled with mine, for as the priest waved the arti lamp and chanted, she whispered to me that she thought Lakshmana was a fine-looking man. The plaintive longing in her voice resonated in my heart. And suddenly I was sure, like never before, that Ram was the right mate, the only one for me. I prayed with more intensity than ever before, holding my breath until the room swam around me. Holy Mother, you know what love is. They say that you went through many troubles and penance to win Lord Shiva as your husband. You even defied your parents to follow him into the wilderness. Please help us. I have never felt this way about a man, nor has Urmila, from what I can tell. Mother, guide Ram's hand tomorrow as he strings Shiva's bow so that Urmila and I can marry the true brothers. After I finished praying, I waited hopefully. I did hear that sometimes. As I finished praying, I waited hopefully. I did heard that sometimes the goddess presented a sign, but there was nothing. We were halfway back to the palace where we heard rapid footsteps behind us, the priest calling our names. He hurried up, out of breath. The flower I placed on the idol's head, he said, has fallen. What does that mean? Urmila asked. You must have asked for a boon. The goddess is willing to grant it. Urmila gripped my hand, her face afire with excitement, but the priest looked uneasy. The flower fell to the left of the statue, he said. You will get what you want, but it will not be what you expect. Success in the beginning will be followed by a thorny path. What about the end? I asked. Unclear, the priest said. I could tell from his face that he wished the portrait was better. There may be joy, but equally there may be disaster and in between heartbreak. I don't care, Urmila said definitely as we walked on it the dusk. I want to marry Lakshman. I am willing to walk through innumerable koshas of thorns for him. She ignored the warning about heartbreak. That was my sister. She only heard what she wanted to hear. She grasped my hand and held it hard against her chest. I'm tired of waiting. I want to live now, don't you? Her blood beat, rapid and erratic, against my palm. As though in answer, my heart lurched with longing. Suddenly, I too was ready to marriage, along with any adventure it might bring. But I couldn't let go so easily of the priest's warning. I wanted Ram. I desired him more than I ever desired anyone. But I wondered uneasily what price the gods would exact in exchange. As we walked back to the palace, Urmila enumerating Lakshman's many heroic attributes for my benefits, I was distracted by another thought. Feeling I did experience when I saw Ram. This was not the first time I had been shaken by such a sense of familiarity. I had felt it on the day several years ago when Ravan, the famed demon king, who was loved by many, hated by more, and feared by all, came to Mithila to try for my hand. I remembered the day well. Though Didit said nothing, I sensed my parents' nervousness. Ravan's reputation was a dark, paradoxical one, clouded in mystery. He came from an island in the faraway southern ocean, inhabited by monsters. No one at my father's court knew where it was. He had spent decades in austere prayers and received the boon of invincibility. He did piled kingdom after kingdom, both earthly and celestial, and taken whatever he fancied riches, women, slaves. Even the god king Indra was terrified of him. The sun and the moon, taken in battle, served as doorkeepers in his palace, which had been built by Vishwakarma, the divine architect, out of Vajra, a celestial metal so strong that no weapon could harm it. He had rested Kubera's flying chariot, the Pushpak Viman, for him. Even though Kubera was part god and related to him besides, paradoxically he was a devotee of Shiva. I found Ravan's story both fascinating and troublesome. If he was Shiva's follower, why did it give him the power to string the bow? And if so, what form would my life take? When I entered the hall, Ravan was already there, standing in front of the bow. He was the tallest and most striking of all my suitors. At once fierce and handsome. In front of him, my stately father appeared little more than a child. There was a dark shining around him. I realized, though how I knew this couldn't I tell, that he did thrown a glamour spell over himself. And what we were seeing was not his true appearances, which was at once more majestic and terrible. My mother had surrounded me with her women, dressing us alike, All of us veiled in heavy silks of the same hue. But somehow he knew right away who I was. He bowed to me with a familiar smile, his teeth very white, against his thick dark mustache, as though he owed me already. What if he succeeds? I thought, light-headed with sudden terror. I had heard that the island he lived on was invisible to all except those he allowed to see it. No one would want there ever return, nor did they wish to, for they no longer remembered who they were. If he took me with him, I would never see my parents, my sister, my land. I would lose myself in him. This last thought pulled at me, cool and seductive as an underwater current. But the bow had not budged. Although Ravan had tried again and again to lift it, his muscles straining, his vein bulging on his forehead, his eyes turning red with effort and rage. Finally, he did give up with a cry so loud and full, I feared the hall would collapse around me. Be thankful that it's the bow of Shiva, whom I hold in great reverence, he said to my father, who stood pale beneath his kingly demeanor, not knowing what would happen to his people now. Otherwise, I did have destroyed your entire kingdom and taken your daughter by force. He raised his hand and clenched it. A cloud, plunging thunder and fire materialized, and into it he disappeared. I stood wordless and shaken like the rest of his assembly, but the flash of a vision I had and he vanished distracted me. Ravan and I had been together in that same great elsewhere that I sensed today with Ram. In that shimmering, shifting place, Ravan had knelt weeping, except he didn't look like the Ravan I had seen. Who he was in that world, I didn't know. Though clearly he was a celestial being, I couldn't see his face. Don't send me away from you, he beseeched. His palms joined, his head bent low. I can't live without you. His voice shook with misery and with love. But he wasn't talking to me. To whom had he spoken? And what did all this mean? I was usually indulgent towards Urmila's chatter, but tonight as we lay in the bed. Chapter 3. I was usually indulgent towards Urmila's chatter, but tonight as we lay in bedroom, we had shared since we were girls, I felt edgy with impatience. I needed to do something this night, but I couldn't do it until she fell asleep. I yawned pointedly while she repeated the tales she had heard of Lakshman's exploits. When she forced me to respond, I spoke in drowsy monosyllables, but she was too excited to sleep. And she was this way. I had learned over the years only one thing calmed her down, my singing. So I made up a song, one I felt was appropriate for tonight, repeating it over and over until her eyes closed and her breath slowed. The wind blows through the forest and comes to rest on the branches of the pomegranate tree in our father's garden. The day has come, it sings. The heroes are on their way, faces of gold, eyes glimmering like mountain lakes. Will they bear our hearts away with them to our destinies? I slipped out of bed and, carefully avoiding the night guards, went to visit Shiva's bow. Having come from the realm of the gods, the bow knew many things. Perhaps it would provide answers to the question that troubled me. To reach the bow, which was housed in the courtroom of the old palace, a distance from our living quarters, I had to walk through the silent palace grounds. The night fragrant with gardenias and stars. The visitor's palace, in which Ram was sleeping, lay in my path. No, I confess, I chose a longer way so that I did have to pass by it. Outside, I stopped for a moment. I couldn't help it, though I knew it would be a terrible scandal if anyone discovered me here. I imagined Ram. He would have bathed and rubbed scented oil onto his travel-weary limbs before sleep. Now he lay stretched out on the bed, his body dark against the couch-white sheets, his chest smelling of musk. Beneath closed lids, his eyes flickered. Was he dreaming? Dream of me? I willed him before I forced myself to continue on to the hall of the bow. The doors to the hall were unlocked, as I had hoped, and there were no soldiers on duty outside. By now my father knew that people were too afraid of the bow to venture near it. My mother had told me the story of how the bow came to us. A few years after King Janak had found me, the sage Parshuram, who, in his notorious Varth, has massacred 7 generations of the corrupt kings of Bharatvarsha, appeared in my father's court in a flash of lightning. In his hand he held a bow. I have come to marry your daughter Sita, the sage announced. Bring her to me. His dreadlocks danced like snakes, and there was a fearsome frown on his face. At first, my father was too horrified of the sage's demand to respond. He feared, too, the unleashing of the sage's anger upon Mithila if he refused. Finally, he stammered that this was indeed a great honor. But perhaps a girl who was just turned 5 was a bit young for the venerable sage. Parshuram had let out a roar of laughter. It's a joke, you gullible fool. I vowed lifelong celibacy long ago, don't you know that? Ah, but the look on your face, priceless. Actually, I've come with a message from my lord, Shiva, and a gift. He sent you his bow to guard Sita because you are too simple and trusting to protect her yourself. Soon she'll grow into a beautiful woman, and gaggles of suitors will flock around her. However, she must wait for a special being, a divine prince born to right a great wrong, to restore order to the universe. But he can only fulfill his destiny if Sita becomes his wife. No, don't ask for details. You wouldn't understand, even if I wasted my little time explaining. Just get this into your head. Shiva has sent this divine mandate. You can give your daughter in marriage only to the man who can string his great bow, the Haradhana. That should keep the riffraff away. Your job is simple. Just wait for the right man to show up. My father eyed the bow with skepticism. It didn't look too different from his own bows, except for the unusual carvings along its length. Letters, perhaps, in an unknown language. But who is this man? He asked unhappily. And how long will we have to wait for him? Divine mandates were worrisome and inconvenient. They tended to upset human plans. And the window for a girl's marriage, even if she was a princess, was a small one. The sage gave a great thundery cough. Stop your foolish fretting. Everything will happen at the right moment. He beckoned at the Shantananda. You look like a competent fellow. Send out a proclamation about the bride price throughout the land. Be sure to emphasize Shiva's wrath. It wouldn't hurt to describe the Haradhuna's special qualities either. You'll find out what they are as soon as I leave. You'll still get some fools who think too highly of themselves, but not nearly as many as would have overrun your court otherwise. He laid the bow down on the ground, paid obedience to it, and disappeared in another flash of light. When he recovered from the shock of these unusual occurrences, my father tried to pick up the bow, intending to keep it safe in our armory, but it was impossibly heavy. An entire barracks of soldiers failed to lift it. My father was forced to let the bow lie where it had been set and build another court for himself. Now the old palace sat empty, except when a new suitor came. I opened the door of the hall, and there it lay in the middle of the floor, the Haradhuna. A ripple of joy went through me, as always, when I saw it. The bow reciprocated. I felt a wave of warmth, emanating from it, for the bow and I had a special bond. The first time I came across the Haradhanu, I was 9 years old. Tired of the noisy, elaborate game of doll weddings that Urmila and my visiting cousins, Madhvi and Sukriti, were playing, I had been searching for a space where I could be alone. Even at that age, I loved solitude. But wherever I went, people jolted around me, wanting things, asking questions. Finally expired. I pushed open the door of the cool, dark hall, intending to hide in a corner until it was time for our midday meal. The bow lay in the center of the floor, compact and intriguing, dusty with fear-filled neglect. My parents had warned me to stay away from it, though they hadn't told me anything about it yet. Generally, I was an obedient child. Why, then, did I walk over to it and run my hands over its carved surface? It was made of a strange material, neither wood nor metal. Under my palm it thrummed and grew flesh warm. and I felt its spirit. Without words, the bow began to convey to me mysterious truth. I sat there for hours that day, mesmerized, though afterwards I couldn't remember anything. The next morning, I told my mother that the bow required a caretaker. Me. She refused. She told me it was a magical object, and such objects had strange and dangerous power beyond an ordinary human's understanding. But I was unusually stubborn. I have to do it, I kept saying. She denied me until I added, "The bow wants me to." "How would you know that?" she challenged. "It told me." My mother's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't know if she believed me, but she no longer ordered me to stay away. I spent many afternoons polishing the bow, telling it my thoughts, singing to it. Although my voice was unremarkable, it seemed to please the bow. Some days it grew magical light in my hands, allowing me to lift it with ease. But after a while it would grow heavier, so that I had to struggle to hold it aloft. "I am making you stronger," it said, and that was very true. Not only did my muscles grow more powerful and my bones sturdier, but I felt a throbbing energy passing from it into my body. When I mentioned this, the bow sounded pleased. "Good that you're absorbing it," it said. "You'll need strength of many kinds in the future." Once, when I did raise the bow to string it, because sometimes it instructed me to do that, my mother came into the room looking for me. I put the bow down quickly, but it was too late. She had seen me. I braced myself for her question and possibly a scolding. Was it forbidden to handle Shiva's bow in this manner? But she backed out of the room without a word and told no one what she had witnessed. I was thankful for that, but aware of this also. Something changed that day between my mother and myself. She no longer saw me as her daughter, or at least not only as her daughter. Sometimes I would look up from my daily activities, painting a scroll, embroidering a shawl, grinding herbs for a potion, tying up a young shoot, and find her eyes upon me, a little anxious, a little odd. To see awe in parents' eyes, it is a strange, lonely feeling. The bow, however, wasn't done with me. It would make me sit in front of it, eyes closed, touching it. Then the palace would recede, and I would find myself in a horrific place, a different one from each time. I would be imprisoned in a tiny dungeon whose stones pressed in upon me so that I couldn't breathe. Or I'd be buried chest deep in quicksand and sinking further down each moment. Or I'd be in a cave, my back to the rough stone wall, while a raging fire got closer and closer. My challenge would be to remain calm and devise the best strategy to deal with my situation. Sometimes there was no escape, and I had to learn to withdraw within myself and find the strength to endure. These mental lessons were the most difficult of all. I was never sure whether I mastered them or not. If I asked the boy, it would only say frustratingly, "There's more to learn," because a trained mind is your strongest ally, and an untrained one, your worst enemy. The time I spent with the bow was not always hard work. Sometimes it was pure magic. Once in a vision, it showed me the gigantic ice peaks of Kailash from which it had come, blue in the thin air of this world and yet not so. How amazing that you have come from some how amazing that you have come from somewhere so far away, so magical, I said, a little enviously. I have only taken day journeys from one palace and never alone. Urmila's always with me and my nurse, and often my parents, not to mention troops of soldiers. Don't fret, the boss said. You have many journeys in your future, some of which you will wish you didn't have to undertake. And as for coming from somewhere far away, you too have done that. From where? Tell me, please. I held my breath, hoping the bow would finally divulge to my me, divulge to me what I had longed to know, who my mother was, who my father. But the bow replied that it was referring to a different kind of place, one which I must remember by myself. It added that I was no ordinary person but one with a complicated destiny. My great sacrifice, it indicated, would save the world. Or did it mean that I was the great sacrifice? The bow was often troublingly ambiguous. Once it told me I wasn't a woman at all. What am I then? A goddess, obviously. There was that word again. It wouldn't explain further. Tonight I did barely enter the hall when I was struck by an enormous surge of excitement and impatience emanating from the bow. It took me a moment to understand what it was conveying to me. Its task on a mortal earth, Prologue, was almost done. Are you so happy to leave me then? I asked, a little hurt. I have appreciated your care, Princess. You are, as I have said, a special being. But I am ready to be united with my Lord, Shiva the Auspicious, to be in his hand in a happiness beyond explanation. Perhaps you'll feel a little of it when you see him, for you'll do so one day. In the moment of your blackest despair, he'll bring you hope. No, don't ask me anything more. Already I have said more than I should. Watch carefully for him, though. He'll be disguised, as he often is. This was intriguing, and on any other day I did have tried to cajole more information from the bow, but newly pierced with love, I was interested in a different question. Tell me about the relationship between your lord and his goddess consort. I said, I've heard that they are much enamored of each other. The bow said, the relationship of Shiva and Shakti is the perfect connection of male and female, equal yet splendidly different. It's based on love and respect and knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Yes, the gods also have their weaknesses. It's part of the divine play. My lord and the goddess are ideal helpmates to each other. Sometimes they fight too. It's like a huge tempest unleashed over the ocean, but always they forgive each other. For without forgiveness, what love can there be? And when they come together afterwards, that union is the sweetest. I listened, mesmerized, visualizing the goddess with her divine mate, wondering if it was possible for humans to replicate this perfect relationship. Would I be blessed with such a love in my life? I forced myself back to present matters. Tell me, I said, does Ram come from the same realm as I do? Is that why I feel this closeness to him? This sense of recognition? And am I going to marry him? The bow spoke in the oblique manner it favored when it was reluctant to divulge information. Ram is the greatest of the great, the savior of the good, the destroyer of demons. You have been connected to him since before the ages of man. Out of love for him, you have taken on this human body and agreed to be the cause for the final battle of Treta Yuga between the forces of light and darkness. I wasn't sure what the words meant, but there was a resonance to them that seemed to lodge deep within my body. Still, I protested, saying it sounds like lines from a song, ancient and heroic, quite disconnected from my little life. Am I really going to fight the forces of darkness? The board didn't dignify my query with an answer. But how? Remain true to yourself and to your heart. Be courageous and remember, even in the blackest night must end in dawn. That was frustratingly vague, but I knew nothing would be achieved by asking the bow what exactly it meant. It would tell me what it always said. All will be clarified at the right time. I decided to follow a different tack. Here's something really strange. You remember Ravan? The boss nodded. I gathered it wasn't too impressed by the Demon King. Yes, how can I forget? He tried to lift me 3 times before he gave up and rushed back to that island of his. He was furious. I thought he might explode. When I saw him, I felt the same way as with Ram, as though I recognized him from some other time. How can that be? The bow was silent for a while, as though weighing how much it might reveal. Finally, it said, I'm telling you things I shouldn't because I have become overly fond of you through the years. You know Ravana from the same divine realm. You're connected to him too, but in a different way. He came to earth because of a curse, now trapped in his demonic body, as you are trapped in your earthly one. He's forgotten who he really is. My body? People often said I was beautiful, with a pale golden glimmering beauty. At such times knew to remain modestly silent, but I realized they spoke the truth. I had never thought of my body as a trap. What do you mean I am trapped in my body? Anything that makes us forget our true selves is a trap, princess. Even something we love or define as beautiful. Our time is always our time is almost up. So I'll end with one last piece of advice. In the midst of darkness, remember this conversation. What I told you today, it will help you see past the darkness. It will help you endure. Then it was silent. I realized with a pang that it would never speak to me again. Back in my bed, I tossed, restless. I wanted to sleep but couldn't. This distressed me in my girlish vanity. I'll have circles under my eyes in the morning, I thought. I don't want Ram to see me like that. Finally, in the small hours before dawn, I fell into a dream. I was in a beautiful forest. Every leaf gleamed emerald. Every brook sang a heavenly, heartbreaking song. Ram sat beside me in a hut whose walls and roof were made from flowering vines I had planted and nurtured. Champak, Mali. Around me rose an intoxicating smell. At first, I thought it was from the flowers. Then I realized it was a scent of Ram's body, headier than any human made perfume. I moved closer to run my hand over the warm, protective expanse of his chest. He put an arm around me and looked at me with such tenderness that I thought I would melt to my core. You're mine, I said, and I am yours. But of course, he said. His eyes were as deep as eternity. I parted my lips to kiss him, but there was someone outside the hut. It angered me. Who could it be, disturbing I idly? I saw the flesh of gleaming gold. It was a deer, the most amazing deer I had seen in this world, or even in that other unnamed one that came to me in fragments. It stood in the open doorway and regarded me with intelligent, mournful eyes. How soft would its neck be if I stroked it? I must have it. I cried. This is no ordinary deer. Ram said, it has the power to destroy us. Forget it. I was shaken by a strange and sudden longing and anger. I wanted the deer. I needed it. It would make up a little for the things I gave up to be in the forest, kingdom, queenship, the child that I couldn't have because how could I subject a child to this wild wandering life of exile? If your profession of love are true, I said in a cold formal tone that surprised me because it wasn't like me to speak in this manner. Bring me the deer. If not, I will understand that the words of this heir of the house of Raghu are worthless than the ashes that are left behind when a fire dies. At this, a stillness descended upon Ram's face. I will go to capture it then, he said. But know this, my going is the end of our happiness. And his face filled with a sorrow so deep that I awoke weeping. Chapter 4. There must have been music when Ram walked into the hall of the bow that morning, because there was always music when the suitors came. The great boom of drums, the baying of the long trumpets, tender flute notes drawn out like silver wire. I didn't notice them. Strings of marigold must have stretched from pillar to pillar, auspicious yellows and orange, as was the custom. I didn't see them. Deafening cheers by the crowd. Because the citizens of Mithila were always welcomed at these events, and they always came. I heard nothing. Which sari had my mother dressed me in that morning? Which jewel had she twined in my hair? Which ornaments had she fastened with loving anxiety around my neck, my waist? I only saw Ram's face, those lotus petal eyes. The lines of his lips were as tender as in my dream. You're mine, I whispered. I'm yours. He tilted his head as though he had heard me. All the way across the great hall, I thought I saw him smile. Perhaps time too was caught as I was in the dazzle of that smile. The next events seemed to occur within the slow glide of a dream. Ram picked up the bow and leaned into it, pressed its lower edge down with his foot until it bent. Did he conquer it with his strength? That strength which had destroyed a host of Rakshasas? Or did the bow aid him, turning light as a twig in his hand as it had in mine? Was this the man it had been waiting for? His arm moved in a his arm moved in a sideway arc as he looped the string over the other edge, and thus the Haradhanu was strung. How effortless it seemed. A cry of astonishment rose up from the viewers, and then a roar of applause. I smiled and stepped forward with the victory garland in my hands and my heart beating a rapid rhythm of joy. But Ram wasn't done. There was an absorbed look on his face as though his thoughts were far away. He tightened the string further until the bow creaked in protest. Ram continued pulling at the string. A great crowning came from the bow. Suddenly there was an explosion of sparks blinding us. By the time I could see again, the bow was on the floor, shattered into innumerable pieces. I was shocked. I almost dropped the garland. The applause in the hall died abruptly, replaced by the whispers. The willful destruction of a sacred object was an act of blasphemy. The consequences would surely be dire. I looked at my bow. Its broken body strewed all over the floor. A great sorrow welled up in me. Why would Ram indulge in such a wanton deed? I wanted to kneel and gather the pieces and hold them close to my heart in a last embrace. I wanted to say goodbye and thank you and sorry as well. But just as I gestured to an attendant to take the garland from me, a shred of light sped from the fragments like a comet reversed and disappeared through the ceiling. I thought I heard music, high and unearthly, a melody at once of farewell and joy. Hearing it, my sorrow fell away. When later I mentioned this to Urmila, she said, "You're always imagining things." What have you done, Ram? My father cried aghast. You have broken Shiva's sacred bow. The stern abstraction was gone from Ram's face and he looked young and confused. So that I wanted to protect him. I can't explain it, he said, but I knew it had to be done. This happens to me sometimes. It's as though some inner voice guides me. I thought this fascinating. But I could see that my father was troubled at the thought of his son in law who acted according to the dictates of voices audible only to him. Would his daughter be safe with such a man? I wanted to tell him that I would be fine. The bow had explained to me already that Rav wasn't like ordinary man. Naturally, his behavior wouldn't be ordinary. I accepted that. After all, I wasn't completely ordinary myself. True that. I did wonder, though, at what other times had Ram been similarly guided? What else had he destroyed? I did have to ask him that, I thought. A smile tugged at my lips as I imagined where and when such conversation might take place. Perhaps I should have been more worried, but I wasn't. I was in love, and love is wild and optimistic, especially in the beginning. Thus, I did not think of this. What else might be destroyed in the future? Now it was time for the exchange of garlands, which would betroth us until the wedding could take place. My father called me forward. My breath came fast as I raised my garland. Chati and Madhvi, while Urmila held up a second one, made of scented champak, one of my favorite flowers, for Ram to place around my neck. I smiled at my husband to be with a shy and tremulous love. I'm yours, I said again silently, and it seemed to me that with this thought my heart left my body and entered his. But Ram wouldn't meet my eyes, nor would he take the garland Urmila held out to him. He turned instead to my father. I can't proceed any further without the permission and blessings of my father. It wouldn't be right. King Dasrath sent me with sage Vishwamitra to destroy the Rakshasa that were obstructing his holy rituals. He knows nothing of our journey to Mithila nor of the events that had occurred since. I lowered my arms, my face burning. Ram's tone was respectful. I couldn't fault what he said. Still, I felt rejected and ashamed of my eagerness. Anxious too. What if King Dasrath didn't agree to this marriage? He was a more powerful and important monarch than my father. Perhaps he would deem this alliance unsuitable. What then would be my fate? And suddenly I was angry. Father duty was important to Ram, good. But what of his duty towards me? My father looked concerned, his eyes clouding. But he spoke calmly. You are right to want your father's blessing. I'll send a messenger to King Dasrath at once. We are well acquainted, having fought side by side at the Battle of Vijayant. I am sanguine that he will agree to this alliance. Vishwamitra, who had stood silently in a corner, watching the unfolding drama with his hooded eyes, came forward now. I will go myself, he said. King Janak, begin the wedding preparations. I pledge that I will bring Dasarath back with me. This marriage must take place. Must? I was glad that the sage was on my side, but that was a strangely urgent word. My father bowed his thanks, but Ram raised his chin stubbornly. There's one other matter. I have promised my brothers that we'll get married at the same time and into the same family so as to avoid the conflicts that occur so often among wives. A darkness passed over his face as he said this, and I wondered at its cause. Therefore, before we ask my father's permission, I must make sure that King Janak can fulfill my vow. My father looked thunderstruck. In the woman's corner, my mother's face was drawn and plain. Even Vishwamitra was taken aback. Be reasonable, Ram. He barked. King Janak has a second daughter, Urmila. Let's marry her to Lakshman. Surely that will be fulfillment enough. I heard the sharp, delighted intake of Urmila's breath. But Ram shook his head, and his face was stubborn as stone. I have given my word, sage. It can't be broken for the sake of convenience. That is not the custom of the house of Raghu. His words, eerily echoing the ones I had uttered in my dream, sent a shock through me. Everyone began to speak at once, arguing, trying to find their way around this new hurdle. Their voices rattled like stones inside my head. Urmila was on the verge of tears. I thought of what the bow had taught me. I retreated into a place of silence within. My distress fell away and I was able to pray. Divine Mother, find us a way out of this mess. As though in response, words rose up within me like a fountain, though I had no idea what I was about to say. Low but resolute, a voice, mine yet not mine, cut through the cacophony. My parents looked startled. It was Ram I was addressing. I saw wonder in his eyes and realized that this was the first time he was hearing me speak. Your desire to avoid conflict among brothers is a good one, Prince of Ayodhya, but perhaps you should have informed us of this vow before you strung Shiva's bow. Surely you knew that once her bride price is paid, a woman can't marry anyone else. I was horrified at what I had just said. It was rude to reprimand a guest, no matter what he had done. Additionally, for a woman to speak up about her marriage in this way was considered shameful. Even if all Ram's conditions were met, would he want a wife like that? But deep inside me, someone, was it the goddess, said, it's important to speak your mind to the man you are going to marry. What kind of relationship would you have if you couldn't do that? Ram looked at me silently. Was it? Ram looked at me silently. Was it compunction in his eyes? Was it guilt? Or was it displeasure? The goddess wasn't done with me. More words spilled out of my mouth. Fortunately, as it happens, there are two other unmarried daughters in the house of Janak. Father, send a messenger to my uncle, King Kushat. Ask him to hurry here with my cousins, Madhvi and Sukruti. My final words were again for Ram. Would that satisfy your vow, O Prince of the great house of Raghu? Underneath its politeness, my voice was laced with sarcasm. Ram's brow drew together in a frown. Surely he was angry now. Oh goddess, I thought I had ruined everything with my sharp tongue. But after a moment he bowed and said, indeed it will, princess. I thank you for finding such an excellent solution. There was a flicker in his eyes. I wanted to believe that it was glad relief, perhaps even respect. But possibly it was only surprise that a mere girl could entangle such a naughty situation. That evening, the brothers joined our family for a meal on our terrace. Among the sleeping flowers, we sat on cushions on the cold stone. Lamps hung from alcoves around us, swinging lightly in the breeze. Nearby, a musician plucked on the strings of her veena, and the notes rose like longing into the sky. The food was simple, as it usually was in my father's house. Rice cooked with ghee, lentils, a couple of vegetables, and a milk dessert, prepared personally by my mother as a special welcome for guests who might soon become family. What spiced the meal was our anticipation, and in my case, anxiety. Vishwamitra had departed for Ayodhya, and Shantananda had gone to bring uncle and my cousins back with him. Would they be successful in their quest? My father was optimistic, already treating Ram and Lakshman like the sons he never had. But I sat little store by his confidence that all would turn out well because it was what he always said. Urmila, however, didn't share my doubts. Now that her marriage to Lakshman, in her mind, was only a matter of time, she dropped her shyness and reverted to her usual lively chattering self. She was full of questions, and in answer, Ram told us stories of their adventures while on the road with Vishwamitra. Lakshman, visibly proud of his brother's powers, added details of valor that Ram had modestly left out. In the limelight that threw up shadows of enchantment around us, we listened as the brothers painted for us their travels through the forest and their encounters with the Rakshasas. I was forced to admit to myself with some chiding that Shantananda seemed to have been right. The Rakshasa, according to the brother, were a ferocious species. They knew strange enchantment, shooting arrows of fire, raining blood down on their foes. They could grow to enormous sizes in a heartbeat. As she listened, Urmila gripped my hand, but 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 superstitiously she wished Lakshman to think her brave. My own breath grew uneven as I heard of Ram's battle with the demoness, demoness Tarhaka, who liked to fashion her clothing from the skins of Brahmins she had tortured and killed. She came at Ram brandishing a huge sal tree, Lakshman said, threatening to make a meal of him. But he dispatched her with the Vajraban. What's a Vajraban? Urmila whispered. It's a divine lightning arrow, much more than an arrow, really. Only great warriors are given the gift of invoking it. Lakshman explained kindly. Ram has many such astras, some far more powerful. He was the best student at our Gurukul. So our teacher passed on the secret knowledge of these astras to him. The glance he sent towards his brother was one of pure adoration. He taught you he taught you the use of many astras too, Ram said with a smile, but Lakshman had moved on to the next part of his tale. When Taraka fell to the ground, the forest shook as though it was an earthquake. Her corpse was as large as a mountain. Her fangs Edith opened her mouth for a dead scream, so I had a good look at them. Were like elephant tusks, stained red from all the blood she had drunk. Ram went on to kill thousands of other demons. No exaggeration. You can ask sage Vishwamitra, who were terrorizing the holy ones. Their magic tricks were no match for my brother. You killed as many Rakshasas as I did, brother, Ram said mildly. And remember, our strength was enhanced by the blessings of the holy ones. There you are, being over modest again, Lakshman said. Kings need to know their own worth and to make sure that others know it too. It's our father who's the king. Ram's voice was stern. May he reign for many more years. Lakshman bowed his head in obedience, though the line of his lips was stubborn. It was clear that in all things his alliance lay with Ram, that he saw himself at once as his brother's prime protector and follower. A small disquiet rose up in him. Even if all went well and the 4 marriages took place as planned, what kind of husband would he make Urmila? Was there any space left in his heart for a wife? And for that matter, what of Ram? Didn't, he hadn't spoken to me all evening, although I often found his eyes on me. Was he angered by my taunting words? And even if he wasn't, where did a wife fit in among all his responsibilities to his lineage, his family, his kingdom? Did he even need someone else to love? When Lakshman and he seemed like one soul in 2 bodies. All too soon, dinner was done, and servants brought us bowls of rose water to wash our hands. My parents wished the brothers a peaceful night and started on their way to the royal chambers. Urmila and I weren't ready for the evening to end. There was so much more we wanted to know about the brothers. But decorum decreed that we follow them, so we did. As Urmila and I walked across the garden towards our living quarters, we were surprised to hear footsteps hurrying behind us. My heart beat hard as I turned to see who it was. The brothers had followed us. Ram came forward, palms joined, and bowing formally, asked if he might speak to me in private. The scones lighting the tree lined path flickered so that light and shadow danced on his face. I nodded, suddenly shy. Urmila threw us a curious look, then asked Lakshman if he would be so kind as to walk her to the prince's quarters. Lakshman hesitated, but Ram must have given him a sign, because he bowed and followed my sister. We heard their footsteps receding from us, and my sister's laughter like a spring bubbling up out of the earth. And then we were alone in the garden, amidst fragrant vines that I did nurtured. Ram looked away from me, towards the goddess's temple. He seemed uncomfortable. It struck me that, violent warrior though he was, he hadn't had much experience in speaking to young women. The knowledge filled me with a kind of tenderness. Finally, he spoke, his voice tilted. Princess, I know I'm behaving inappropriately, speaking to you alone in this manner, without your parents' knowledge, but I must, because I need to apologize and explain myself. When I told your father of my vow, I know I distressed you, but I couldn't go back on my promise or abandon my dharma. Only misfortune can come of an alliance based on broken vows. I watched him carefully. I wanted to understand everything possible about this man. Right conduct was clearly important to him, as was his word. More important than anything. Again, the question came to me, what of his wife? Would he ever consider her to be as important as his dharma? Would, what would his dharma say about the importance of loving his wife? Ram continued. I was tempted though. For the first time in my life, I regretted that rash vow. I wanted to push it away. My heart longed to remain silent so that I could place the betrothal garland around your neck. There was an intensity in his gaze that made my pulse speed up. He loved me and wanted me. It wasn't just my imagination. Ram continued speaking, his voice rich with emotion. You asked me rightly why I hadn't informed your father of my vow in advance. I should have, but I was weak. I didn't want him to turn me away before I even had the chance to try and win you. I knew that if I left Mithila without you, there would be a great emptiness at the center of my life. So, selfishly, I remained silent. Will you forgive me for the pain I caused you? I inclined my head in assent, my heart too full for words. I had already dropped my anger, perhaps because I loved him. Now his confession plucked the sting of rejection out of my heart. And then, when the problem seemed insurmountable, Ram added, you found the perfect solution, one that had escaped even the royal advisors. I basked in his admiration for a moment, then I had to tell the truth. I prayed to the goddess, the answer came from her. Ram took my hands in his. I was surprised at how rough his palms were. From archery, I guessed. I hadn't thought a prince's hand would be so calloused. I liked them far better than all the manicured, scented, princely hands in the world. But what did I know of princes, or even of ordinary man? Ram was the first man to touch my hand, and in that fragment, lamp lit moment, I vowed he'd be the last. Then it's a sign that the gods smile on our love. Do you know I dreamed of you last night? And I of you. I was about to tell him, but then I remembered how ominous the dream had been and pushed it into the black abyss in my mind, where I hide all the things that frightens me, things I didn't understand. I focused instead on what he did just said, our love. I looked up at the sky through thankful tears, and it seemed to me that the gods were indeed smiling down at us. I went to bed that night hoping for another dream of Ram, a joyous one this time. Now that he had declared his affection, a dream did indeed come to me, but it wasn't of Ram, nor was it joyous. In the dream, I rushed through the air, borne aloft through, though I didn't know how to fly. My hair streamed behind me, my tears blazed like a meteor trail. Furious and filled with loss, I wrenched my heavy gold bangles from my arms, my bridal necklace from my throat. I threw them down upon the forest far below. But who would find my trail in that wilderness? With all the hatred in my heart, I cried, hear my cursed trickster, you and your evil lineage will fall to prediction for this. Your land will turn to ash. A voice answered, laughing, I don't care about the future. In this moment, I have you, my lovely. That's enough for me. But who was it I spoke to with such loathing? And who was it that responded with such dark elation? Chapter 5. A messenger arrived from Dasrath, the delighted king, along with his courtiers, and a large army was on his way. The entourage would reach Mithila within the week. Dasrath wanted the wedding to take place as soon as possible. Could King Janak look for an auspicious date to prepare for the ceremony? My mother was relieved, but also suddenly overwhelmed with preparations. It's an old belief in Mithila that a daughter's dowry shouldn't be amassed until the wedding is set. Such presumptions may tempt fate. Though in general she scoffed at superstition, this one my mother had observed religiously. When I did ask her why, she said that she loved Urmila and myself too much to risk our happiness for the sake of her beliefs. Her embarrassed smile made me realize something I hadn't considered before. Even the strongest intellect may be weakened by love. This struck me as paradoxical. Shouldn't love make us more courageous, more determined to live according to our principles? I needed to study this strange emotion further. In my father's house, love flowed like a calm and aged river, nourishing but predictable. In Ayodhya, I would have new situations to examine. My mother's quarters bustled with coming and going. Jewelers carrying caskets filled with ornaments to cover every inch of a woman's body. Weavers bent low under the weight of silks embroidered with gold threads. Perfumers preparing concoction of sandalwood and rose petals. The palace was awash with enthusiastic melody. The court musicians composing new tunes for the first and only royal wedding of this generation. Cooks rushed back and forth with delicacies for my father to approve. My cousins arrived, and the women's quarters filled with their excited bird calls. At night, Urmila climbed into my bed and threw her arms around me, whispering as though someone overhearing might snatch away her joy. Is this really happening? I smiled because it seemed that I too swayed between the calm harbor of my past and a sweet and heady dream. The days passed in a blur. Beauticians scrubbed us with turmeric and bathed us in milk. They perfumed our newly washed hair with incense smoke. They applied ash of pearl to our face to keep our skin dewy and pristine. From a palace window, I watched messengers ride off through the shimmery green of the forest with invitations. But there weren't as many as one would have expected for a foretold royal wedding. I understood the reason. Too many kings had come to try for my hand, only to return their homes in fury and shame, defeated by Shiva's bow. Obviously, they couldn't be invited to my wedding, nor could their alliance. I felt a twitch of guilt. Because of me, my sister and cousins would be deprived of a ceremony as grand as they deserved. But in the end, it didn't matter. The returned king Dasrath brought with him was large enough to fill the wedding hall. Additionally, holy men of every kind, from sleek Brahmins to mendicants with matted locks, arrived from all over Bharatvarsha to bless us. How had they even known? My father, delighted and unquestioning, constructed giant tents for their comfort and sent his best cooks to furnish their meal. Urmila told me the gossip. It was believed that among them, disguised were gods and demigods, come to observe the most important marriage of the century. No, of the entire Treta Yuga, ordained by Shiva himself. Can such things be true? She asked. And is a marriage that important? I had no answer for her. Ever since I have been up by the currents that strange other life where Ram and I had seemed to know each other, I had felt From our very day world, reality swirled and changed color each day, like a sky filled with fast moving clouds. Only this was constant. I longed for Ram, for him to hold my hands again in his archery calloused fingers and tell me that he loved me. There was, of course, no opportunity for that. Ram and Lakshman had joined their father, who had been housed in a separate palace at the edge of the royal grounds because it was considered inauspicious for the brides and groom to meet in the days that preceded the wedding. I had to console myself with the fact that in a few days we'll belong to each other. We did spend the rest of our lives together, and we wouldn't allow any of society's foolish dictates to separate us. The night before the wedding, my mother summoned me to her chambers. I made my way to her through a maze of coffers filled with jewels and gold plate. She pushed aside a pile of shimmery silver cloud from the bench and beckoned to me to sit by her. She wound her arms around me and hugged me to her bosom, which smelled of lotus blossoms. A pang went through me as I realized what a big change this wedding would bring into both our lives. Would ever be able to see each other again? Perhaps she felt something similar, for her eyes were damp. And this was unusual in my pragmatic mother. Or was it some other fear that brought tears to her eyes? After a moment, she took a deep breath. When she spoke, her voice was practical and calm as always. Don't mind me, mothers always get emotional at their daughters' weddings. When you have your own daughter, you'll know. It's like a cord is being cut, a stronger one than the physical birth cord. I laid my head on her shoulder. I told her that I would always remain close to her in my heart. Surely there were ways of keeping in touch letter carriers, messenger birds, and then daughters, even royal ones, come to their mother's home when it was time to deliver a child. You are right, she said with a sigh. It's just that I have a foreboding that we'll never see again. But that's not the reason I called you here tonight. I need to tell you what I have learned about your new family. I wish it were more, but Ayodhya is far from us, and I had only a little time. They are a complicated bunch, the members of the house of Raghu. Shouldn't we call the other girls to listen too? I asked. She shook her head, her forehead frowned by a rare frown. I realized, with a sinking of my heart, that something significant troubled her. Urmila, as you know, is easily excitable, and your cousins, much as I love them, are worse. They did become unnecessarily anxious and might say the wrong thing in the wrong presence of the wrong people. But you are level headed and know to keep your own counsel. And you're good at problem solving. I noticed how you immediately thought about your cousins when Ram told us of his pact with his brothers. I trust you'll use what I am about to tell you in the best and wisest way. My stomach churned with nervousness. What is it about court of King Dasrath that worried my mother so? I didn't share her confidence in my wisdom. I wanted to confess to her that I couldn't take credit for my quick thinking earlier. It was all the goddess. Who knew if she would ever speak through me again? But why worry? My mother even more. Instead, I took a deep breath and nodded. As eldest, I knew it was my role to watch over the others, to shield them when I could. I was prepared to do it to the best of my ability, and willingly too. Ram was only one who knew where his duties lay. Your dear father, my mother continued, is a saintly man. He was never interested in expanding his kingdom, either through war or marriage alliances. Thus, I have the good fortune of being his only wife, loved by him, even though I failed to produce a male heir to whom he could pass on the kingdom. He cherishes Urmila and you as much as he would have cherished sons. You don't know how rare this is in royal families. Sometimes I regret that I sheltered you so here in a peaceful little corner of the world because now you are going abroad with little armor to protect yourself from the intrigue that is common in palaces. She looked unhappy and uncertain. It hurt me because she had always been so confident. I put my arms around her and held her tightly. You have taught me to defend myself, I said. You have allowed me to learn to heal both plants and humans. You have inspired me to be kind and courageous, to not tolerate wrongdoings. I did rather live my life by these strategies than any other. My mother looked unconvinced. They are good qualities, but not, unfortunately, the ones society values most in a woman, nor the ones that will help you best when maneuvering around palace politics. But here, one thing I want you to remember. Maybe it will help you in a hard time. If you want to stand up against wrongdoings, if you want to bring about change, do it in a way that doesn't bruise a man's pride. You'll have a better chance of success. Protest crowded my mouth. Was a man's pride more important than the truth? Why should I have to strategize if I was in the right? But, mother, I began. Isn't my mother raised her hand to silence me? We only have a little time left together. I must use it to tell you about your in laws. King Dashrath is the opposite in many ways of your father. Early in his life, he decided that the boundaries of his kingdom, Kaushal, must stretch further than it ever had before. His ambition led him to fight many wars with kings and demons. He won most of them because he was a great warrior. He was impetuous and wild tempered and loved the excitement of combat. He had no qualms about throwing himself into the thick of the battle. Twice he was so grievously wounded that people feared he would die. He was a great hunter as well, though he gave that up after he killed the son of a blind ascetic, mistaking him for a deer. They say the ascetic laid a terrible curse on him for that, but I couldn't discover the details. He is milder now and a most indulgent father, overindulgent, some would say, because his children were born in his old age after many holy yagnas. He dotes particularly on Ram, who is his favorite among all his sons. Dashrath certainly didn't make any efforts to hide his favoritism. Arriving in Mithila, he had hugged Ram for a long time, kissing his brow and murmuring endearments, while Lakshman got a few pets on the back. Bharat and Shatrugna stood back, deferential and ignored, not seeming to mind the attention heaped on their eldest brother. They were clearly as proud of Ram as Lakshman was. The brothers looked like they were at peace with Dashrath's treatment of them. Do you think it's something I need to worry about? Not yet, my mother said. But things might change, especially when it's time for Dashrath to announce his heir. So keep your eyes open. Your immediate task will be a different one, but difficult in its own way, because I can see how deeply you have fallen in love with Ram. No, don't blush. It's wonderful, and I'm happy for you. For not all princesses get this gift. Anyway, your first job is to make sure Dashrath doesn't feel you are coming between him and Ram. As long as you are careful about that, Dashrath will love you. Not because of who you are, but because you are Ram's wife. Though I hope that will change as he gets to know you and to appreciate your qualities. I nodded. It wasn't the best of situations, but I could manage it. A greater challenge, my mother said, will be the women of the palace. Women? Are there many? Yes, because Dashrath took numerous wives, several hundred, if my sources are accurate. Some he married for gain and others for pleasure. There's a great deal of rivalry among his queens, and much weighing for his attention. Though on the surface all is cordial, hidden animosities run deep. The three queens that concern you most are Kaushalya, Sumitra, and Kekai. Kaushalya, the eldest, is Dashrath's chief consort, but not his favorite, even though she is Ram's mother. That's been a deep sorrow to her. She'll try hard to make you her ally, to support her in her battles against other queens. Listen patiently to her complaints about the other wives, but keep what she says to yourself. And as far as possible, be polite and respectful to them all and don't take sides. I nodded, absorbing all this. Sumitra, the exquisite, is the youngest of the three. For a time, Dashrath was infatuated with her beauty, as a result of which she grew disdainful of the other queens. But then she, too, was unable to give him the heir he wanted and fell from favor. How then did Dashrath get his sons? Finally, he had the holiest rishis in the land perform a very special prayer ceremony, as a result of which all the queens became pregnant. Something happened during that ceremony that indebted Sumitra to the other two queens. I couldn't discover the details, but afterwards she no longer gave them any trouble. Kaushalya gave birth to Ram. He is the firstborn Kekai, Kekai to Bharat, and Sumitra had the twins, Lakshman and Shatrughna. But she gave them to Kaushalya and Kekai to bring up. I was startled by this information. I did never have guessed that the devoted Lakshman was only a half brother to Ram. Was there another deeper tie that bound them so tightly to his other brother? Could it have been forged in that ethereal world that I did glimpsed? What matters most to you is all of this. My mother continued, is that Lakshman worships his older brother. He wants, no, needs to be close to him. He probably worrying right now that marriage will affect their relationship, that you will take Ram away from him. I wouldn't do that. I cried hotly. I'm not that kind of person, but he doesn't know it. So you must make a special effort to welcome Lakshman into your heart and into your chambers and allow his relationship with his brother to continue unchanged. He will love you for that, as will Sumitra. And in Lakshman, you will find a powerful protector. I'll make sure Lakshman feels included, I said. But I couldn't resist adding, though I hope he'll devote some portion of his attention to his new wife, Lakshman would require careful handling. From what I have seen, the two brothers were inseparable. That would have to change somewhat after marriage. Both Urmila and I needed it too. We did have to put our heads together and come up with a plan. As for protection, I believe that even I, inexperienced as I was, would be better at protecting myself from palace intrigues than the blunt and hot tempered Lakshman. And if by some strange chance I did require protection of another kind, didn't I have Ram? I have left Kekai, the second wife of Dashrath, until the end, my mother said, because she is the most complicated. An accomplished and imperative charioteer, she often drove Dashrath chariot when he was at war. I didn't know women in Ayodhya were allowed to do such things. I exclaimed in admiration. Aren't they much stricter about rules and traditions there? My mother gave me a wan smile. She was less enthusiastic about Kekai than I was. She's a healer. Twice, she saved the king's life when he was severely wounded. A healer, I said excitedly. Glad to find someone in Ayodhya who shared my interest. I pictured us becoming friends, spending long afternoons sharing plant lore. I could learn so much from her. But my mother shook her head in warning. Don't trust anyone in your new home too soon. Least of all Kekai. To continue with my story, having saved the king's life, Kekai became Dashrath's favorite wife, his counselor and comfort, the most powerful person, male or female, in the palace. Be careful with her. I've heard that she's as changeable as clouds in a windy sky. If she takes a dislike to you, your life could become difficult. But perhaps I am worrying unnecessarily. I have also heard that she has a deep fondness for Ram. I left my mother's chambers with my head whirling. How many people I did have to deal with in my new family to control or appease, comfort or avoid as the need arose? I did need to tread carefully between the quicksand of ancient antipathy. I did have to build my relationship with my husband cautiously without encroaching on territory that his family felt belonged to them. Could I manage all that? I counted out the things I needed to do on my fingers: respect Dashrath, be sympathetic to Kaushalya, be affectionate to be affectionate to Lakshman, observe Kekai and learn from her how power could be used, all the while keeping a safe distance. But here's what was most fascinating: how much all of these people, so different from each other, loved Ram. What enchantment did my betrothed possess that made even enemies forget their ancient rivalries in their desire to make him happy? I waited impatiently for an opportunity to discover it for myself. Chapter 6. Finally, the day of wedding arrived. My father's priest, as well as the ones King Dashrath had brought, had interpreted the heavenly signs and discovered that by great good fortune for a brief while the auspicious Lagna of Kartaka would reign in the skies. Sage Vashishta, Dashrath's guru, declared that exchange of garlands between the brides and grooms needed to take place at that time, because couples united under these stars never suffered the sorrow of separation. All was readied in accordance. The four brothers waited on one side of the hall while one Shiva's bow had lain. We sisters waited on the other side, but as the priest held up the aruni with which to light the sacred fire, a man appeared in the hall. There was an ethereal moonlit glow about him. My father asked who he was, but he didn't reply. Instead, he began to dance. The musicians in the hall struck up a melody to accompany him, though later they did have no recollection of what they had played. It logged deep inside us, music such as we had never heard before. The stranger twirled and bowed and leaped into the air, an unearthly grace in his gestures. None could take their eyes off him. None knew how long he danced. We only knew that when the performance ended, we found ourselves breathless. As suddenly as he had come, the dancer was gone. My father questioned the guards and doorkeepers, but no one had seen him leave. The priest hurried to light the wedding fire, but it was already too late. The auspicious Lagna had passed. Vashishta surmised that this was the doing of the gods. Perhaps the dancer was a god himself. But why would the heavenly ones wish our children ill? My father cried in dismay. Haven't we precipitated them with ample offerings? I could see that Dashrath was even more upset than my father, though he said nothing. Vashishta shushed. The ways of gods are strange, hard for our limited minds to encompass. Remember this too. Sometimes our ill luck has consequences that bless others. I didn't disbelieve him, but I was troubled. It was unfair that one person should suffer in order for others to be blessed. If the gods were powerful enough to shape our destinies, why wouldn't they just send us good fortune untainted by sorrows? My first unpleasant surprise came as we were about to depart from Ayodhya. My mother had planned for our nursemaid Malini to accompany Urmila and myself for Ayodhya to help us settle in our new home. Madhvi and Skruti had also brought their personal serving women from home, but King Dashrath had surprised us all by announcing that he had retainers personally chosen by him for each of his daughter in laws. Now you are the princess of Ayodhya, he said. It's only proper that you should be served by your own people. Urmila had been distraught while Malini wept silently into her sari. I too was upset. We had been counting on Malini, a good natured woman who didn't take things too seriously, to provide comfort and counsel when we were homesick, to laugh away imagined demon as she had once done throughout our childhood. I was additionally troubled by the high handed way in which Dashrath made his decision, not taking into account who might be hurt by it or what we wanted. My mother tried to reason with Dashrath. Let Malini be with them for a few days, he said. You can send her back to Mithila once the girls settle in. But the king refused, though he was polite about it and called for the palkis. It's time we started on our journey back, he said. When the first set of bearers rushed in with my palki, I was astonished because I had never seen one this regal ostentatious. Its panels were decorated in gold and inlaid with ivory. The curtains covering its door were made of a shimmery cloth that would allow me to look out without being seen. It was laden with silken bolsters and frothy quilts and was larger than the bed I was leaving behind in the palace of my parents. The palace of my parents, I thought with a pang. Having been given away in marriage to the house of Raghu, I could no longer call it mine. Could I please have Urmila share my palki on the way to Ayodhya? I asked Dashrath. I wasn't sure how many opportunities I would have to speak privately with my sister once we reached our new home. Marveling at wonders and laughing at follies together as we traveled would help us deal with our disappointment at not having Malini with us. Additionally, I longed to know if being a wife felt as wonderful and magical to her as it did to me. Dashrath looked scandalized at my request. No need of sharing, my child. I made sure to bring palkis for each of my daughter-in-laws so you can all travel in the comfort that befit your position. Please, father, I said, having my sister beside me on this journey would give me more comfort then. But Dashrath shook his head firmly. No, my dear, that's not appropriate. What will people think? I started to argue further, but my mother pressed my arm hard, a warning to let the matter go. Choose your battles. Her stern grip seemed to say, "This isn't the time." She was right. The palkis was lined up, ready to leave for Ayodhya, horses neighing and stomping, servants loading food and drinks into the cart, priests sprinkling holy rice, praying for a safe journey. I bit back my words, but I promised myself that once I was settled in Ayodhya, I would make sure that King Dashrath didn't dictate my life. Before we left, my mother managed to pull us apart for a brief, private goodbye. Urmila hugged her tightly, weeping. "We are going so far away. We'll be so alone. Why won't father in law let Malini come with us? This isn't fair. It isn't right." Her anxiety was contagious. I too felt my eyes fill with tears. But instead of consoling us, my mother spoke sternly. "Pull yourself together. Surely I have brought you up better than this. We come into the world alone and we leave it alone. And in between too. If it is destined, we'll be alone. Draw on your inner strength. Remember you can be your own worst enemy and your best friend. It's up to you. And also this, what you can't change, you must endure." Urmila continued weeping, but I stopped and stared at my mother. She stood tall and regal, suddenly unfamiliar, like a queen out of a tale, and looked at me gravely. I knew it was mostly to me that she had spoken. Endure. A word solid as a tree trunk. A good word upon which to build a life, I thought. I would learn it, and it would help me through dark times. The swaying of the balcony, along with the rhythmic chant of its bearer, threatened to put me in a trance. But I resisted. I didn't want to miss a single moment of my journey. Who knew if I would ever embark on another one as long or as adventurous? Most women from princely families, my mother included, didn't stray far from their husbands' palaces once they were married. And Ayodhya seemed like a land with many more rules and restrictions than Mithila. Though I still smarted from my father in law's high handed treatment, I had to admit that traveling alone had certain compensations. Urmila would have kept me occupied with jokes about the wedding. She would have prevailed upon me to curl up with her under the quilt and sleep, warning me that otherwise I would look haggard and ugly by the time I arrived in Ayodhya, where our mother in laws were waiting to evaluate the wives their son were bringing home. Now, in my solitude, I'd be able to watch the forest stretching on either side of me into infinity. I had heard my father's huntsmen talk about the wildlife that inhabited the forest, gazelles and bears and talking monkeys. I didn't believe monkeys could talk, but if they did, I did hope to see one. Who knew? Maybe I might even come across a stray Rakshasa or two. But my hopes were soon dashed. Our procession was headed by enthusiastic heralds that blew on horns and beat on drums, frightening away all wildlife. Worse, the thousand soldiers that Dashrath had brought with him flanked both sides of the road, stomping and shouting, slashing back the undergrowth and looping off branches and vines, even those that didn't intrude on our path, with a vigor that made me feel ill. After a while, I couldn't stand it any longer and called to one of the horsemen who rode by my side as my special guard. It was on the tip of my tongue to summon the commander of the army, but I kept in mind my mother's advice and requested instead that he carry to Ram the message that his wife humbly requested to see him. In a little while, I could see my husband, the dazzling, looming word I hadn't used to yet, riding towards me. His rapid hoof marched the speeding rhythm of my heart. In his jewel crusted prince's attire, wearing a rather official looking coronet, Ram seemed very different from the young man in our temple garden with his little and dusty grace. But his eyes were the same, flanked with that ancient recognition. At this moment, they were all concerned. "Are you well, my princess?" he asked, moving the palki curtains aside to grasp my hand, not caring who saw him. In the motion of the palki causing you discomfort, this is the dangerous part of the forest. But once we have crossed it, I can request my royal father to stop one of the hermitage that lie beyond. I was distracted by the warm pressure of his hand on my and a smell, a perfume I couldn't quite place, but which I knew that I'd always recognize now. At our wedding, after the exchange of garland, he did held my hand just like this and shocked everyone by vowing aloud that he would never marry again. Sita will be my only consort and beloved. All the days of my life, the words had hummed inside me like honeybees. I hadn't expected such a gift that my husband would be mine alone. The hall had filled with murmurs as people discussed. Such a vow, unprecedented in a prince. My father looked delighted. Dashrath was clearly displeased. No doubt he had hoped for many more valuable marital alliances for his heir, but he controlled himself and inclined his head in gracious acceptance of his son's impractical wish. I pushed away the memory. Amazing to think that Ram and I had already begun accumulating memories and assured him that I was well. The only thing distressing me was the callous behavior of the soldiers. Could he order them not to harm the trees? This is their home and we are visitors, I added. We should treat them with courtesy and not cause them needless pain. Ram's brows drew together in surprise. Clearly, he had never considered that plants feel pain as we do. But he inclined his head. You are tender hearted, my dear. I can't fault you. It's right and necessary that women should be so. I wanted to ask him, wasn't it as important for a king to feel the hurt of others as women did? Wasn't he responsible for the animals and birds and trees in his realm, as well as the people? Who would protect them if he didn't? But already I was learning that I had to carefully choose the time and place for frank talk. Ram beckoned to a nearby soldier and said something. The man took off at a run to inform the commander of the prince's strange order, I guessed. Ram bowed to me. My heart longs to remain here with you, but I must return to my father's side. Ram's horse neighed impatiently. No doubt he sensed my husband's desire to be back. As was proper with his father, I smiled at Ram and spoke the ceremonially appropriate words of thanks and farewell. That would be opportunity enough for ethical discourse regarding the duties of a king and who he was supposed to protect. After all, we were going to be together for the rest of our lives. My palki made its way through the forest in relative quiet now, giving me a chance to observe the many kinds of greens around me. In places shot through with sunshine, in places deepened by shadows or punctuated by the bright explanation of flowers. I watched them longingly. I wanted to climb out and run my hands over the bark and stem, smell the sap. I wanted to walk barefoot through the thickets of grass, find bird nests and fox lairs and rare and precious healing herbs. But such things were not allowed to princesses, especially those married in the royal family of Ayodhya. Still, it was a small thing to set against all the happiness I was carrying in my heart. My thoughts swung back to the wedding. After his vow, Ram had kept my hand in his as though he had never let go. From time to time, as the priest chanted countless prayers for peace, prosperity, and progeny, I stole a look at his face. Though it was appropriately solemn, there was a smile in his eyes. Did it indicate that nothing was worth taking too seriously? That even the longest ceremony could come to an end? Or was it a smile of anticipation? Was he thinking, as I was, of the moment when we would finally be alone in our bedchamber? Of course, for that we would have to wait until we reached Ayodhya and Dashrath's priest found us an appropriately auspicious moment just in case a royal heir was conceived. When the ceremony was over and the elders had withdrawn, the room filled with the boisterous games and jokes that are common to weddings. My woman teased Ram, complaining that he was too dark, no match for my fair complexion. I could see the royal Lakshman bristling, ready to defend his brother, but Ram joked back, saying that surely when we slept together, some of my beauty would rub off on him. I was pleasantly surprised by his sense of humor and the fact that he delighted in asking riddles. If you have it, you have to share it. If you share it, you don't have it. What is it? He played with strands of my hair as he spoke. A flame of delight surged up my spine. I held on to that feeling now as the jogging of the palki bearer lulled me into a half sleep. The dream I fell into was partly a memory and partly a vision. We did just set out from Mithila after the wedding, amid music and dance and joyful tears of the citizens who had come to bid their princesses goodbye. Suddenly, a huge thunderclap startled everyone into silence. Persian dust blinded us, and when we could see again, a man blocked our path, his matted locks dancing like serpents. The rage in his eyes, in his face, was a fire. In his left hand, he carried an enormous bow, in his right, an axe. When I saw that axe, its blade still rust red from the blood of long dead royalty, I knew him, the sage Parshuram, who had long ago brought us Shiva's bow. My heart sank. Who among you had the audacity to break my lord's bow? He shouted. I'm here to pay you back for that insolence. 21 times I rid the earth of the evil of Kshatriyas. Perhaps it's time to do it again. Lakshman, who was as usual next to Ram, took an angry step forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Ram and Lakshman weren't born when you killed those kings, sage. Perhaps you might not find it too easy to destroy the Kshatriya race this time. Horrified, Dashrath rushed forward, hands joined imploringly. Pay no attention to Lakshman, great Rishi. He's just a hot headed boy. Doesn't know what he's saying. And please forgive Ram. I don't know how he broke the bow. It must have been an accident. Certainly, he didn't mean any harm. I'll do anything you want in reparation. The words had no effect on Parshuram, who gripped his axe and swung it up, ready to bring it down full force on Ram's skull. I stepped in front of Ram. It was an act of courage until it happened. I didn't even know I was going to do it. Wherever the impulse had come from, it certainly was in my conscious mind, I realized right away that it was a thoroughly stupid move. I had no power over the enraged sage. He did probably kill us both with the same blow. A little part of my mind said, that's all right. It would be better than living on alone if he killed Ram. My move had frozen the entire assembly into shocked silence. Parshuram was the first to recover from it. Little Sita? He said in a tone of wonder, startled, staring at me, letting his ex-arm drop to his side. The girl for him, Shiva, sent his bow down to earth. Is it really you? Ram moved me aside gently and addressed the sage. He spoke with respect but as though an equal. The bow broke because his job was done. And so is yours, sage. Go back to your austerities. That is your duty now. For a moment there was a strange look of recognition on Parshuram's face. Then it darkened with rage again. He shook the bow he was holding. So you think you can tell me what to do? You big swint. Let's see you string this bow then. It's the pair to Shiva's bow. This one belonged to Vishnu and was given to my father for safekeeping. If you can string this bow, I will let you go. If not, he shook his axe menacingly. Give me the arrow too, sage. Ram interrupted. Parshuram thrust both at him. Ram smiled at the bow, a smile of familiarity, it seemed. Then, in a motion so swift that I almost didn't see it occur, he strung it, set the arrow to it, and pointed it at the sage. He said, Vishnu's bow can't be drawn in vain. What shall I use the bow arrow for, Parshuram? For a moment, Parshuram looked stunned, as much as being called familiarly by his name as by the arrow pointing at him. Then he knelt in front of Ram and said, I recognize you. Now, self of myself and your divine consort as well, use the arrow to take from me all my power, for you will need them. And it seemed to me, but perhaps I imagined it, for no one else mentioned it later, that a brilliant light shot forth from his chest and entered my husband's body. I awoke to the touch of an unfamiliar hand on my arm, a voice whispering apologies. I struggled up, startled, but it was only my new serving woman. In a heavy, cautiously accent that was hard to decipher, she informed me that we would be in Ayodhya soon. Would I like to clean up? The palki bearers had stopped to rest. I stepped out, stretched my stiff limb, shook out the folds of my sari, and washed my face in the scented water the woman poured for me. I combed my hair and at best I could, in the lowering dark, refresh the sindoor on my forehead. I hoped I did make a good impression on my mother in law. Look, the Kaushali woman said. We were on a hillock, ahead of us a huge city stretching beyond the limits of my sight. Ayodhya, my new home. I didn't hope to love it the way I did love Mithila. The land of our childhood is a special place where we are cherished without question or expectation. But I was determined to do my duty by it. Duty. The word brought an ironic smile on my face. Already Ram's ideas were influencing me. As I watched, dots of light flickered to life all over the city. The people are lighting lamps to welcome you, my maid explained. The lights twinkled in the balmy evening as though a cosmic hunter had caught the stars in his net and brought them down to earth to greet me. The sound of a flute rose from somewhere, deepening the magic of the scene. I'll always remember this, I thought, and was surprised at the sudden powerful connection I felt to this land. Perhaps duty was a kind of love after all. I'll be a good princess for you, I promised Ayodhya silently. And when time comes, a good queen, I'll guard you and bring prosperity to you, the way only a woman can. If needed, I'll sacrifice my life for you and my happiness. A wind rose around me from where I didn't know. It was unexpectedly cold and made me shiver. Sacrifice, sacrifice, whispered the trees, carried my promise across the valley. Chapter 7. I stepped out of my palki in front of the palace, a monolithic structure of hewn stone that loomed against the night. In spite of my tiredness, I was looking forward to meeting my new family. When Ram took me by the hand and led me forward, I accompanied him eagerly, a little nervous but ready to do what I could to make them like me. I had no idea that I was about to be sucked into a whirlpool of palace politics. Dashrath's three queens were lined up in front of the massive front door to welcome their new daughter in law. Kaushalya, Kekai, and Sumitra stood side by side, the picture of amity, so that I wondered if perhaps my mother had been misinformed about their rivalry. There was no time to think further, for Ram was introducing me to his mother. I noticed that Kaushalya was quite a bit older than the other two women, with a wrinkled face and dark circles in her eyes. But her smile was genuine as she pressed sindoor on my forehead and took my hands in hers. Behind each queen waited a line of servants bearing gifts for the daughters in law. One of the lines I could see right away was much longer than the others. The queen at the head of this line was Lilith and Statuesque, and dressed in a splendid red sari. She was greeting Bharat, so I guessed this was Kekai. I glanced curiously at her face, but most of it was covered by jewelry and glittery veil. I peered past her to see how Sumitra was welcoming Urmila, but I couldn't see much. As the servants came forward and offered gifts to the new brides, I understood that unlike the dowry items that Dashrath had brought to the wedding, these had been paid for by the queens out of their own coffers. The expense and quality of the gifts indicated how rich each queen was and how powerful. Clearly, in this regard, Kekai was far ahead of the others. As Kaushalya's servant presented me with my gifts, I could see that they were in good shape but not new. My mother in law admitted as much, her voice apologetic. My own mother gave them to me at my wedding. I have saved them all these years, dreaming of the moment when I did pass them to my daughter. For that's how I think of you. I do hope you like them. I was a little disappointed, for they weren't to my taste, which ran, like my mother's sunenas, toward the simple and elegant. These jewelry sets were too heavy, their stone dulled from years spent within the dark dress. The thick cloth of gold saris were definitely out of fashion. The silk bolsters and curtains looked a little faded, and the platters and glasses were large and cumbersome. To the side, Kekai was lavishing all kind of expensive presents upon Madhvi. Saris newly woven in colors they had never seen, jewels in settings of executive craftsmanship, boxes made of ivory and mother of pearl, glittering vials filled with perfumes, combs, and mirrors of filigree gold, even a large purple parrot, unlike any I had seen before, that had been trained to bow and say, "Good morning." Hearing my mother in law, she looked at us and laughed. It was a sound that managed to be tilting, charming, and disdainful all at the same time. Kausalya's shoulders sagged and she seemed to shrink. I could see how afraid she was that I did think less of her because these gifts weren't fancy enough and that it would affect our relationship. Impulsively, I stepped forward and gave her a hug, speaking louder than I needed to. I said, "I love everything you have given me, Kausalya Ma. Anyone can buy new things, but presents passed down the generation hold in them the blessing of the elders. I am sure your saris will bring me luck. I look forward to wearing one of them for the next royal event. Maybe you would like to help me choose it." "I did love that," Kausalya said. Her face transformed into a wreath of smiles, tears of joy glimmering in her eyes. With a spring in her step, she led me towards my quarters, chattering about the prayer ceremony she was planning for Ram and me, and how the red sari with the parrot green border would be just right for the occasion. Over her head, Ram threw me a grateful smile filled with so much love that I felt I was walking on moonbeams. But I could sense Kekai's heart stare on my back. I did already fail to follow my mother's warning: be polite and respectful to all and don't take sides. The next few days were a blur of court ceremonies, prayer services, and countless guests. All the neighboring king paid us a visit, curious to see the princesses that the sons of Dashrath had brought home all of a sudden. The story of the great bow had spread across the lake, so I was of special interest to them. For their respectful manner and lavish gifts, I understood that Kaushal was even more important than I did realized. This scared me a little because, as eldest, Ram would one day rule this mighty land, and it would be my job to support him in being the greatest king possible. I allowed Kausalya to dress me the way she wanted for all the events, and her delight in seeing me wear her gifts was so great that I didn't mind being out of fashion. "But sister," Urmila protested, "the clothes our mother chose for you are so much more beautiful. And Kausalya Ma, nice as she is, doesn't even know how to drape a sari to bring out the best in you. I'm sorry, but this green sari makes you look like a tightly ripe bottle god." She herself was most elegantly attired in a pale pink sari with a shimmer of gold running through it, sheer enough to show off all her curves. Lakshman could barely keep her eyes off her. But fashion wasn't as important to me as to Urmila. There would be time enough to wear my mother's saris, and in any case, Ram's eyes were on me all the time too. The appreciation in them went beyond mere appreciation of my looks. Ram and I waited until after the funfire had died down to consummate our marriage. Neither of our education had touched on the matter of sex, so we had to figure it out for ourselves. But for all our ignorance, we did very well, and because it was the first time for us both, it was special in a way that I knew I did remember all my life. Ram wasn't shy about telling me what pleased him, and he asked me what I liked until I overcame my shyness and answered. Bedtime became at once exciting and joyful, a secret gift I looked forward to all day while we went about our separate duties. His hair apparent, mine as new bride. Even his evenings were spent with his father discussing how to make Kaushal more prosperous, and they usually had their night meal in the king's chambers. Yes, my father in law had separate quarters, which no one entered unless invited. I suspected he retreated there when the drama created by his wife became too much for him. Dashrath liked things done right, and he liked variety. So the cook would send in gold platters filled with numerous items different each day. Ram described the food for me: a hill of fragrant rice topped with ghee, surrounded by appetizers and curries and meats of many kinds, antelope or goat or boar, and finally bowls and dishes filled with dessert from different regions of Bharatvarsha. Laddus and kheer and milk sandesh. The king had a sweet tooth. Ram, who was frugal eater, would only sample things and end his meal with a bowl of yogurt, while Dashrath shook his head and declared he needed to eat more. How otherwise would he have the strength to rule a land as vast and prosperous as Kaushal, surrounded by greedy kings? just waiting to grab a piece of it. I didn't mind Ram's busy days. At night, every night, he was all mine and always would be because of his one wife vow, the importance of which I appreciated much more now that I was in Ayodhya and saw the king's complicated marital relationships. What I enjoyed as much as the physical pleasure of love was the time afterwards, when Ram and I lay, limbs intertwined, heads on the same pillow, and conversed into the night. Darkness added a special intimacy to the moment. I felt I could tell Ram things I would have hesitated to bring up otherwise. He too must have felt the same, for he told me about sorrows and fears which, judging from his calm daytime demeanor, I would never have guessed. I told Ram about how often I wondered who my real parents were and why they had abandoned me, how much I wanted to find them, and how guilty and ungrateful I felt about this because King Janak and Queen Sunena had been so good to me. For his part, he confessed his doubts. Would he be ready when the time came to take on the burden of ruling Kaushal? Would he have the strength to be a good king? What do you mean by a good king? I asked. One who rules not by force but by example, he said. His voice deepened and his diction grew formal, so that I could tell how crucial this was for him. One who follows the laws perfectly, even when his heart might beg him to do otherwise. No blame should even ever attach to a king, for then how can he pronounce judgment on another? Our scriptures say, such a king blesses his kingdom. I told him it was most commendable, if a bit too idealistic. What I didn't tell him was that, as he had spoken, a dart of disquiet had shot through me. Another night, Ram told me his mother's tragic story. The only child of the king of Kaushal, Kaushalya had been married to Dashrath amidst great jubilation. Although not exceptionally beautiful, she was a sought after prize, because half the kingdom of Kaushal came with her as dowry. Furthermore, her father promised Dashrath that upon his death, his son in law would rule the entire country. Dashrath was a handsome and dynamic young man then, and Kaushalya, a simple and good hearted girl, fell deeply in love with him. She delighted in the importance of being the royal consort and accompanying him on all the state occasions. Dashrath was kind and respectful to her, and she hoped that with time he would come to love her as she loved him. It wasn't a perfect marriage by any means, Ram said wearily. My father had an eye for women, many of whom ended up in the palace as concubines. This was a trial to my mother, but she had been taught that queens were expected to accept such behavior. So she did. It helped that she was far above them in birth and influence. My father spent his nights with them, but he always came back to my mother. He was genuinely fond of her and liked conversing with her. Though she did understand the subtleties of statesmanship, she admired even his smallest achievements and he enjoyed them. He allowed her to fuss over him, laying out his clothes, fixing his favorite dishes, and this gave her great satisfaction. A few years into their marriage, Kaushalya gave birth to a daughter, Shanta. Dashrath gave the girl to his friend King Rupapad because of a promise he had made earlier. Kaushalya didn't like this, but she took comfort in the belief that she would provide her beloved husband with a male heir soon. But unfortunately, no other children came. Dashrath became looking for another wife, finally choosing Kekai, daughter of Ashwapati, and forming an alliance with the powerful kingdom of Kekaya. That too Kaushalya accepted. Royal marriages were often tragic strategies. Strategic, and the kingdom did need a prince. But what wounded her to the heart was that my father fell completely in love with Kekai. Her beauty, her intellect, her courage. All his nights and many hours of his days were now spent with his new wife. To make matters worse, Kekai had been trained in the art of war. The next time there was a battle, she insisted on driving Dashrath's chariot. She performed superbly, and Dashrath won the battle, which further strengthened her hold over him. She drove his chariot in other wars too and twice saved his life. Totally captivated and deeply indebted to Kekai, Dashrath gave her the best chambers in the palace and sought her counsel in all matters. He spent all his time except for a few minimal hours in court with her. Demoted and forgotten, my mother felt her life was over. Even servants, aware of her powerlessness, ignored her. But Kekai couldn't give him the son he wanted. Could she? No, father made a third alliance, bringing home Sumitra, princess of Kashi. But Kekai somehow managed to retain her position as his favorite queen. The problem was clearly with the king, but it was the queens who had to pay the price for it. Bitter words filled my mouth, but I prudently held them. What was the point of venting my outrage on Ram? Finally, the desperate Dashrath managed to get the famous Rishya Shrinka Muni to perform a Putra Kamashti Yagna for him. One of the sacrificial fire came a luminous being carrying a vessel of kheer. Drinking this, he said, would make the queen pregnant. As royal consort, my mother sat beside my father in the yagna and received the kheer. But her delight was short lived. My father insisted that she share it with Kekai. My mother couldn't disobey the royal command, but she diluted it by giving some of the kheer to Sumitra. Thus, the four of us were born. You must have been a great solace to your mother, I said, pleased that we were now entering a happier part of the story. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Even in the dark, I could hear the sorrow vibrating through my husband's voice. She thought my birth, and especially the fact that I was the eldest, would bring her what she had always longed for, the love of her husband, but it didn't. Father gave her many rich gifts and then went back to Kekai, whose influence over him grew even stronger when she gave birth to Bharat. Ram, however, remained Dashrath's favorite. This was two-edged sword for Kaushalya. She loved that the king cherished her son more than the other boys. Dashrath had little to say to Kekai and Sumitra's son when their mothers dressed them in their best and brought them over to offer pranams. But he did sit for hours listening to the baby Ram babbling nonsense. This also meant, however, that Dashrath wanted him nearby all the time. Kaushalya got Ram to herself only to bathe and feed and sing lullabies. Her mother heart was always hungry, but she had one solace. She slept in her bed. She did force herself to stay awake at night just to watch the marvel of him breath. But things got worse. When I was a little older, my father decreed that I should live in his quarters. He took excellent care of me, sometimes waking at night. I did find him personally covering me with a quilt I did kicked off, or soothing a nightmare, awed by this man larger than life, who was not only my father but my king as well. I couldn't tell him how much I missed my mother. Soon Dashrath began to take Ram to court with him. I could picture Ram, a quiet and serious boy, listening to debates about law and justice, strategic meetings about war, and long discussions of what was best for the kingdom. All of it sank deep, transforming him from a child into a prince. I was particularly struck by the complaints against the man-eating Rakshasa tribes that were encroaching upon our kingdom from the forest borders, terrorizing our people. Ram said, I remember announcing to my father that I did drive them away permanently. Failing that, I did kill them. I remember how proud that made him. You fulfilled your promise, didn't you? When you rid Vishwamitra of the Rakshasa that were ruining the prayer ceremonies in his ashram. Yes, I tried to run them off first, but Taraka and her people, foolishly brave, refused to retreat. They attacked Lakshman and me, and I was forced to cut them down. Ram said, It gave me no pleasure though. For a while, we both silently contemplated what he had said. I was surprised, pleasantly so, that Ram didn't reveal in his victory over the Rakshasa, that he went on with his story. I was lost even further to my mother when I was sent to sage Vashishta's ashram for my education. On my brief visits home, there were many demands on my time, attending events in the Raj Sabha so that the courtiers would get used to me sitting behind my father, offering my opinion on matters of state, reading in procession across Ayodhya, tossing coins at the cheering citizen, and of course spending time with my father king, who insisted that I eat and sleep in his royal quarters. I crept away to my mother whenever I could so that she could cook me a favorite dish or two. But all too soon it would be time for me to go back to the ashram. My mother never complained, but I felt the heavy weight of her sadness. He sent. Some people are born unlucky, possessing so much externally, yet destiny is within. My mother is one of them. Thank you for listening. I have never shared this with anyone, not even Lakshman. I appreciated his trust, but I wasn't willing to let go of the story. Now that you are a man, can't you do something for your mother? When I vowed to marry only one woman, I did it as much for her as for you. To tell her that I felt her pain and would never make another woman suffer as she did. I hope she understood. What else can I do without going against my father? He shook his head, but enough of old sorrows. It's late. We must rest now. He pressed his face into the hollow of my shoulder and fell asleep in the sudden way he had. He never wasted time, Ram, especially on things he believed he couldn't change. But I lay awake for a long time, holding him, listening to him breathe. I didn't believe in giving it to fate, not without a good fight. Kaushalya had done everything possible in her sweet and simple way to make me feel at home in Ayodhya. In return, I was determined to do something to make her life better. Chapter 8. My plan was simple. Once I convinced Ram to support me, he told Dashrath that, newly married as I was, I wanted my husband to have his evening meal with me in our chambers. I was homesick and lonely and needed his company. My father in law may not have been pleased, but how could he say no to such a request, especially when presented by his favorite son? Sita would love for you to join us, father, Ram added. She admires you greatly and longs to hear your words of wisdom, and she wants to cook for you with her own hands. At first, Dashrath grumbled, pointing out that he had a weak stomach and that only his chief cook knew what agreed with him. But when I offered to let his cook instruct me, he agreed grudgefully. To his surprise, he enjoyed the evenings more than he had expected to. I stayed in the background, allowing Ram to devote his full attention to him. I cooked the dishes with that Dashrath wanted, including only one or two Mithilian delicacies. He tried them gingerly and found that he liked them. Over several nights, he grew comfortable enough with me to loosen his waistband after his meal and flinch with loud satisfaction. He began to stay on after dinner, telling me stories of his battle exploits. The stories were repetitive and often bloody, but I did my best to look interested and asked questions. Apparently, they were the right questions, for Dashrath told Ram approvingly that I had a warrior's brain. The groundwork was laid. It was time to move forward. For the occasion of Gauri Varta, a festival particularly auspicious for couples, I asked my father in law if Mother Kaushalya could join us. He replied with cautious yes. Next, Ram and I schooled Kaushalya, dressed with simple elegance, be pleasant and cheerful and stay in the background. No intense conversations, no accusations or weeping. Cook a dish, just one, which you know he likes. But say nothing about it. Above all, enjoy the moment and have no expectations. Kaushalya understood that it was her one opportunity. She did as we instructed. The evening turned out so well that at the end of it, Dashrath suggested that we do it again. And so it was that Kaushalya came to dine with us each week, getting more of a chance to spend time with her beloved husband and son than she could ever had. I was happy to let her instruct my maids or cook some of the dishes. Ram made sure the conversation remained pleasant. At dinner, I dismissed the servants and waited on them myself, so that Dashrath could relax without fear that his words or actions could be carried to the other queens. Slowly, he began to talk more of Kaushalya and offer her compliments, mostly on her cooking, but sometimes on her appearance as well. Happiness transformed Kaushalya. She seemed to grow younger and blushed prettily when King's eyes rested on her. And although usually at the end of the evening Dashrath went to Kaikeyi's chamber, he now sometimes offered to stay with Kaushalya for the night. One evening, after his parents had left together, chatting amicably, Ram held me close and kissed me. "You're a miracle worker," he said. "I'd never have believed this couple could happen. I couldn't have done it without your help," I said, kissing him back. "We are partners, partners for life. I'm certainly thankful for that, and of your kindness towards my mother." You didn't have to do this. Well, I do owe her something. After all, isn't she responsible for the fact that I have a wonderful and most attractive husband? And holding him by the hand, I laughingly pulled Ram to our bedroom and to another exciting night of discoveries. This incident taught me that the more love we distribute, the more it grows, coming back to us from the unexpected sources, and it's culinary. When we demand love, believing it to be our right, it shrivels, leaving only resentment behind. I tried to downplay our evening meals with Dashrath, but in this palace rumors travelled like swords borne by summer winds, taking root everywhere. It didn't help that Kaushalya went around dressed in her best saris, looking radiant. Following our instructions, she didn't say anything to people who asked why she was happy, but her smiling silence only gave rise to more speculations. It didn't help either that everyone seemed to know where the king slept each night. Urmila, always good at keeping up with gossip, came over to my chambers full of excitement. People are saying it's a miracle. Dashrath and Kaushalya haven't been on such good terms since they were newly married. They are whispering that you must have put some kind of magical Mithilan herb in the king's food because everyone knows how good you are with such things. I grimaced. I had been given some simple herb remedies to my maids. In their enthusiastic gratitude, they must have spread the word. In fact, Urmila continued, Mother Sumitra has been badgering me to get her some of this magical substance. We were sitting on the balcony attached to my chambers. It was a large and spacious balcony that I was thankful for. As Dashrath's palace, built more for fortification than elegance, possessed few balconies, knowing of my love for the outdoors, Ram had spoken to the appropriate officials and moved us to these chambers from the overly grand ones originally assigned to us. His efforts made me appreciate the balcony further. I filled it with plants and trees that I had loved in Mithila, as well as some of Ram's favorites. For each day I was learning more of what he liked, including a blue lotus that I grew in a stone trove. Everything had blossomed beyond my expectations. Sometimes I sat here alone, listening to the leaves rustle, and imagined I was in a forest. At the end of the day, Ram would join me, and together we would watch the stars and breathe in the gentle fragrance of the night blooming Harshingar flower. He often told me that this was the most peaceful place in the entire palace. Sorry, all I have are these pakoras, I said, handing Urmila a platter. They do have jeera and ajwain in them, along with ginger and fresh fennel from my terrace garden, so they might help Mother Sumitra's digestion. And if our stomachs are happy and healthy, rest of us immediately feels a lot better. Well, then I could do with some of these pakoras myself, Urmila said, and a shadow fell on her usually cheerful face. You're so lucky. Your mother-in-law lets you do whatever you want, plus you have your own quarters. He stopped because she wasn't a complainer and didn't have a single jealous bone in her body. But I felt guilty. I did have my own chambers where I was mistress and my own servants. Here, Urmila and my cousins could visit me whenever they wanted. We did order my cook to make our favorite childhood dishes. We did confide or complain without fear of eavesdropping, make silly girlish jokes, or even weep because we missed our parents. And at night, when Ram and I were in bed, I could let myself dive into the current of our passion without worrying about anyone hearing our love cries. Perhaps that was one of the reasons our relationship was doing so well. Bharat too had his own quarters. Kekai, who Urmila said liked her privacy, had made sure of that. Bharat's chamber was spacious, and he asked Shatrugna to join him. Shatrugna agreed with such clarity that Sumitra didn't have a chance to stop him. That worked out very well for Madhvi and Skruti, who helped each other manage their little household without outside interference. Being together kept them from feeling lonely too, but it had made Sumitra more possessive of Lakshman and more determined to control Urmila. I don't mind living with Mother Sumitra, but she wants to be with Lakshman all the time. She is waiting at the door when he gets back from helping Ram with governing problems. She's the one asking if he did tired and offering him a cool drink. She's the one serving him food and asking if he wants second helping. He sits with us after dinner asking Lakshman about his day until we go to bed. It annoys him too, I think. But I'm not sure. He's too filial to be rude to her, and I can't tell what he's thinking. By bedtime, he's so tired that he's yawning non-stop. How can anyone be romantic then or even have a conversation that means anything? I usually just rub his back and in a couple of minutes, He falls asleep. Why, Didi? I don't know Lakshman any better now than I did on the day of my wedding. I certainly didn't expect marriage to be like this. Urmila was on the verge of tears. I thought long and hard and then said, "You'll have to talk to Mother Sumitra. She'll never listen to me. What if you tell her that Ram and I are considering having Lakshman and you move into our quarters like Bharat did with Shatrugna, but you are willing to stay on with her because you are fond of her if some changes are made?" Urmila made a face, but I was pleased to see that she was listening carefully. I continued, "If Lakshman and you can have 3 nights a week on your own, you'll stay." Urmila's eyes shone with mischief. "Maybe I'll add that otherwise she'll never get any grandchildren." Before I could answer, my maid entered apologetically. "Sorry to disturb, Princess, but I was told to hand this to you at once." She extended a platter with a scroll on it. Surprised, I picked it up. The expensive cream colored parchment was heavy and soft to the touch and sealed with a red seal I didn't recognize. A tiger in mid spring. I broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. It was an invitation from Kekai to visit her in her chambers this afternoon. It was the first time she had contacted me, although I had been in Ayodhya for months now. Urmila, reading over my shoulder, sucked in her breath apprehensively. "I bet she isn't happy about all the time our father in law is spending in your quarters and with Mother Kaushalya instead of with her. I think she's heard the rumors too and wants to figure out what you have been up to. Careful, Didi. I've heard some scary stories about Queen Kekai." I made a secret gesture to her to say no more. Although my maid seemed trustworthy, I sensed that in Ayodhya it was best to be cautious in front of the servants. "The Queen's messenger is waiting for your answer," the maid said. I wrote back that I would be honored to visit Kekai. It wasn't as though I had a choice. Disobeying her summons would be a clear insult, and I didn't want to antagonize Kekai any more than I already had on my first night. My handwriting wasn't as neat as usual. I think my hand shook a little, partly with excitement but mostly with nervousness. I wished I could have asked Ram for advice. After all, he'd had known her all his life, and they seemed to get along well. But he had been sent to oversee the repair of the fortress. I wondered if that was the reason Kekai had chosen to meet me today, when I was unprepared and alone and easy to intimidate. Well, I thought, taking a deep breath and sitting up tall. I might be alone and unprepared, but she wasn't going to intimidate me, at least not easily. Chapter 9. Kekai's chambers were far more elegant and opulent than those of other queens, and filled with unique and expensive art objects fashioned in a manner very unlike the craftsmen of Ayodhya, which tended to be solid and heavy. I was shown into a large room where, to my surprise, I found her practicing sword fighting with another woman, her trainer, I guessed. Both women had their saris tied tightly and tucked between their legs in a way that allowed fluid movement. Sweat beaded Kekai's face like pearl drops, slim and strong and nimble. She moved like a much younger woman. Something about her stance reminded me of the symbol on her seal, which she had clearly chosen with care, the leaping tiger. Here was a woman who knew her power and allure and was willing to make the most of them. I could see why Dashrath was so attracted to her. Kekai wiped her face in a leisurely manner and nodded to her trainer to leave. Struck me that she did plan the entire scene carefully. This is how she did wanted me to see her. Thrusting and parrying, dangerous and magnetic at once. Her teeth bared in fierce jubilation, an opponent to be beware of. "So, Princess," she said, "even before I could offer her my greetings, I was waiting for you to invite me to your chambers so I could come and bless you with a wedding gift. But you never did." I was taken aback by the sudden attack. "Good, don't get me flustered," I told myself. "That's what she wants." I took my time and offered a proper obedience to her, and then I said, "Forgive me, I'm not aware of the Ayodhyan customs. In Mithila, it would be considered presumptuous of me to invite an elder before she has given me a sign. But please know that you are welcome in my humble rooms any time." I could see that Kekai hadn't expected such an answer, polite yet confident, from me. There was a glint of respect in her eyes, but also a hardening of the jaw. Another test was coming. I hear you are a renowned herbalist and perhaps a magician too, one whose expertise in love potions. Certainly, it seems that you have made our king fall in love finally with his oldest wife. Gekai said, placing a silent emphasis on oldest. I could feel anger rising in me for Kaushalya's sake more than my own, but I knew that was what the queen was counting on. That I did get upset and flustered and say something stupid. Instead, I replied, in my most innocent voice, my skills are nothing compared to you, Kekaima. Why you have kept my father in law enchanted for many decades now. On the surface, the words were a compliment, but they could be interpreted otherwise too. Kekai stared at me, eyes narrowed. Then she waved her hand, dismissing the topic. Since you are so skilled in healing, I want you to tell me that what I should do with my maid, who has been sick for 4 days now with burning pains in the stomach and a bloody flux. Another test. I tried to deflect it with politeness. Please don't embarrass me, Kekima. You are a renowned healer. Even in Mithila, people speak with awe about how you saved King Dashrath's life when he was sorely wounded in war. Whatever solution I come up with, surely you have tried it already. When she insisted, I said, flux may occur due to imbalance of different kinds, for which the remedies would be different. Perhaps I could see the girl. Kekai hesitated for the tiniest moment. But that was enough. I knew there wasn't really a sick girl. She's too sick to stand. Tell me, and I'll try your remedy on her. Since this is the height of the summer, I did advise something to cool her system. Ghee, though usually beneficial, is too heavy at this time. Perhaps a glass of light buttermilk with little cumin and fresh crushed milk. Sweet honey mixed with the prebble pristy herb might help too. But mostly I would make sure she isn't stressed, with no one angry with her for being ill. Kekai threw me a sharp glance to ascertain if this last bit was a dig at her. But I went on innocently. Stress can inflame the ulcer further, as you know, and cause more bleeding. I'll be happy to send you some purple pistil from my balcony garden. Kekai cut me off. Unnecessary, not necessary. I did one again. I hid a smile and waited for whatever she had planned next. Enough of useless talk. I hear you have been trained in weaponry. I would like to invite you to a duel with swords to see how well a Mithilian princess fights. I stared at her in dismay. How did she know so much about me, and how was I going to get out of this one? Finally, I said, your sources of information are truly thorough, great queen. So you must also know that I fight solely in self-defense. The only weapon I use is my own body, and I only use it when I am in danger. Therefore, I beg you to excuse me. But Kekai had already called for the swords. Two swords, one with a golden hilt and one with a silver one, were brought to us by two women carrying a huge, heavy brass tray. Even in my nervousness, I noticed how unusually plain faced they were, just like the woman who had let me into Kekai's quarters. I, f- I filed that observation away and focused on the swords. They looked sharp and dangerous and very long. Kekai picked up the golden hilt sword, hefted it, and looked impatiently at me. Take up your weapon, or shall I let it be known throughout the kingdom that Mithilian women are too cowardly to accept a challenge? I sent. You do it too. I was sure I had to uphold the honor of my homeland. I tucked up my plaits between my legs and tied the sari and tightly around my waist, just as Kekai had. I'm doing this since you insist, but I'll fight in my own way. If you draw blood, you win. And if I disarm you, I win. Very well, Kekai said, but she was displeased. Even if she won, there wouldn't be much to boast of it, as her opponent was unarmed. We circled each other, trying to judge each other's skill and style. Kekai was older, and she did already practice today, thus she might tire easily. But she was more experienced, and because of the sword, her reach was much longer than mine. I guessed she did try to crush me early on. She wouldn't wound me. Seriously, I was almost certain of that. But she wasn't above giving me a nasty nick that might leave a scar. I did annoyed her and won a verbal battle, and she was ready to write that score. Oh goddess, I thought, why do you send me this challenge just when things are going smoothly and I'm beginning to think of Ayodhya as home? The answer came to me in a flash so bright that it made me blink, because this is part of the dark fate that is unflooring, unknown to you. It will prepare you a little for the many battles you must fight. Fight? Me? What kinds of battle? Kike must have seen that I was distracted. She thrust suddenly at my shoulder with her blade, and I had to jump back to avoid its sharp point. We circled each other some more, Kekai switching the sword from her right hand to left. She was ambidextrous. This would be an additional challenge. I moved fast and light, feinting this way and then that, trying to guess what she did do, what her weakness might be. Her advantage was already clear. She waited this fight. She wanted this fight, while I did be pushed into it reluctantly. Kekai moved like quicksilver, her eyes focused unblinkingly on mine, like then pushed forward. I understood her strategy. She wanted to force me against a wall or into a corner, and here was her possible weakness. She did try to do it fast. She knew I had more stamina than she did. Perhaps in her hurry she did make a mistake. As I did guessed, Kekai pressed her advantage, clashing the air. Her sword thrusts were different each time, but always vicious. Sometimes the blade flew straight at me, and sometimes it carved the air in a semicircle or a figure eight. A couple of times I tried to get behind her so that I could get her into a chokehold, but each time she guessed my maneuver and blocked me with her sword. And always she moved forward, pushing me inevitably towards the wall, moving her sword hand rapidly to keep me from slipping out from the under her guard. One part of me said, let her have her victory. What did it matter? I could always explain to Ram later that I did allowed her to win. He did understand and possibly applaud it as the more politic decision, for it would make Kekai happy and she would leave me, and by extension, Ram and his mother in peace. Kekai thrust at me again, teeth parted in a predatory grin. She did summarize that I was intimidated by her expertise and that it would be a quick, easy win. No, I thought I won't give up for the sake of my mother who had pushed against tradition to make sure I learned to defend myself, for the sake of Kaushalya who would have to bear Kekai's endless taunts about her weak and cowardly daughter-in-law, and for the sake of Mithila, my motherland, to prove that its women, though normally peace-loving, were dangerous when provoked. The wall was almost touching my shoulder blades now. The only chance to turn things around lay in trying something risky and unexpected. Just as Kekai pulled back her sword so that she could thrust again, screwing me against the wall this time, I leaped high in the air with a yell and kicked. Aiming for her sword hand, Kekai's mouth fell open in shock as her blade went flying. She doubled up, clenching her wrist. I felt bad about having hurt her, but I couldn't waste time. I grabbed her from behind in a stranglehold and kept my arm tight around her neck until she raised her hands to signify that she had given up. I did expected Kekai to be furious, perhaps to curse me out or order me to leave. But the first thing she did once she recovered her breath was burst out in a rueful whizzing laugh. Bested by a slip of a girl? She said, shaking her head. I guess I deserve it for underestimating you. Oh, I'll never live it down. No one needs to know, I said. She looked at me, eyebrows raised in surprise. I'm certainly not planning to tell anyone, I said, except Ram, because I tell him everything. But I'll swear to him to secrecy. I hope I haven't hurt your hand too much. I can bring you a poultice made from turmeric and Google. This time she looked at me as though she was re-evaluating me. Was there a hint of admiration in her glance? You're not like what I was told, she said. Before I could ask who her informant had been, she clapped her hands and several attendants, all of them plain-faced, if not downright ugly, rushed up with bowls of hot and cold water scented with jasmine petals, thick, soft clothes to wipe our faces, and sandalwood to rub into our bodies. When we had cleansed ourselves, another maid brought a gold platter. From it, Kekai lifted up a beautiful pearl and gold necklace of unusual workmanship from Kekaya, my father's kingdom, with a sign that was proud but unexpectedly melancholy. How I miss it though. It's been decades since I left. Do you ever visit? I ventured to ask. No, King Dashrath refuses to let me go. I guess it's the price I pay to keep him thinking that I am indispensable. Fortunately, he doesn't mind if I send Bharat, so I do that often. Bharat's uncles and grandfather are very fond of him, and they always invite Shatrughna to go along too. The boys have a great time, and through them, we are able to exchange news and gifts, such as the life of a queen filled with compromise. You know it, you'll know it soon. She proceeded to clasp the necklace around my neck, where it hung heavy and regal, and complimented me on how good it looked on me. The rest of my visit we ate. The attendants brought up dish upon dish of Kekaya delicacies, which I had to admit were very good. We chatted. We spoke of our upbringing, my upbringing in Mithila and hers in Kekaya, and about how life in Ayodhya was different. She told me about the women in the palace, whom to avoid because they were fools, and whom to watch out for because they were dangerous. Against my expectations, I found I was enjoying myself. Kiki had a sharp sense of humor, which she often turned on herself, sharing funny stories about her foolies when she was a new bride. She delighted in divulging embarrassing facts about people, and such was her wit that she made me feel that she and I were allied in our superior intelligence and charisma against them all. I could well understand why Dashrath was still captivated by her. Once in a while, though, she did throw me a sudden pointed question about my relationship with Kaushalya, or what exactly we talked about when Dashrath came for dinner, or what Ram thought he might do differently when he became king, and whether he ever mentioned Bharat in his plans. I had to remain vigilant so that I could provide an answer without telling her things that I might later regret. At the end of my visit, Kekai walked with me to the doorway of her chambers, flashed me with a singularly sweet smile, and gave me a hug. I smiled back. Even though I guess she did set out to deliberately charm me, I found that I liked her. Finally, there's another woman in the royal family with brains and guts, and good looks too, he said as we parted. I look forward to many conversations with you. Tell Ram he's made a great choice. You'll be the perfect helpmate for him and a perfect queen. I basked in the glory of that statement all the way back to my chambers. When Ram returned to Ayodhya, I told him about the visit. He was immediately wary, and when I described the pairing, he grew downright angry. He examined my foot to make sure I hadn't hurt it, running his long sensitive fingers over my arch, his lips tight with displeasure. I let him fuss over me for a while because I loved that, but finally I reassured him that I was fine. I am glad it ended well. I don't know what Kekima was thinking to do something dangerous like that. She's a difficult person, hard to understand. She's always been nice to me, though she's caused mother plenty of grief. She's very smart and knows it. Maybe that's part of the reason she doesn't get along with the other queens. She prefers to spend her time learning about what goes in the court. Father built a special covered balcony for her so she can attend Sabha sessions without being seen. And often later, she gives him good advice about what needs to be done and who to watch out for. In any case, it's best if you stay away from her. I agreed. I did enjoy my visit with Kekai, but Ram was right. Kekai oozed trouble from every pore of her beautiful, carefully maintained body. And I didn't believe in going looking for trouble. If the inner voice, the voice of the goddess that I did heard just before our duel was to be understood, trusted, trouble was going to find me soon enough. That night, when we were almost asleep, I remembered something else and tapped Ram's shoulder until he opened his eyes. All Kikima's maids are so ugly. Why do you think that is? I know she can afford to hire prettier girls. Is it because she always wants to be the most beautiful one in the room? Ram laughed and then he said, no, Keka is too confident about her looks and her hold over my father to care about such things. I think it's because of Mantra, her nursemaid, who came to Ayodhya with her when she got married. Did you know that Kekai's mother died giving birth to her? Mandhara was the one who brought her up. The two of them are very close, and where Kekai is concerned, Manthra is as fierce as a lioness with a newborn cub. Manthra is a hunchback, so Kekai makes sure not to hire anyone who looks might make Manthra feel worse. I don't remember seeing a hunchback. You wouldn't have seen her. She's too self conscious to appear before newcomers. But rest be assured that she saw you probably from a peephole somewhere and gave Kekai a full report later of what she thought. And what she said will affect how Kekai behaves towards you the next time you see her. I shivered, uneasy at the thought of being examined secretively. After a while, I said, Mantra must really like you then because Kekai is always nice to you. But Ram had fallen asleep and didn't answer me. Kaushalya and I were on our way to the royal temple, an ornate marble affair officiated over noisily by dozens of priests. Ram's birthday was approaching, and she wanted to arrange a big prayer ceremony for him. We made our way through the courtyard, where rows of saplings were arranged in blocks according to color and tied to stakes, so they stood civilly at attention. I set forth some healing energy to them and felt their gratitude. The palace gardens could do so with some naturalness and spontaneity, and with a little strategizing, I could get it done. The next time he visited us for dinner, I did ask Dashrath if I might add a few of my favorite plants to the landscaping. I felt confident that he did agree. He wasn't particularly interested in gardens. What little free time he had, he preferred to spend indoors in the sumptuous palace halls, cooled by moisture rust curtains and intricate air tunnels. Additionally, I was sure he did say yes because in the last few months I had learned the right way to approach him so that he didn't feel his authority was being threatened. As a result, he did grown quite fond of me and often indulged me like a daughter. At the dinners in my chambers, he joked with me the way he didn't with anyone else, not even with Ram. He bought me little gifts, sweetness, a songbird, a pair of earrings. Sometimes after we did eaten, he did take off his heavy crown and ask me to massage his head. He was going bald, like my father, and I worked warm almond oil into his scalp. I did feel a surge of tenderness. Walking with Kaushalya, I spent a few happy moments daydreaming. I did have creepers growing over the walls, white madhvi lata, or showers of pink coral wine to soften the foreboding lines of hewn stone. A spring cool wind in between the trees splashing over stones. A jasmine bower with the seats in a corner would provide privacy, and in little nooks and here and there I did plant sweet smelling Mithilian herbs of which I was running out. I was pulled out of my happy imaginings by a movement to my left, on the upper level of the palace. Behind the fringed passage that ran along the length of the structure, a shape scurrying along, clearly following us. It was the size of a child, but it moved with a luring, uneven gait. Was it an animal? Perhaps one of the queens had a pet ape. Then I knew. I tugged suspiciously at Kaushalya's arm. Ah, you have noticed Mantra, the hunchback, Kaushalya said, with a grimace of distaste. Our resident spy. She came with Kekai from her father's house as part of her bride gift. I don't understand what Kekai's father was thinking. Mantra isn't of much use. Why? He can't even stand up straight. He's very devoted to Kekai, of course, but I don't think she's a good influence on her. She tends to encourage Kekai's tantrums. Ah, now I understand why Dashrath was so insistent that we do not bring our own servants from our parents' home. Between you and me, Kaushalya continued, her voice deepening low, King Dashrath would love to get rid of Mantra, but the last time he suggested that she be sent back to her village with many gifts, of course, to enjoy her old age at leisure, Kekai locked herself in her anger chamber. Did you know she has an anger chamber in her quarters? I don't understand how Dashrath allows it. He certainly wouldn't have let me have one, not that I have ever wanted something so barbaric and unwomanly. Anyway, Kekai threw off all her ornaments and silks and refused to eat or drink anything until he apologized and promised that Mantra could stay in Ayodhya as long as she wanted. There was outrage in Kaushalya's voice. As a mere wife, should be able to do this. But underneath that, I heard a trace of longing. So my mighty father-in-law, respected and feared by all the kingdom that surrounded Ayodhya, had bent to Kekai's will. Was it just her charm, or was there another reason she had so much power over him? I was fascinated too by the concept of an anger chamber. I imagined the beautiful queen spacing this room like a tigress, feeding her own fury, waiting to pounce on the helpless Dashrath, who she knew wouldn't be able to stay away from her. In Mithila, on the rare occasions when my mother was angry with my father, mostly because people took advantage of his goodness, he told him so. Sometimes she raised her voice once or twice. She wept. But usually they went to their room and worked out their problems privately and without undue drama. And afterwards they seemed closer than ever. Growing up, I did believe these peaceful interchanges were the norm. Now I knew how lucky both my parents were and how special their relationship. Love was full of contradictions. Sometimes the person you loved weakened you, and sometimes he or she made you a stronger person. But under exactly what conditions did these very different changes occur? And would Ram's love turn out to be more like my father's or like Dashrath's? If it disagreed deeply about something, what reaction would it prompt in him? I pushed that thought away firmly. I hoped never to have a reason to find out. Since that anger chamber incident, Kaushalya was saying Mantra acts like her feet don't touch the ground. She doesn't even pretend to work. All she does is creep around the palace, watching and listening and digging up secrets and reporting back to her mistress. Gives me the shivers. Let's hope she gets tired of following you around soon. I hope so too. Even though I didn't have any secrets I needed to protect. Mantra made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. I checked cautiously, not wanting to give away the fact that I had noticed her. There she was, scurrying above us, though it must have been difficult and painful for her to keep up until we passed beyond that wing of the palace. For a long time afterwards, I heard inside my head the scraping, thumping sounds her body had made against the wall and felt her invisible eyes on me, assessing and cold. It sickened me. Then I felt guilty for feeling uncharitable towards someone to whom faith had been so unkind. So I said nothing of this incident to Ram. Chapter 10. Early in the morning, Kaushalya showed up in my room, flushed with nervous excitement. Dashrath had sent word he would take his night meal in her chambers. Sage Vashishta and Sumitra, the ministers, would be accompanying him. He did ask Kaushalya to make sure Ram and I were present. He told me that other princes should be present. Kaushalya was saying, so I'll invite Lakshman. He's a sweet boy, don't you agree? So devoted to Ram. And your sister, of course. I think Dashrath forgot that Bharat's away visiting his uncle in Kekaya and Shatrugna gone with him, like he always does. They have taken their wives too, so I don't have to worry about them. He did mention the other queens. I'll take that to mean that they haven't been invited. He threw me a brief, victorious glance, then went back to thinking aloud. His guru and his chief advisor now, why would Dashrath invite them to a family dinner? No, it would be bad luck to speak it. I'm just going to wait for the king to announce what's on his mind. But both she and I knew what was on her mind. 10 years had passed since Ram's marriage, 10 years during which Ram had ably assisted his father in ruling the kingdom. Did Dashrath now feel Ram was ready to take over? Was he planning to step down and have my husband crowned? I saw a wild joy brighten Kaushalya's face. Apart from her adoration for Ram and her belief that he would be the perfect ruler, she knew that as the mother of the king, she would finally and definitely be first among the queens. As for me, I felt joy and excitement but also trepidation. As queen, I did have many new responsibilities. For the last 10 years, I had been living in a comfortable limbo between girlhood and adulthood, enjoying an extended honeymoon, happy with fixing little problems here and there. Now I did have to maintain harmony in the entire palace. I did have to make sure everyone discharged their duties appropriately. If they didn't, I'll have to chide or even punish them. If anything went wrong, all eyes would be upon me. Was I ready for such a major change? But it was too soon to worry, though old. Dashrath was in excellent health. The transfer of kingship would take months, perhaps even years. What should I instruct cook to make? Kaushalya asked. My ram is easy and so are you, but Lakshman loves meat, venison in particular. The king's been having digestive problems recently, so he needs something light. Perhaps some moong dal with soft rice and a little ghee. Vashishta is vegetarian. He might like some jackfruit curry. It's in season now. Cook will have to send servants to the marketplace right away. I have no idea what Sumitra likes to eat. He's never come to dinner before this. She wrung her hand. Oh dear, it's already late in the day. All the best things will be gone. Don't worry, mother. I'm sure everything will turn out beautifully. I'll make the dessert if you like. Yes, yes, make some payasam, Kaushalya said. Dashrath likes your payasam. The servant can stop at the palace gaushala and get fresh milk. He can pick up a sack of best Gopal bhog grass from the palace granary. I'll ask cook to bring you a big tile of jaggery, but make it early. I want you to have enough time to dress up as befits. But here she clapped her hand over her mouth and hurried off to tell the maids to wash the floor of the formal dining chamber and fill the tallest lamps with oil. Though in general my father-in-law loved making an entrance with the doorkeepers announcing his royal presence, today he was too excited to halt. My queen, he called, pushing away the door of Kaushalya's quarters himself. I consulted the court astrologers. Tomorrow's an auspicious day, the star Pushya ascending. It will be the perfect time for Ram's coronation. Kaushalya, who would come running when she heard his voice, her hair only half done because he had arrived earlier than expected, was too startled to speak. Yes, wife, I have made my decision. Dashrath boomed from the doorway. Today he didn't seem to care who heard him. Ram's going to be the crowned king tomorrow. Tomorrow? Kaushalya's face was a mix of delight and surprise, and some consternation. She had hoped and longed for this news for years, probably since Ram's birth. She had confided in me that she had been waiting for Dashrath to announce it ever since Ram was married. But she hadn't expected the coronation to follow so swiftly upon the king's declaration, nor I think had she expected to hand the reins of queenship to me so fast. Yes, Dashrath said. I don't believe in dilly-dallying once my mind is made up. I know Ram's ready to be a wonderful ruler. After all, I have been preparing him for years, and now he has a perfect wife as well. He beckoned to me with a smile. Come here, child. I touched his feet in pranam, but he kissed me on the forehead. You are to become queen of Ayodhya tomorrow. What do you think of that? Are you ready for it? There was a huge knot of nervousness in my stomach, but he looked so jubilant. I murmured, by your blessings and the grace of the goddess. Dashrath beamed. That's the spirit, confident but not overly so. He turned to Kaushalya again. And you, are you ready? As mother of the king, there are a lot of preparations for you to take care of. But why are you in such a hurry? Kaushalya asked. I too was surprised. Dashrath loved ceremony. Surely he wanted the many kings who were his friends and allies to be present at this festive event, to bless his son, offer their support and fealty, and bring him lavish gifts. He hadn't noticed Vashishta, who had entered the room silently behind Dashrath. His face grunted than usual. The king had a dream last night. In it he rode southward on an ass, under a sky filled with falling meteors. He believes it is best not to delay the coronation. What a strange dream! Kaushalya exclaimed. What could it possibly mean? Dashrath turned away, but the sage said, South is the direction to the death, kingdom of Yama. The court astrologers had divined that it's a portent of destruction and dishonor. From Kaushalya's face, I could see that she didn't want to believe the omen, didn't want it to overshadow the most important event in her son's life. Perhaps the dream had some simpler cause, she ventured. Last night the king ate at Kekai's. Her food is so spicy, it always gives him indigestion. Perhaps that's what caused the. Dashrath held up his hand, stopping her mid sentence. Wife, you know I am not one for those men who live their lives by the movements of the planets. But with Ram, I refuse to take a chance. He is too dear to me, too important. He put an arm around her shoulders, an affectionate display rare to him, especially in company. I don't want you to worry. Focus on the things you have to get done by tomorrow. Vashishta will give you all the details. He looked around, frowning. But why isn't Ram here yet? All of a sudden, his face appeared aged. Ah, what a chameleon thing love was. Lifting us up 1 minute, casting us down the next. Sumantra said, Remember, sire, you sent him to the northern borders to settle a land dispute between tribes. I have sent a messenger to him to return post haste, but it's a long distance. I'm sure we'll see him soon. There's no cause for worry. But Dashrath paced up and down, refusing our offers of a light repast or a soothing drink. Until we heard a commotion at the door, Ram entered, dust covered from his journey. His eyes sought me out first, a quick glance of love and concern. Before he turned to his father and touched his feet, the messenger recalled me, even before I could pass judgment on the tribes. Father, saying it was an urgent matter. Is all well in the kingdom? Dashrath raised him and held him in a tight embrace. All is well, my dearest son, now that you are back safely. I have some news for you, though. You are to be made king tomorrow. Ram didn't believe in displaying emotion, especially in company. He had told me early on that self control was a mark of a good ruler. Also, that it was safer when people around you, rivals and even friends, didn't know exactly what you thought or felt. But today, we could all read the astonishment on his face. So sudden. But my brothers Bharat and Shatrugna are still in Kekaya. Surely they should be present at the ceremony. He didn't sound particularly happy. Oh, Bharat won't mind, Dashrath said airily. He's always known you are going to be the king, and Shatrugna follows Bharat's lead. And besides, I have a good reason, he went on to describe the woman. Ram looked concerned. Perhaps we should have a special puja done for your long life and continued health first. Then we can plan the coronation. Dashrath waved away the suggestion. Later, later. For the good of the kingdom, it's more important that you be crowned before anything else. He did said the magic word. Good of the kingdom. Ram bowed. I'm at your command, my king, he said. I thank you for your trust in me. Oh, enough of all this formality, Dashrath cried, holding out his arm. Come now, give your old father a hug. I looked at Ram closely as he embraced Dashrath. But he had this public face on. I did have to wait until we were alone to find out how he really felt about this kingship, thrust so suddenly on him. I knew this much though. He did be a great king, greater than his father, because he did never allow personal emotion to weaken him in his royal duty. The knowledge filled me with pride and a small, strange disquiet. The evening flew by. Vasishta instructed us all in the formalities to be observed between now and the coronation prayers, ritual baths, fasts, the giving of alms, a fire sacrifice at night before we slept. Lakshman and Urmila joined us, Lakshman whooping when he heard the news and lifting his brother off his feet in an enthusiastic hug. Urmila, who was a long happier, since she did followed my advice and had to talk with Sumitra, clasped my hand tightly and whispered in my ear that I would surely be the best and prettiest queen to sit on Ayodhya's throne. I whispered back that queens in Ayodhya didn't exactly sit on thrones. After the coronation, they returned to the women's quarters. Things change. She whispered to me, Ram isn't like the kings before him. He loves and values you in a way this kingdom hasn't ever seen. Hasn't he declared publicly that he won't take another wife? Indeed, he did done so. Not only at the wedding but again, a few months ago, when a royal messenger from the kingdom of Mahishmati had brought a request for a marital alliance. Although Dashrath had been displeased by his son's refusal, my spirit has soared because I accompanied all of my husband's heart. As instructed, Ram and I spent much of the night in prayer. Rather, he prayed and I watched him, yawning because I wasn't a particularly devout person. When I prayed, and I must confess it was only when I was in trouble, I did it in a busy rush of words, usually asking the goddess for a boon. But when Ram prayed, he closed his eyes and stillness filled his entire being. It was as though he retreated somewhere deep within himself. I wanted very much to follow him there, or failing that to at least know where it was. But when I asked him about it, he looked perplexed at my question. I go into my heart center, he said, to commune with the divine. Don't you do the same? I was too abashed to tell him that I didn't. At last we lay down on the floor, on a bed made of scratchy grasses, because Vasishtha had explained that before he was crowned king, Ram must experience a little of the hardship of his poorer subjects. We didn't touch each other tonight. We were supposed to keep ourselves pure and not indulge in bodily pleasures. Vasishtha had said something about keeping an unsheathed sword in the bed between us, but I thought that was overly dramatic, not to mention dangerous, and devoted it. I told Ram that surely we could hold each other and not go any further, but Ram thought we would better not take a chance. He was probably right, because when we were close, things happened to our bodies that we couldn't always control. As a compromise, we intertwined our fingers and talked into the small hours of the night. Tired though he was, Ram couldn't sleep, and I wanted to keep him company. Are you planning to change anything when you become king? I asked. Yes, actually, I am, he said, sitting up in his excitement. Yes, actually, I am, he said, sitting up in his excitement. Though I'll do it gradually so as not to offend my father. In my kingdom, every man will have a voice no matter how humble he is. No one should feel his concerns are ignored and that he doesn't receive justice. I wanted to ask, what about the women? But Ram was totally focused on his vision and I didn't want to interrupt. I expect that many people will be too afraid to voice their opinions. After all, they aren't used to doing it with my father, so I plan to have royal spies travel through the kingdom, watching and listening and asking careful questions, keeping a finger on the pulse of the city. They'll report to me, and in this way, I'll solve any problems that arise before they grow too large. He looked at me, his face intent and shining, waiting for my response. It's a very good plan, I said, smiling at him, and it was. But I had a misgivings. Did every man in the city deserve to have his opinion listened to or his grievance addressed? If Ayodhya was anything like Mithila, there were bound to be many belligerent fools, and unfortunately, they were the ones that complained the loudest, often for too little reason. I was worrying needlessly. I told myself, Ram is smart. He can surely distinguish between real problems and unreasonable demands. Sita, Ram said, you aren't listening. I asked you twice what I can give you on my coronation day. I have everything I need, I said, smiling, and more. That's what's amazing about you. I don't know any woman, my mother included, who would have said that if her husband offered her a gift. I shrugged. You have given me your heart, all of it. What more is there to ask for? I insist, Ram said. I must give you something special, something to show my love. After all, you are the one who taught me what love is. Then give me this gift. Promise that I'll always be your helpmate, that you will share all your thoughts with me, the happy ones and the sad ones, the troubles as well as the victories. That's not much of a gift. Ram grumbled. Don't I do that already? But all right, I agree. He pressed his lips into my palm. Do you think this violates Vashishta's injunctions? I don't think the goddess would mind, because she too knows what love is, I said. I slept fitfully that night, partly due to the scratchy rashes and partly due to the overexcitement of the day. And sleeping, I dreamt that I was in a room made of shining metal. The floors and walls, silver grey and shimless, looked as though they had been forged into a giant smithy. It was completely empty except for the woman who sat in its center. Her back, straight as a sword, was turned to me. Her hair fell around her, untied and wild. Her discarded jewelry was scattered around her on the floor. Her beautiful clothes were torn to strips. I knew, in the way dreamers often do, that she had ripped them herself methodically. There was an insistent knocking at the door. The woman ignored it. My dearest, dearest wife, cried a voice. The subject anxiety in it so foreign that it took me a moment to recognize it as King Dashrath's. Please let me in. Tell me who had dared to anger you. I will surely punish them, even to death. I promise you this. Please, my best beloved, speak to me. Your unhappiness is like a sword twisting in my heart. I knew then what place is this. Kekai's anger chamber. Kekai remained silent, forcing Dashrath to plead more and more desperately. When she finally spoke, her voice was cool. I do not need any more promises from you. You made two promises to me already years ago. Do you remember them? Yes, of course, Dashrath said. How can I forget? You saved me twice. Once in battle when I was grievously wounded, and once when I was ill, almost dying. And you sucked the poison from my body with your own lips. But you would not accept any gifts I offered you then. Kekai opened the door to the anger chamber. Dashrath put out his hands hungrily to embrace her, but she pushed him away. It is time to redeem your promise, King. Tell me what you want, the king said, his face suffused with love. Or was it folly? Whatever it is, I will give it to you, or die trying. Kekai smiled, and her smile was beautiful and cool as moonlit in summer, or snow on a parched summer day, and dangerous at the same time as the shining edge of a dagger. It made me understand why the king was so infatuated with her, even in the autumn of their lives. Then she spoke, but what she said the dream would not allow me to hear. I only saw the king fall to his knees, hands clasped in eternity, face distorted by horror. I strained hard to catch his words, but the scene grew dim, as though enveloped in smoke, and I awoke alone, on my bed of rushes, for Ram had already left for the morning ritual that must take place before a coronation can occur. My maids crowded around me, buzzing with excitement, getting me ready for my special day. They bathed me in milk and turmeric and dressed me in a special sari my mother had packed with my dowry, though neither she nor I had expected that I should wear it so soon. It was an unusual color, like the sky before the sunrise, but when it caught the light, it shone like 1,000 opals. Embroidered all over with pearls, it was heavy, symbolizing, perhaps, that queen she was a serious responsibility. But after my talk with Ram last night, it was a responsibility I was ready for. I drew myself up to my full height as the maid settled the folds of my sari around me and secured it with a gold waistband. The room filled with excited explanations of the women as they rubbed sandalwood oil onto my wrists and tied my hair up in a high new style so it would support a coronet. Urmila had come over to help. The royal messenger went out last night, he told me as she clapped a necklace of rubies around my throat and stood back to eye me appraisingly. Don't tell me that even here in Ayodhya you have your informants. He quelled me with a serious look. And you should too, especially now that you are going to be queen. How else will you keep abreast of all the plots hatched in this palace? Today, though, I only heard good things. All the neighboring kings have been invited. I believe several are on their way already. Heralds have announced the news across the city. Sweetmeats have been distributed to every household along with gold coins. The festivities will continue for a fortnight after the coronation. Can you hear the people celebrating? Indeed, mixed with the noise of trumpets and drums outside the palace, I could hear the crowd's joyful roar. I recognized Ram's name and mine, repeated over and over, so one wasn't quite sure who was first or where one ended and the other began. Ram Sita, Ram Sita, Ram Sita, Ram Sita, Ram Sita. The smell of marigolds and lotuses were everywhere. They made me giddy. Urmila ran off to get herself ready for the ceremony. Sister to the queen was an important role, she declared, for which she had to look appropriately grand. Fortunately, our forethinking mother had packed her a deep blue sari that complemented mine and was perfect for the occasion. I waved her goodbye with a smile. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and started on my way to Kaushalya's quarters. Ram and I were supposed to break out fast with her before we all proceeded to the coronation hall. I was sure Kaushalya would have prepared a huge feast in honor of this special occasion, probably cooking several items with her own hands. My biggest worry as I walked towards her chamber was that I might offend her because I was too nervous to eat anything. Chapter 11. I had walked only a few steps before I was forced to stop. Blocking my path was a tiny woman, bent under the weight of the hump on her back. I knew her at once, though we hadn't met. Manthara. She was dressed in a gaudy red sari far above her stature, and wore around her neck a double string of luscious pearls. They looked familiar, and after a moment I realized that Kiki had been wearing them when I first saw her. What did Kiki spy want with me? Greetings, princess, and congratulations, Mantra said. She gave me a bow that seemed exaggerated, almost a caricature. But perhaps I was imagining this because the hunchback made me uncomfortable. I tried to offer her a gracious smile. Her deformity and the way people looked at her because of it with disgust or fear was not her fault. I bring to you a message from Dashrath, Manthara said. I was surprised by the familiar way in which she said the king's name. It was disrespectful for a servant, no matter how favored, to do so. Mantra continued, you are to present yourself at Queen Kekai's chambers, where he spent the night. Ram, too, has been summoned there. Come with me. The disturbing dream I had had last night flickered in my mind. I didn't want to follow Mantra. I didn't trust her. It will make us late for the ceremony, I protested. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time, Mantra said. The smile on her face was more like a smirk. Lurking from side to side, she moved with unexpectedly rapidity along a narrow veranda I hadn't noticed earlier. Ram's coronation isn't about to happen just yet. From the veranda, which ran along one edge of the palace, we could see the widening street. The music was louder here. Men and women danced on the street, throwing flower petals. A ceremonial gate, decorated with bright fabrics and colored flags, had been erected. I guessed that Ram and I were supposed to begin a chariot procession from there. Manthara stopped for a moment, rising on her toes to observe the festivities. Ah, the stupid masses. They'll soon be dancing to a different tune. Truly, ignorance is bliss, is it not? Her words sent a chill through me. I wanted to ask what she meant, but I knew that was exactly what she wished me to do. I wouldn't give her the satisfaction. I pressed my lips together and followed her in silence. The reason for this detour in our plans would become clear in a few minutes. Probably Kekai wanted to give us a wedding gift, forcing us to come to her chambers, for it was her way of asserting her power, especially as she knew that her importance would diminish once Kaushalya became Queen Mother. But my dream kept coming back to me, Dashrath on his knees, that haunting look of horror and hopelessness on his face. Mantra ushered me into a great hall. I hadn't been here before. Kekai had received me in a smaller room the last time. This space was grand and formal. Kekai had decorated it as though it was a royal court, with floors of polished, intricately designed stone and massive carved furniture. But today it appeared strangely dim in spite of the gleaming floors and walls, and the huge windows which opened onto a glorious day outside, echoing with celebration. Dashrath sat on the dais on a golden throne. I bowed to him, but he seemed not to see me. I was shocked at how old he looked. The hair clumped around his face was grayer than before, an unkempt stubble dotted his cheeks, and his eyes were blurry and unfocused. In one night he seemed to have aged decades. Had he fallen suddenly ill? Suffered an attack of some kind? Father, I called, hurrying towards him. But Kekai moved with agility, inserting herself between us. In contrast to the king, she appeared young and invigorating, more beautiful than ever. You. Her face shone, and she wore a heavy gold sari and a great amount of jewelry. Sit, she said, with a dazzling smile, leading me to a low chair, clearly inappropriate for the queen to be. Ram should be here any moment, and then we'll begin. Mantra, give Sita something to drink. I began a polite refusal, wishing only to finish whatever formalities Kiki had planned and leave quickly. Vashishta had warned us not to be late. As at my wedding, the auspicious moment today was a short one. He didn't want us to miss it. But Mantra had already thrust a cold silver glass filled with pomegranate juice into my hand. Not wishing to appear rude, I took a reluctant sip of the blood red liquid. Then Ram was in the room. His presence made me feel better. Now that he had arrived, he did take a charge. Whatever was wrong would be set right. I rose smiling, but he didn't even look at me. His worried eyes were focused on Dashrath. I came as soon as I received your summons, sire. What's wrong? Dashrath said nothing, but a spasm passed over his face and tears sprung to his eyes. He held out his trembling hands and Ram knelt in front of him and clasped them tightly. Ekaima, is my father ill? I know you are a gifted healer and you must be taking good care of him. But maybe we should send for. The king's lips moved, though for a moment he was unable to form words. Finally he said, his voice low and harsh, Healer, she is the cause of all my ills. Rakshashi, she'll be the cause of my death as well. I curse the day I married her. What's the problem? Ram asked, his voice reflecting the shock that we both felt. No matter what it is, I promise that I'll help you take care of it. But the king hugged his head. As though in shame, he seemed to have receded into an inner world where none of us were present. Instead, it was Kekai who spoke. Indeed, Ram, you alone can help Dashrath. Years ago, I saved his life twice. And he promised me two boons. Today, I have claimed them, but they can only be fulfilled by you. The men of the house of Raghu has always prided themselves on keeping their word. Now their honor lies in your hands. Ram disengaged himself from his father gently and stood tall. I could see he was about to speak. His face had taken on a noble, detached look that frightened me. I rushed over to him and grabbed his arm. According to palace protocol, I should have remained silent, but I had a bad feeling about all this. Don't make any promises until you know what she wants, I whispered fiercely. He laid his hand over mine, but he didn't look at me. Instead, he spoke to Kekai. You did not bring up the reputation of the Raghu Vansha Kekaima in order to gain your wish, he said, his tone mildly reproving. I'll do anything I can to help my father keep his word. For a moment, Kekai hesitated. Was it shame that wilted across her face? He glanced on at Mantra, as though gathering her resolve. These are the two boons. One, that my son Bharat be made king of Kaushala instead of you. That is his right because you might not know this, and your father has conveniently forgotten it. But when we were married, Dashrath promised my father that my son would sit on the throne of Ayodhya. And here's the second boon, that you be banished to the forest for 14 years. Blood roared in my ears so loudly. I was sure I did heard wrong. Kekai loved Ram. I did seen genuine fondness fill her face when she talked to him. Now overnight she was ready to wrest his kingdom away from him and throw him into darkness and danger. How can you do this? I cried, my fury making me forget all the lessons and caution that my mother had taught me. It's wrong in every way. We all know that Ram would be a better king than Bharat. He's been trained for it his whole life, while Bharat's always away in Kekaya. He's rarely attended court sessions. Has he put down uprisings like Ram, or if he hasn't? Kekai interrupted coldly. It's because his father never gave him the opportunity. Ram's hand tightened around my wrist, his grasp like iron. I knew I did have a bruise later, but that was the least of my concerns. Stand up against this huge injustice, I wanted to say. But he shook his head, indicating he didn't want me to speak. I obeyed, but in my mind I begged him. Protest, if nothing else, remind your father of his kingly duty to the people of Ayodhya. But my husband didn't do that. Instant, without hesitation, he said, It will be as you wish. He bowed formally to Kekai, his face impassive. Only I saw the hurt that flickered for a moment in his eyes. Kekai smiled her triumph. If love can. Kekai smiled her triumph. If love can change so quickly into hate, I thought, looking at her face, what are we to depend on? Ram and I made out Ram and I made our way to Kaushalya's headquarters. So many emotions swirled inside me. I could hardly breathe, but topmost was outrage. Ram and I had never fought, but I was ready for it now. I said, I can't believe that you agreed to Kekai's unfair demands without standing up to her. It would be a different matter if your father king asked you to step down. But he clearly doesn't want that, and for good reason. He knows you are the only one who can hold Kaushal together after he's gone. Ram looked at me. I could see the stress on his face. And that's what I'm doing. Apart from honoring my father's promise, which is my duty as his son, I want Kaushal to have peace. If I protested, strife would interrupt all over the kingdom. Kekai is powerful. She has her own faction here, her own guards. Riots could occur, maybe even civil war. Maybe worse. If she calls upon her brother to come and join her with his powerful Kekaya army, I can't be the cause of so much death and destruction. But I began hotly. He put a gentle arm around me. I know this is a shock to you, dearest one. I need you to be strong now and calm. I need your support, my wife. I looked into his eyes and saw that beneath all the resolve, he too was worried. He too didn't know how things would turn out. He too was reeling at this betrayal. I pushed away my own sorrows and fears. Later, I said to them, I'll deal with you later. My duty was clear, and it was an easier one than Ram's. It consisted only of one thing, helping Ram get through his challenge. I held his face in my hands and kissed him. I didn't care who might see us. The calamity into which we'd been thrust had burned away my concern with social niceties. Whatever you decide, I said to him, I'll support you. Whatever comes to you as a result of your decision, we'll handle it together. Whatever you decide, I said to him, I'll support you. Whatever comes to you as a result of your decision, we'll handle it together. I felt the energy flowing from my palm chakras into the whirling vortex in Ram's head. It didn't drain me as I thought it might. Instead, it invigorated me. Such was love's magic. The giver gained more than the receiver. Hand in hand, we went to break the news to Kaushalya. Kaushalya's quarters were fragrant with incense and music and filled with women. Her own companies, as well as many of the minor queens who had come to pay their respects, now that they thought she was about to be elevated to queen motherhood. They were singing good luck songs and eating sweetmeats, but they broke off in shock when we entered, closely followed by attendants carrying the stricken king on a pallet. The gold bowl of kumkum in which Kaushalya was about to mark our foreheads fell from her hand, leaving an ugly red splotch on her sari. She too would have fallen if Ram hadn't caught her. In a few words, he explained to her and to Lakshman and Urmila, who were waiting to accompany us to the coronation hall, what Kekai had asked for and what he did agree to. Urmila was too stunned to move or speak, but Lakshman's face grew black with fury. What nonsense is this, brother? He cried in a voice so terrible that all except Ram trembled. Why should you give up your right to the throne just because in his old age our father had lost his senses and become a puppet in our stepmother's hands? How could he be consider her ridiculous demands? I have lost all respect for him. You are the eldest and the best among us brothers. You are my king. The wo- Say the word and I'll single-handedly capture Bharat and drag him in chains to your feet. Whosoever tries to stop me, be it foot soldier or mighty warrior, even Shatrughna with whom I shared my mother's womb, I'll kill them all. I was looking at another of love's many faces. It made us ready to wreak havoc, even on people we cared for, in order to protect those whom we cherished more. Wasn't it the same force that impelled Kekai to turn on Ram in order to guard her own son's interest? Wasn't it the same force that led Manthara for the Hajback I suspected was the orchestrator of this entire disaster? to whisper directives to Kekai, whom she still saw as the innocent child to whom she had devoted her entire mishap in life. I was learning more about the twisted path along which love swept us humans along than I did ever expected or wanted. Looking at the terrible shining in Lakshman's face, I hoped that I'd never find myself standing in the path of such ruthless zeal. Silence, brother, Ram said, and although he spoke in a soft voice, there was steel underneath. Never speak ill of our father. He's achieved more in his lifetime than we'll ever know. And as you can see, he's already suffering. Neither should you be angry with Bharat, who's the most blameless of all. He doesn't care for kingship, you know that. I suspect he'll be deeply distressed when he learns what has happened here. Looking unconvinced, Lakshman lowered his head like a bull about to charge. He did better be. I heard him mutter. Why even blame my father for what has transpired? Ram continued. Hasn't our teacher Vashishta taught us that many strands of karma must come together for an upheaval like this to occur? Yours, mine, the kingdoms, perhaps the entire earth's. The wise man accepts it calmly. Who knows why I am going into the forest and whom I'll meet there? How can you be so philosophically at this time? Lakshman shouted. That's what Keke is counting on. Your overdeveloped sense of decency. You need to fight her. All you have ever wanted since we were children is to rule Ayodhya and do it well. How can you let her take that away from you? Forget about yourself. But don't you care about our citizens who are waiting so longingly for you to become their king? Brother, please, Ram said. I could see in his eyes the pain of having all his dreams crashing around him. I don't have time to discuss this right now. All I can say is, don't make things more difficult for me. At that, Lakshman bowed his head and said no more. He too, like me, was caught in love's shackles. Now Kaushalya came forth weeping and clasped Ram's hand. Why are you scolding Lakshman? He only speaks out of loyalty to you. And he is right. Why should you be banished like a common criminal? What harm have you ever done? Even if you give the throne to Bharat out of some misguided sense of duty, you must not go into the forest. How can you possibly survive there for 14 years among all those wild beasts and rakshasas and black magic? No doubt that's exactly what that witch Kika is counting on. He took a deep breath and continued. Even if you don't want to remain in this palace, that's fine. I don't want you to stay here either. Not after all this. Let's go. You and I and Sita to a little corner of Kaushal far away from Ayodhya. We'll live in a mud hut if need be. Or we could go to Mithila. I'm sure Janak would gladly take us in. There at least you'll be safe. There at least I'll see you each day. No, don't refuse me so quickly. As your mother, am I not your elder too? Isn't my respect worth something? Don't you have a duty towards me, just as you do towards Ashrit? Ram held his mother close. I could see how much it hurt him to refuse her. But his voice was firm. Be calm and draw upon the strength and wisdom that I know you possess. As my dearly loved mother, you must help me now. Help me follow the path of right, which, as you yourself taught me, isn't always easy. You know that my first duty, no matter how much I love you, must be to my father because he is also my king. He's your king too. That's why you need to put aside your own sorrow and comfort him after I am gone. Such was the power of his voice that Kaushalya stopped weeping. Ah, what a king he would have made, my Ram. And now instead he did struggle in the forest and probably perished there. Kaushalya was right. Who could last alone in the wilderness for 14 years? A deep sorrow welled up in me at the waist. As for me, Ram added, but this time his voice had changed and his eyes were unfocused as though he were seeing things beyond mortal vision. Whatever befalls me in the forest, know that to be my destiny. I embrace it. Well, you will not be embracing it alone. Lakshman cried. I am going to the forest with you. And don't you try to tell me that it's my duty to stay here. My duty is to follow you. I have been doing that ever since I learned to crawl. You'll need someone to take care of you in the forest, to watch your back, to protect you when you rest, and I'll do that or die trying. His word had pulled Ram out of his trance. Very well, brother, he said. I confess I'll be a lot happier in the forest if I have you for company. And he smiled, his first smile since our lives were turned upside down. Watching that sweet smile that wasn't meant for me, I was struck by jealousy. Some of the jealousy was of the bond between the brothers, but mostly it was jealousy of the freedom given to men to go wherever they wanted to in the wide world. I allowed some of the outrage I had pushed down to come back up. You're so concerned about everyone else, I said silently to Ram. Your father, your mother Lakshman, even the absent Bharat. But what about me? Have you forgotten about me? Of course he hadn't. I knew that. He was waiting until we were alone. I had a good idea about what he planned to ask me then. Well, it wasn't going to work. I did make sure of that by fighting him with everything in my arsenal. But I did fight smart, the way my mother had taught me. Help me, goddess. I cried silently, because my goal is not to win over Ram but to win him over. What will happen to us now, Didi? A small voice said. Cold fingers worked their way into mine. I looked at Urmila, her face pale and frightened. I'm not going to give up so easily, I said, and neither should you. Quickly, I whispered my plan to her, what both of us sisters needed to do. I squeezed her shoulder to give her strength, pushed her towards her quarters, and hurried to mine to confront my husband. Chapter 12. I spaced my bedroom in a fever of impatience, but fortunately I didn't have to wait long. Although Dashrath and Kaushalya and the sobbing Sumitra for news had travelled quickly to her, as bad news tends to do, had begged them to stay at least one more night, the brothers decided to leave Ayodhya the very same day. I have come to get my weapons and say goodbye, my husband said as he strode in. Please don't delay me. He spoke rapidly, as though he did rehearse the words several times. I could see he was afraid I was going to indulge in histrionics. Well, he was about to be surprised. I'm depending on you to take care of my parents in my absence, he added, his tone all business. But I saw the way his hand clenched his bone, the knuckles white. That will be your most important duty when I'm gone. I'm sorry, I said, very sweetly. I'm not going to be able to do that. You see, I'm going to the forest with you. His brows snapped together. What folly is this? You can't possibly come with me. You're a woman. It's too dangerous. I won't allow it. I wanted to say not all women are weak and helpless like you think, but all you know I might be of help to you. But I remembered my mother's teaching, kept those thoughts to myself, and chose my words carefully. If this was going to work, and it had to, because I couldn't imagine living in this mausoleum of a palace without him, I had to appeal to Ram in the right way. You're a fine one to talk of duty, I said, allowing just enough anger in my voice. If I'm not misremembering my wedding vows, didn't I state that my foremost duty as your faithful spouse was to follow you, even to the ends of the earth, to be with you in riches and poverty, to take care of you the best I can? Isn't that what you just told your mother to do for her husband? You can't deprive me of my wifely right. Duty, right. Those are the terms that Ram understood best. So I used them. But beneath them, I was saying, I love you, I need you, don't abandon me. Ram crossed the room and tilted up my chin so he could look into my eyes. Do you really mean what you are saying? Do you even realize what it means? He said harshly. You have no idea of the kinds of dangers the forest holds. 14 years of hard living in the wilderness. Why? Long before our banishment ends, you'll start hating me for subjecting you to that. His face was thunderous, but I wasn't afraid. I put my arms around his neck and pressed my lips against the warmth of his chest, pushing aside his silken coronation garments to kiss the small crinkly curls of hair that I loved. You really think I could ever hate you? I don't care how much hardship we face in the forest. At least we'll be together as we go through our troubles. It will kill me to remain here alone, more surely than any wild beast or Rakshasa might. because I can't live without you. It's as simple as that. For a moment, Ram hesitated, then his arms went around me tight. He took a deep, ragged breath, burying his face in my hair, breathing innocent. Oh God, he cried. And there was a wealth of undeclared joy in the words. But in a moment, he was back to his dutiful, pragmatic self. You did better get ready then. You can't wear all this finery in the jungle. Luckily for us, here he gave me a weary smile. KK has sent over most helpfully several pieces of tree bark cloth. Put one on. I am afraid you will have to take off your ornaments too. They'll only be a hindrance, perhaps a danger, as we roam to the forest. Give them to my mother for safekeeping. Or ask the palace treasurer to donate them to the poor. That's what I have done with my valuables. Be quick. We need to pass beyond the boundaries of the city before sunset so that we can find a palace safe place to sleep. But where love and sorrow bind people together, goodbyes are not so easily said. We were about to discover that. Kaushalya's chamber were dark when we entered, all the windows covered with dark hangings so that I had to stop and blink to accustom my eyes to the gloom. There was a sound, low, like the buzzing of bees. It took me a moment to realize that it was the soft keening of his wives who had just a few hours before been singing wedding songs. Dashrath himself lay unmoving on a couch. He seemed to have aged further in the little time that had passed since I saw him last. When I touched his feet and asked for a parting blessing, he laid his hand on my back but didn't raise his head to look at me. I don't think he even realized that I was leaving. His thoughts seemed to wander, for he spoke of things I didn't quite understand. A hermit boy he'd killed by mistake while hunting, and how the boy's father, dying of a broken heart, had cursed Dashrath that he, too, suffer a similar fate. Was he losing his mind? Could an excess of love do that? Kaushalya, however, saw me wearing the tree trunk bar cloth that was already rubbing my skin raw and knew at once what was happening. She burst into new tears. It hadn't crossed her mind that I, too, might go with Ram. She tried her best to make me stay, pointing out the special dangers the forest held for women. Failing in that, she asked what she would live for if I too left her. Finally, she used my parents. How could she bear to tell them that she did send them, their carefully nurtured daughter, to wander in the wilderness? My heart ached for her, but my mind was made up. I reminded her that Ram and Lakshman had already killed many Rakshasa and were sure to keep me safe. As for my parents, they had always impressed upon me the importance of a wife's duty. They would be more upset if I stayed home in comfort, abandoning Ram to suffer alone. But Kaushalya continued weeping, hiding her face in her hands. Ram paced up and down. He hated to see his mother unhappy. I was afraid that he might have second thoughts about taking me along. I could only think of one more thing. If I go to the forest, mother, I can take care of your son. Kaushalya paused, in her crying. She didn't look up, but clearly she was listening. I pressed on. I'll cook for him and make sure that he has the most comfortable bed possible to sleep in, and maybe my presence will give him a little happiness in his exile. Kaushalya looked up. Her face was still wet, but instead of sorrow, it was now suffused with tenderness. If you can make Ram happier, she said, then of course you must go with him. Don't worry about me, I'll manage somehow. So, this too was true of love. It could make us forget our own needs. It could make us strong even when the world was collapsing around us. Now Kaushalya said, but I can't bear to see you, the daughter-in-law of Ayodhya. No, the rightful queen, dressed in this horrible tree bark. Where did you get it? Ah, Kekai, of course. She took me into her inner chamber and dressed me in a sturdy silk and ornaments from her own coffer. For I had already given up all my jewelry away. I would have preferred wearing the same thing that Ram and Lakshman wore, but I didn't want to argue. It was the least I could do for my mother-in-law. When Ram saw my clothing, he shook his head in dismay. Mother, what are you doing? Our strategy is to travel incognito. It's a lot safer than that. It's a lot safer that way. If Sita is dressed like this, she'll attract all kinds of unwanted attention. Bandits, bandits, baggers, bandits, beggars, and God knows who or what else. Kaushalya squared her jaw stubbornly. It's an additional blow to my heart to see my only daughter-in-law leaving the palace like a beggar. Surely between you and your brother, you can protect your wife from a few robbers. She looked like she might start crying again. Very well, Ram said hastily, but I could see he didn't like it. All this time, Dashrath lay as though in a dash. I wasn't sure if he heard what we were saying or realized what was about to occur in just a few moments. Time to go, Lakshman called impatiently from the door. He too was clad in tree bark and had his bow in his hand, but he was alone. Urmila was supposed to have persuaded him to let her accompany us. He and I had strategized about it. What had gone wrong? Where's my sister? I asked Lakshman. Isn't she coming with us? He looked angry. But I knew by now that this was often his expression when he was uncomfortable about something. So I asked again. No, he said. He didn't offer any information. Where is she? In our bedroom, although she might be with my mother now. Ma's been crying a lot, so I told her to keep her company. Sister-in-law, we need to leave without delay, or else we'll be stuck in the masses with no shelter when night falls. I didn't bother to answer him. I ran to Urmila's quarters, but her rooms were empty, the doors left carelessly open as though she no longer cared who might step in and take her valuables. How would I find her? Where in this caravan of palace might she be hiding? I looked in her usual huts, but she was not in any of them. I stopped by Sumitra's room, but her maid said the queen had taken to her bed with a severe headache and that she was alone. I could hear Ram calling me, his tones impatient. I felt torn in two. Was this a woman's predicament, always to be built between conflicting loves? I was about to give up when I thought of one last place. When I stepped out onto my balcony, I almost didn't recognize it. For all my flowers and herbs, which I had tended so lovingly all these years, had shriveled and turned black. And there on the cold stone floor, among the dead blossoms, sat my sister. I knelt down and held her tightly. I didn't ask for details. I could guess what must have happened. Lakshman refused to take me with him, Urmila said. Her voice was calm and emotionless. And this frightened me more than if she hadn't been weeping. She had been weeping. He said he had his hands full taking care of Ram, who was his first duty. Didi is going with you, I said. Why can't I? At this, he grew displeased and said that he hoped Ram knew better than to say yes to you, because you'd be a burden on them. It was hard enough to survive in the wilderness without having to protect a woman also. I'm ordering you to stay here and take care of the mothers, he said. If you really love me, you'll do what I'm asking you. You'll do your duty. Isn't it my duty to take care of you? I asked him. No, your duty is to obey me. Wasn't your duty? What's your duty towards me? I asked. I can't engage in philosophical discussions right now, he said. He set me aside and left. What could I offer as comfort to Urmila? I knew the dual causes of her pain, that Lakshman had refused her heart's offer, and that I, too, was abandoning her. I held her tightly. She smelled of sandalwood and female sweat, that long ago smell from our father's garden on the day we first saw Ram and Lakshman. On that day, Urmila had blatantly announced that she'd be willing to walk as many thorn-filled koshas as needed if she could marry Lakshman. She was still willing, but it hadn't done her any good. How innocent she'd been, thinking that if only we built something hard enough, it would have come true. I wondered what we would both be like by the time we saw each other next time, or if we did even meet again. I wanted so much to go with you, Urmila said. I wanted so much to be with Lakshman. I told him I didn't care for comfort, that I didn't fear danger, but he wouldn't take me. He said he couldn't handle trying to take care of me on top of every other problem he had. That's all I am to my husband, Didi. One more problem. Anger spilled in me. I tried to speak calmly. You know he doesn't mean it. You know he's not good at saying what he really means. He loves you. But there are many pressures on him now. You must forgive him. But my sister threw her arms around my neck and wept bitterly and wordlessly. Part of me wanted to remain with her, let the men go off to the forest on their own. I thought my presence would comfort my sister who had looked up to me all her life. Wasn't that my duty too? Hadn't my mother told me to take care of her? These different loves and duties battled within me. But finally, my love for Ram won. Was it the right choice? I did never be sure, but it was getting late. Ram was calling my name in his voice train. There was no more time for debates, and so, guiltily, with a silent prayer to the goddess to watch over her and help her bear her sorrow, I pulled myself free of her arms and left Urmila. Forgive me, sister, I said silently. You who are the unsung heroines of this tale, the one who has the tougher role to wait and to worry. We had planned to walk from the palace to the borders of the city, as was appropriate for mendicants, but there was a crush of people outside, men and women and even children, weeping and begging Ram not to leave. How had they found us? Bad news, I guess, is like an infection, needing only air to carry it everywhere. As soon as the palace gates were open, the crowd surged forward, and it was hard for the guards to hold it back. Finally, Sumitra said he would drive us in his chariot to the edge of town, and we had to agree. Even so, it was hard to get through the lamenters. Many tried to throw themselves under the chariot wheels to stop us. Frenzied as they were with their fear of what would befall Ayodhya now that there was a chance of regime. I closed my eyes. It was too painful to watch. Still, I could hear the woman crying to me, "Don't go. If you leave, the goddess Lakshmi herself will leave the city along with you." Then, through the din, I heard Dashrath, "Ram, Ram," he cried so loudly that I thought his lungs would burst. The subject desperation in his voice forced me to turn and look, but I wish I hadn't, because there he was, running down the common road behind a chariot on the flattering feet, crownless and dishevelled, his dhoti askew, his white hair streaming behind him. Attendants tried to stop him, but he shook them off with sudden strength. As I watched, he stumbled and fell on the dirt. I pulled at Ram's arm. "Please stop, at least for a moment," I said. "We can't leave him like this." There were tears in Ram's eyes. He gripped the edge of the chariot, but he continued staring ahead. Love and duty battled on his face. Then duty won. "Stopping won't change matters," he said. "It will only prolong his pain. Don't look at him. Leave him a little dignity. That is the only way we can do for him now." I hid my face in my husband's chest, and the tears that I had held on to for so long burst from me like a storm. Ram's arm came around me, and I felt on my forehead his own tears. Thus we crossed from the city to forest, from the known world to the unknown. Chapter 13. Days and distances rushed by us, grains of sand in a storm, determined to move away as quickly as possible from Ayodhya. That ache in our heart. We left Sumitra weeping in his chariot. We crossed marshes and fens and rivers, Ganga and Jamuna, Sarayu and Falgu. We accepted the hospitality of many, not caring whether they were of high caste or low, for Ram loved all whose heart was pure. We walked over rough ground until our feet blistered and bled and healed and grew calluses. Rain beat down upon us. Sun scorched us, and once we entered the woods, blood-sucking insects dived down, whining to feed delightfully on our palace-fattened bodies. My only solace in all this hardship was the company of my husband and his sensitivity to my difficulties. He massaged my tired feet and wept when he saw their state. He padded the hard ground extra thick with sweet smelling rushes so that I'd be able to sleep better at night. Still, the punishing space we did set ourselves was too much for me. When we reached Chitrakoot mountain, Ram looked at my exhausted face and announced that if we did stop here for a few days, I could have wept with relief. It's not safe, Lakshman said. This is one of the main routes through the forest. Anyone can find us here. It seemed that he was right. Just 2 days later, there was a disturbance in the air. The birds grew silent, the animals retreated into invisibility. In the distance, we heard a faint roar, like a forest fire that grew into the tug of hoofbeats and the clang of weaponry. Lakshman narrowed his eyes and sniffed the air, but it was Ram who said, Bharat is coming. Lakshman pushed his brother behind him and stood at attention. Take care of sister in law, he said. It's only Bharat, said my husband. Our own brother, you worry too much. I have to, Lakshman retorted, because you don't worry enough. Not everyone's as righteous and simple as you. When will you learn that? And tell me this, if Bharat's really coming in friendship, why is he bringing the whole blasted army of Ayodhya with him? He strung his bow and held it steady as the cacophony of the marching soldiers grew closer. Ram smiled and shook his head, but I shivered. What if Bharat was coming to make sure that he would be king not only now but forever? That there would be no one to come back after 14 years and reclaim Ayodhya from him? My husband, however, turned out to be a better judge of a character than his superstitious brother and doubting wife. When Bharat finally appeared, he was dressed not as a warrior or even a king, but in the white cotton dhoti of a morning sun, barefoot, his head shaven. He threw himself weeping at his brother's feet, and Ram, lifting him up, also wept because he knew that Dashrath was dead. He died just moments after you left, crying your name, his eyes darkening even before the dust had settled from the passing of your chariot. Bharat said, I learned a new fact about love that day. It could kill. Sometimes it could kill instantaneously. Bharat begged Ram to return and take over the kingdom. That's why I brought the misters and commanders of the army with me, and even our guru, Vashishta. He said, so that we can crown you at once with all the proper ceremonies. The throne rightfully belongs to you, and no amount of plotting by my mother. Here his voice broke and shame darkened his face, will make it otherwise. I did never paid much attention to Bharat. To me, he had been a shadow planet orbiting around my husband's brilliance. But now I saw that there was an austerity in his bearing, a nobility. Not many men would have been willing to give up a kingdom that had fallen into their lap, easier than a ripe mango. I couldn't help but admire that. My thoughts were interrupted by Lakshman. Bharat's right, you know. As firstborn, the kingdom is yours. Also, you will be better at ruling it than any one of us. You came away to the forest for father's sake. You have fulfilled his promise, unreasonable as it was. Now that he is dead, your death is cancelled. Now you must return for the sake of the people of Ayodhya. Isn't that your main duty as a king? To take care of your subjects? He did spoken that magic word, duty. The duty of a king towards his people. I saw Ram stand up taller. A look of indecision flitted over his face. Shatrungana, who had been standing in the shadows, stepped forward to add his entreaties. Please come back, brother. Even Guru Vashishta agrees that with the king's death, your vow is fulfilled. What Kekai, I can't stand to call her mother, made you do was totally wrong. You should have seen how angry Bharat was with her when he came back to Ayodhya and found what she had done. He denounced her publicly in the court and imprisoned her in her quarters. She won't give you any trouble. You won't have to see her ever again. And as for that hunchback devil who was a real schemer behind all this, I beat her half to death and threw her out on the streets. If Bharat had stopped me, I'd have killed her. Bharat joined his moms in imploration. Please come back. Eldest brother, the kingdom is in turmoil. People are rioting. Many are leaving Kaushal. Your return would help Kaushalya Ma too. He's so depressed that we did afraid for her life. Ram paced up and down in silence. I could feel the conflict raging inside him. Was he weighing his duty to a dead father against the love of a living mother? Was he thinking of what was best for his subjects? For that's how they still thought of themselves. Ram's people, no matter who sat on the throne. For a moment, his eyes lightened on me. Was he thinking of his husbandly duty to protect me from danger, to provide me with the comforts and dignities that were mine as the rightful queen of Ayodhya? Once again, our fortune seemed to be shifting. I tried to imagine returning to Ayodhya, which had receded dreamlike from my mind. It would be wonderful to enjoy again the luxuries I had taken for granted all my life. To bathe in the warm scented water instead of cold streams in which slimy creatures lurked. To wear freshly laundered clothes instead of the same mud crusted sari over and over. To sleep on a soft bed and not on leaves which, no matter how high Ram piled them, didn't protect me for the ground lumpy with roots and stones. To get away from the insects who whined around my ears day and night and preferred me to the men as their food source. Most of all, it would be wonderful to be back with Urmila and Kaushalyama again, to not have guilt well up in me whenever I remembered how I had left them. Yet, strangely, a part of me didn't want to abandon our adventures so soon. I had the feeling we did only scratch the surface of what the forest had to offer, that so far it had been testing on us. Once it was convinced that we were worthy, that we had truly chosen it over other options, it would open up untold treasures for our enjoyment. What these were, I had no idea. I only sensed that they were deep and intense, enchanting beyond anything I had ever experienced, sweet, but with an exciting aftertaste of danger. Now I held my breath, watching Ram, wondering what he would say. Whatever he decided would change the course of all our lives. Ram spoke slowly. You make good points, brother. Indeed, it's important for a king to take care of his people. But I am still and foremost a son bound by his father's pledge. I must respectfully disagree with Guru Vashishta. Whether King Dashrath is alive or not makes no difference to a vow that was made in the presence of gods. Only after the 14 years he promised to Kekai can I be free to be a king to my people and a son to my mother. Until then, brother Bharat, you are Ayodhya's only hope. Take care of Kaushalya Ma for me and try to forgive Kekai Ma. Remember, whatever she did to protect you. The way a tigress protects its young, not caring if her claws slash anyone in the process. A closed look came over Bharat's face, and he spoke in a hard voice. I'm sorry, brother, but I'll never forgive her for how she destroyed our entire family. He clasped Ram's hand, tears in his eyes. Please, let me go to the forest instead of you. If the pledge requires that someone must be banished for 14 years, that someone must suffer, let me be that person. Perhaps then some of the weight of Kekaima's sin, which I feel on my head, will be lifted. The hatred with which he said his mother's name shook me. Surely all his life, Bharat had loved his mother dearly. Surely he realized that what he did done had been for his sake alone, but today when he spoke of her, there was only disgust in his voice. Could love, which I had taken to be so powerful and everlasting, be so frail as well? Could you pluck it out of your heart as easily as you did pull a weed from a bed of flowers? I thought of my love for Ram and his for me, which defined my entire being. It frightened me to imagine this happening to us. I would never be able to survive such a loss. I came back to the present with a start. Ram was speaking to Bharat. You should feel no such weight. Among us all, you are the most innocent. But we can't modify our vow to suit our convenience. That's not the way of the Raghu lineage. You know that. I and I alone must live in the forest for my allotted time. It's my destiny. Perhaps I am being sent to the forest to cleanse it of dark forces, Rule the kingdom for me until I return. I know you'll do it masterfully. Bharat didn't protest again. He must have heard the tone of finality in my husband's voice. He knew that Ayodhya could not remain unkinged any longer. He took back with him Ram's sandals, saying he would place them on the throne. He himself would sit on the floor, governing Ayodhya as a regent in the absence of the true king. Just before he left, I asked the question that had been eating me at me all this while. What news of Urmila? I missed her so much it was hard to me to even speak her name. Bharat seemed taken aback by my question. Enmeshed in affairs of state, he had clearly given no thought to her. But Shatrugna, the quiet one, said, Shruti told me that she shut herself in her chambers since you left. Not even her cousins have been allowed to enter her room. She must have sworn her attendance to secrecy, for they won't say anything except that she is not ill. I stole a glance at Lakshman. He stared out at the shadows that had taken over the forest, his face devoid of expression, but I saw his throat constrict, and I knew he thought of his wife with sorrow. Perhaps he wished that he had allowed her to accompany us. That night, when Ram and I were finally alone, I said, if Vashishta, who knows the Vedas better than anyone in Ayodhya, says it's acceptable for you to be crowned king, no one will question it. You know that. You also know that you would be far better king than Bharat. It will befit so many people if you go back. Why don't you? Ram answered, I can't risk people thinking that I looked for a loophole in the vow because I converted the kingdom. That can't be any stain on me when my kingship begins. Then the vision I have of a pure and righteous reign, Ram Rajya, will be ruined. You're a king, not a god, I exclaimed. No one expects you to be perfect. Why, even our gods do questionable things sometimes. A little gossip can't destroy a kingdom. There was plenty of gossip about your father, but he was still a fine king. But Ram only said, with that stubborn tilt to his chin, that may be so, but it's not my vision of kingship. I didn't argue. It had been a long, stressful day for us all, and I didn't have the heart to disagree further with my husband, to tell him that he was creating standards impossible to live by. I laid my head on his shoulders and tried to sleep, willing myself to dream of Urmila, to reach and comfort her in this way. But dreams are fractious things and reveal only what they wish. I found myself in Urmila's room where she lay in bed, her eyes shut, a dim blue light misting around her. Her body was as still as death. My heart twisted with sorrow and guilt. I called her name and shook her shoulders. It was warm and pliant, but she didn't respond. Her spirit had receded somewhere far, perhaps in grief, perhaps in anger, perhaps in Abhiman. I couldn't reach her, my sister whom I had failed in her hour of need. I awoke, weeping, to find Ram sitting upright on his bed. There were traces of dried tears on his cheeks as well. Did you have a bad dream too? I said, sitting up myself. Was it of your father's death? No, all beings must pass when their allotted time on earth is over. I know that. What then? At first he wouldn't say, but after I rubbed his back for a while, he told me. I was weeping for my father because he failed. At the very end, as a king, he held his personal honor higher than what was good for his people. He shouldn't have done that. I'm afraid I might grow weak like him. I'm sure you won't, I said. Ram shook his head. I'm not so certain. After all, his blood runs in my veins. Dashrath failed because his wife pushed him to the brink. I said, I'll stand by you and help you the best I can. Surely, together, we'll succeed in creating Ramrajya. He smiled then. You're the best wife a man could have. You have never caused me a single moment of sorrow, and I'm sure you never will. We lay down, holding each other as an antidote against all the worries plaguing us. Exhausted, I fell back into the sleep, hoping for the healing blankness of oblivion. But it was not to be so. Another dream came to me. I was in a chamber made of iron, windowless. It looked familiar and yet different. At first, I thought it was empty. Then I saw the woman slumped against the shadowed wall, defeat and despair written clearly in her posture. It was Kekai, I was seeing, but Kekai with the spirit gone out of her. Kekai banished to her anger chamber, which had now become her prison because there was no one left in her life to care if she was upset. Kekai, who had gambled everything for the love of her son and lost it all because she hadn't understood one crucial thing. This is what Kekai failed to see. It's not enough to merely love someone. Even if we love them with our entire being, even if we are willing to commit the most heinous sin for their well being, we must understand and respect the values that drives them. We must want what they want, not what we want for them. Chapter 14. Each day we travelled further from all we had known, making our way towards Panchavati, which Ram was told by sages we encountered was the true heart of the forest, mysterious and unspoiled and beautiful, home to beings unlike any we had seen before. Are there Rakshasas? Lakshman asked, voicing the thought that was in all our minds. If so, we need to be prepared to defend ourselves to kill them. The sages hesitated. One said, there are, though they call themselves by different names and may even look different, depending upon the group they belong to. The Rakshasas that live in cities are quite different from the ones that wander here in the forest. Not all of them are ferocious, nor do they all eat human flesh. Another added. Many will leave you alone if they don't feel you are a danger to them. Ram nodded. Though Lakshman looked skeptical. Do they practice evil magic? Like Tarka and her cohorts, whom Ram and I killed? He asked. Each tribe is unique. Tarka belonged to a militant group that believed the forest was theirs, the last space left to them, since humans had taken over most of the cities, and thus they wanted to drive us out, though death if necessary. Another sage commented, some of them know magic, the leader of their group told us. Others are so good at woodcraft they can become invisible whenever they want to. With a smile he added, why some could be watching us right now. I glanced around, half fearful, half excited. I saw nothing. The sage was probably joking with us, but sooner or later I felt this in my gut. I would meet a Rakshasa. Would he be anything like Ravan, the only Rakshasa I had seen so far? Somehow I didn't think so. Even from the moment's glimpse I had had of him, I could tell that Ravan was unique. One evening we came upon a small hermitage. This surprised me. Most rishis who had ashram lived on the edge of the forest, closer to civilization, partly for safety and partly for practical reasons. I was further surprised when Ram said, I know this place. I have been here before. How can that be? I said. Did you say you have never been to this part of the country? I haven't, my husband said. Lakshman, who had been looking around carefully, said, it looks to me like the ashram of that sage. What's his name? The one who turned his wife into stone, remember? But wasn't that near Mithila? Mithila, my heart sped up when I heard that beloved name. Could be, by some strange twist of fate, had doubled back unknowingly towards my father's kingdom. Might I perhaps see my parents again? Ram knew what I was thinking. He did that frequently nowadays, perhaps because we spent so much time together, or was it because he loved me more? He shook his head a little sadly, his eyes soft with compassion. We aren't anywhere near Mithila, dear one. But sages have occult powers, siddhis they have garnered through years of meditation. Perhaps sage Gautam decided to transport his ashram to an entirely new part of the land so that he and his wife could start life fresh. Distracted from my disappointment, I asked why would he want to do that? And didn't Lakshman just say he turned his wife into stone? How would he be able to have any kind of life with her? It's because Ram transformed her back into a human being. Lakshman said proudly. I guessed my brother had a few powers of his own. You never told me this. Ram shushed, modest as always. The subject never came up. And in any case, I didn't do much. We were walking along a forest path when Vishwamitra asked me to place my foot on a particular boulder. I was just as astonished as Lakshman when it changed into a woman. I stared at my husband, this man who could perform such amazing feats, so matter of factly, and then, without a trace of ego, let them slip from his mind. Who are you? I wanted to ask, but I knew he'd only say, what do you mean? You know who I am. Your husband, Lakshman's brother, the exiled son of Dashrath. Intrigued by the story of Ahilya, I pressed Ram until he told me all he knew. Ahilya, the beautiful, was created by Brahma himself, who then gave her in marriage to Gautam, the ascetic. Things went well, Gautam busy with his austerities, Ahilya devoted to taking care of him until she came to the notice of Indra. As king of the gods, Indra believed that such a beautiful woman should belong to him. He approached Ahilya, promising her luxuries and pleasures beyond imagination, but she was a virtuous wife and rebuffed him. Indra wasn't ready to give up. However, he waited until a day when the sage went deep into the forest to perform a special yagna. Then he transformed himself magically and, in the guise of Gautam, came to the ashram and took Ahilya to bed. Returning late at night, Gautam sensed that something was wrong. The energies in the ashram were disturbed. Using his powers, he realized what had happened. In his fury, he cursed Indra. 1,000 vulvas would erupt all over his body. Indra went around like that for a while, until his wife Sachi, taking pity on his shame, intervened, praying on his behalf. Then they were turned into ice. Worse, Gautam was equally angry with Ahilya and cursed her too, for betraying her sacred marital vows for the sake of bodily pleasure. He would be turned into stone. Ahilya declared her innocence, pointing out that she was as much a victim of Indra's trickery as Gautam. But it was too late. The curse was in full force. Already her body was petrifying. All Gautam could do at that point was to promise her that a special being would soon be born, and his power and powerful touch would restore her to life. And that's exactly what happened. Lakshman added, I couldn't believe my eyes when a woman beautiful but pale as a marble statue rose up from the rubble. Her husband must have sensed the ending of the curse, because he appeared suddenly out of nowhere and, thanking Ram, whisked her away and my brother. Enough, Lakshman, Ram said, embarrassed as always by praise. Stop talking and move faster. We must get to the ascetic's hut before dark. Ahilya's story filled me with dissatisfaction. I longed to ask Ram 100 questions, but there was no time. The sun had sank low already. I followed my husband down a narrow path that wound its way through the trees, while Lakshman, as usual, brought up the rear. In a little while, we came upon a structure that was smaller than the other ashrams I had seen, and more modest, a single hatched hut, consisting of only a couple of rooms. Unlike in the other ashram, there were other buildings to house students. Indeed, no student were in sight, making themselves busy sweeping and chopping wood or milking the single cow who stood somehow forlornly under a tree. Perhaps after what had happened, Gautam preferred not to have any young man around. Gautam was already at the door, looking quite unsurprised. He must have sensed our coming. He was gaunt and garlanded and severe looking, though when he saw Ram, his face grew soft and affectionate. I thought at first that, as with many others, Ram had charmed him by his very presence. Then I remembered that they had a history. He owed a great deal to my husband. But I was more interested in the but I was more interested in the woman who stood behind Gautam, straight and tall and indeed pale as a statue. The years had whitened her hair and wrinkles into the corner of her eyes, but Ahilya was still strikingly beautiful. She, she seemed pleased to see us, but didn't add any words to her husband's welcome. Indeed, through the evening, as she served us a simple meal of fruits and milk, she was silent, as though the stillness of stone had taken over her being. Even when I thanked her for her hospitality, she didn't answer. Although she did smile, she has taken a vow of silence. Gautam explained with some pride. It is a severe vow and will bring her much spiritual merit. Out of the corner of my eyes, I caught a sudden moment. Ahilya, who was on her way to the kitchen, had stopped and turned. She was looking directly at me. And if I read her glance right, it indicated that her husband didn't know the truth, that he didn't understand her at all. There was a mystery here. I hoped I did have a chance to solve it. Over dinner, the man discussed many things that affected the state of our continent of Bharatvarsha. Gautam was surprisingly knowledgeable about issues such as wars and alliances between kingdoms, who control the trade routes, the mountain passes, and the river bridges and Rakshasa, which seemed to be the topic he was most passionate about. They have become dangerously strong lately and better organized. Holy men can hardly live in the forest nowadays without being attacked and routed. Several have had to close their gurukulas and send their students home after a few violent incidents. Even I had to use up my powers, which I gained through decades of meditation, to shift this ashram to a new place when Rakshasa besieged it. They want the entire forest to themselves to drive us back into the city. But as you know, Ram, we rishis can't live in cities. We need to be in nature to teach and pray and follow our ancient customs and perform our fire sacrifices. So here's a conflict. And the Rakshasas are winning because the rishis aren't fighters. You have got to help us get rid of them. Ram looked concerned. I knew Ram looked concerned. I knew he took the code of the warrior, honor bound to defend the helpless, very seriously. He was doubly blinding. He was doubly binding when someone asked him directly for aid, as Gautam had just done. A huge change seems to have occurred among the Rakshasas, he said. They seem much more organized and elegant. Do you have any idea why? Oh, yes, Gautam said vehemently. I know exactly why. All this started happening ever since they banded together under one leader. They are very loyal to him because he lets them live independently in whichever part of the country they wish and asks little of them except strictly in case there's a major war. They send him the thieves of their own will, but he never demands it. He doesn't have to. He's so rich and wealth matters little to him. If they are ever in trouble and appeal to him, he immediately sends an army to help them and to train them for the future. That's why they have been winning all the skirmish. This leader, what's his name? Ram asked. I waited eagerly to hear what Gautam might say. I waited eagerly to hear what Gautam might say. For Rakshasas or not, this person seemed to be a better and smarter ruler than many of the human kings I did come across. But at that moment, Ahilya beckoned to me from the igloo. Her arms were full of rushes and gathered that she needed my help. I had to follow her. It would have been rude to delay. I felt a pang of regret at not hearing the name of this special Rakshasa king. But being alone with Ahilya would give me the chance to ask her something I had been longing to find out. Ahilya led me into a small room where Ram and I could sleep that night. There, I helped her make a bed with the sweet smelling rushes. Her movement was as graceful as a dance, and her eyes affectionate, and once she laid her hand upon my head as though in blessing. But when I tried to initiate a conversation, she remained silent. I hoped that perhaps when we were away from the men, she did let down her guard and speak. I didn't believe she was observing a vow of silence to gain spiritual merit. I had seen the look she had given me. Meeting Ahilya had made me realize how starved I was for female companionship. Surely, she hungered for it too. I missed Urmila terribly. Our small, inconsequential laughter-filled chatter, our outpouring of the heart. I had been hoping for an opportunity for women talk, and more importantly, an answer to the question that swelled inside me, troublesome as heartburn. But all my efforts to entice Ahilya into speech failed. The simple bed was soon made. Ahilya turned to leave. It was my last chance. I didn't want to offend or worse, still hurt her. But I had to know. I clasped her hand, and though her brows drew together in surprise and perhaps displeasure, rushed into, "Forgive me if I am overstepping my bounds, but an ethical question has been bothering me ever since I heard your story. May I ask?" Ahlia's frown disappeared. She said, "I know what you are about to ask. In general, I do not speak of that time in my life, but I will allow you one question because you made a great sacrifice for the sake of love, leaving behind the safety of the palace to follow your husband into grave danger." "Danger?" I whispered. The way Ahilya said the word made me uneasy. He seemed to refer to something beyond the usual perils of forest living. "Yes, danger. I sense it looming ahead, appearing suddenly in a form you do not expect it to take. Perhaps my answer will help you when it strikes." Her tone sent a shiver through me. He seemed so sure of the calamity that was about to befall us. But how could it? Ram and Lakshman were great warriors and always vigilant. I too had kept up with my martial arts art practice, even though I knew the men regarded my exercise with amusement. Pushing my misgivings aside, I said, "Please explain to me why you were punished by your husband. Doesn't it go against the dictates of Dharma? You did nothing wrong. You were tricked by Indra. Why should you be made to suffer for his sin?" For being a victim, it was unfair. Ahalya smiled, a smile at once sad and sweet that transformed her face so that I caught a glimpse of the ravishingly beautiful woman she must have been earlier. I tortured myself with these same thoughts many times as I lay stone bound. Yes, that was part of the curse. That I should feel every moment of my inter Yes, that was part of the curse, that I should feel every moment of my interment. Finally, an answer came. When you put your hand in the fire, knowingly or unknowingly, do you not get burnt? Such is the ancient law of the universe, of karma and its fruit. The idea of motive is irrelevant to it. I was shaken by her reply. I had always thought motive was more important than action, more even than destiny. Could it be that I was wrong? But now another thought troubled me. Your husband, he condemned you even before he gave you chance to speak. You had been his faithful wife for many years. He loved you, and he knew you loved him. You had never given him cause to doubt you. And yet he forgot all that in an instant and punished you so severely. I understand that he did it in anger, that in anger we can lose ourselves. But you, when you turned back into a woman, you forgave him. Forgave him not just his jealous, blind fury, but also for not trusting you, for immediately thinking the worst of you. Or did you? And do you still love him? How is it possible to love someone after they do something like that to you? Ahalya turned from me, her face unreadable. I have answered one question as I promised. The answer to this one you must figure out through your own life's challenges. They will be upon you soon enough. When I came back to the main room, the men were still discussing Rakshasas. "Perhaps that's why destiny brought you to the forest," Gautam was saying, "to get rid of them for good, to wipe out their unholy ways, to spread the light of civilization. You must promise me you will try your best to do that." Lakshman nodded in vehement agreement. Ram looked unsure, but then he too bowed in assent. That night in bed with Ram, I whispered, because the walls of the ashram, woven of palm fronds, were thin, "Gautam did Ahilya wrong. She was innocent. I am convinced of it. But he never gave her a chance to tell her own story before he punished her." Ram said, "Gautam is a revered sage. He is not for me to judge such a holy man's motives. I salvaged the situation, didn't I? The best I could." I had to agree with that, but dissatisfaction still pricked me. A sense of justice left undone. It also bothered me that Ram was so differential to the sages, so quick to accept whatever they did or wanted him to do. That night, I dreamed of Ahilya. The moment she turned back into a woman, I saw her emerge from the rock limb by limb. I saw on her face not joy but the terrible pain of becoming human again. Sage Gautam reached out towards her. His face was suffered with love and remorse as well. He spoke, and though I couldn't hear his words, I guessed that he asked her pardon. Earlier hesitated. I tried to read her expression. Was there hurt in it? Was there forgiveness? Because when you truly love someone, how can you not forgive them? Was there the realization that all the imperfect choices open to her, going back to Gotham, was the best one? Finally, she put her hand in his, but she didn't smile and she didn't look at him. Was it then she made the decision that she did punish him the rest of her life by never speaking to him again, so he did always remember what he did and done? They receded into mist, leaving me with another lesson. Once mistrust has wounded it mortally, love can't be fully healed again. Chapter 15. The sages we met in our travel had recommended we make for the part of Panchavati that bordered the Godavari River. Once there, I found the region wild and mysterious but welcoming as well. With its many banyan trees, its shrubs that sparkled with star like blossoms, and its proliferation of mysterious species of animals and birds I had never seen. When Ram said that we had wandered enough and that we would make our home here until the end of the forest days, I agreed happily. I had been right about nature testing us. Now it seemed that we had passed this test, and she showed us her kind and boisterous face. Here in Panchabhati, I saw brilliant sunsets spreading like a smile across the sky and molten silver moonrises. I saw stars glimmering like shy eyes from behind veils of cloud. I saw birds and beasts, multi-hued, multi-petaled, so different from the creatures I had known that I was struck with awe. The plants here were particularly attuned to me. Bushes would pull in their sharp thorns and burst into flowers when I watered them or loosened the earth around their roots. Squirrel like creatures, their long white tails smooth as silk thread, would scurry up to take berries from my palm. Brilliant blue songbirds with curved beaks would land on my shoulder and allow me to stroke their plumage. There were others who watched us from afar, only their glistening eyes visible through the thick foliage. I sometimes glimpsed, at a great distance in the sky, bird like creatures with enormous wings and what appeared to be human heads. I asked Ram what they were. He said that Vishwamitra had once mentioned descendants of a heavenly eagle Garuda. They kept an eye on the forest and made sure all was going according to nature's dictates. Lakshman didn't approve of my friendship with the forest creatures. Some of them, he warned me, might be shapeshifters, tricky, even dangerous. I nodded, mostly to keep the peace. I did learn by now that Lakshman didn't like being contradicted. But I didn't believe him and said, and often when the men were away hunting, enticed the tiny black-skinned deer who were my favorite and only came up to my knee to eat from my hand. What I loved most about Panchabhati was that here, once the brothers had examined the area and found it safe, Ram was finally able to relax. For the first time since I had known him, he could forget about being a righteous ruler. In this place that seemed apart from the world of cities and towns, he could be instead a lover. It transformed him. He picked wildflowers and braided them with inexpert tenderness into my hair. He traveled for miles to find honeycombs for me to suck on, for he knew I had a sweet tooth. With Lakshman's help, he built a one-room hut right on the bank of the Godavari because I said I liked the view. Here Ram and I slept at night, lulled into dreams by the dripping of the river and the fragrance of the flowering vines that I had planted around the pots. Where Lakshman slept, or whether he slept at all, I didn't know. Wrapped in my own happiness cocoon, I'm afraid I didn't pay him as much attention I should have. On a few occasions when I awoke at night, I saw him standing at the edge of our clearing, bow in hand, listening with such still intensity that he could have been the carving of a warrior. He looked very alone. I did feel guilty and think that tomorrow I did cook him a favorite dish, whatever I could manage with my meager culinary supplies. I did ask Ram to take the watch so that his brother could get a good night's sleep. I did insist that we build a second hut where Lakshman could get rest and comfort. Then I did say to myself, Ram knows what he's doing. I shouldn't interfere. And relieved with that decision, I did snuggle closer into my husband's comforting embrace where I could suspend all concerns. Such is the seduction of love. It makes you not want to think too much. It makes you unwilling to question the one you love. Thus the years passed, as though in a happy haze 10, 11, 12, until I lost count. Panchavati had its problems, of course. In the summers, it was humid and airless in the shade of the banyans. In the rainy season, mud squeakles underfoot. I did learn how to pound and boil bark. Boil bark to keep us decent, our original clothing having disintegrated long ago, but the thick material was difficult to dry, and we spent months draped in uncomfortable tap sheets. The dampness attracted insects that whined and bit and seemed particularly fond of my flesh. Recently, a new problem troubled me. Tired of a diet of fruits and roots, I did planted a vegetable garden from seeds that Ahilya had given me. The vegetables grew enthusiastically, and I was thankful to know that I hadn't lost my touch. But then something strange began to occur. No matter how careful I was, how diligently I constructed a thorn fence around the garden, I did wake in the morning to find the best things gone, or worse still, abandoned half eaten. Sometimes entire plants were ripped out of the ground. It upset me more than it should have when I saw them lying in the mud, injured beyond my healing abilities. Or perhaps it was something else recently much in my mind which was a real reason for my distress. The fact that I was growing older. Other women my age, perhaps even my cousin, Kruti and Madhvi back in Ayodhya already had children. Sometimes I imagine them breastfeeding an infant. The milky smell of the child, the happy weight of him or her in their arms, the way he did rub his, the milky smell of the child, the happy weight of him or her in their arms, the way he did rub his sleepy face against their skin. Once after we did been in the forest for a decade, I asked Ram if we might consider having children. It was hard to speak of it, for it was my secret, and somehow I felt illicit desire. But I forced myself. I'm lonely, I said, and the years are passing. I'm not sure how much more time I have for childbearing. Think about it. How hard can it be? All around us, animals and birds with far less resources and intelligence are bringing up their families. I promise I'll take full care of him or her. You won't have to do a thing. As soon as I had spoken, I felt stupid. I was sure Ram would point out that my analogy was flawed. We weren't animals. How could we compare ourselves to them? But Ram only said, very kindly, Dearest, remember we decided on this long ago at the beginning of my banishment. It wouldn't be right to subject a child to the dangers of the forest. More importantly, princes and princesses must have a proper education so that they can fulfill their responsibilities as adults. We could never provide them with that here. That is why we have been so careful all these years. We can provide them with all the essentials, I interrupted hotly, unwilling to back down. We have so many skills. Teach them. I could teach them self-defense and cooking and gardening and healing and songs and stories and letters and even regal compliments. Lakshman could teach them hunting and trekking and wrestling. You could teach them all about royal duties and higher morals and the use of special astrals and forgive me, my love. Ram interrupted, his eyes sad. I'm sorry that my ill fortune has deprived you of one of the greatest joy of womanhood. But we can't do this until we go back to Ayodhya. I understand your longing, but you don't understand. I cried. How could he? He wasn't a woman. Time didn't press on him as heavily. His body wasn't made to harbor another life. His arms came around me tight. Please be patient for a little while longer, Sita. The way you have been all this time. We only have 2 more years in the forest. It will be over soon. I pushed him away and fled behind a thicket, where I wept scalding, angry tears. If Ram had scoffed at me or said I was being unreasonable, I could have handled it better. I could have fought him back, but his kindness only made things worse. You don't understand my longing, I whispered fiercely. I wrapped my arms tight around me, but they still ached with emptiness, and 2 years isn't soon. I never brought up the matter again. What was the point? Ram had already made a decision based not on emotion or impulse, which I might have been able to change, but on the unshakable pillars of rightness and duty. Talking further about it and realizing how deep my unhappiness went would only feel him, fill him with sorrow and guilt. That's how love stops us when it might be healthier to speak out, to not let frustration and rage build up until it explodes. Dear, Ram diagnosed when he saw my ramaged garden. Or maybe rabbits. Not possible. They wouldn't dare. I walk up and down here all night. Must be Rakshasas. They can come and go in the blink of an eye. You're always imagining Rakshasas. Ram laughed. Haven't we lived here peacefully for over a decade now? Set a trap. Perhaps we'll have venison for dinner. Out of loyalty for him, I said nothing. But for once I thought Lakshman may be right. In recent weeks I did felt a presence, a sense of being watched, not in a menacing way, but in curiosity. A few times I did glimpse a girl, slim and brown as dark, peering from behind a tree. As far as I could tell, she wore no clothes. But she disappeared even before my heart had chance to speed up, so I wasn't sure. I didn't mention her to Ram. Before we had our last discussion about children, I used to tell him everything, but not anymore. Perhaps it was because I was still angry. Perhaps I just wanted to talk to the girl, get to know her a little. If we became friends, perhaps I did feel less lonely, less obsessed with the baby I couldn't have. I guessed that Ram, and especially Lakshman, would be suspicious of her, who she was, where she did come from. Very probably, Lakshman would drive her away. I didn't want that. I was bathing in the river when the girl showed up next, popping up from behind a giant clump of elephant ear, startling me into swallowing a large mouthful of water. She watched with interest as I coughed and spluttered and grabbed for my bark cloth, winding the unwieldy dripping garments around me the best I could. Her teeth, bared in amusement, were very white and pointed, and her dark skin gleamed. Though I could only see her head and neck, I was quite sure now she didn't have any clothes on. Possibly the forest people she belonged to didn't believe in clothing. How freeing that must be to feel the cool breezing wind on your skin, leaves and rushes brushing against up like silk instead of the stiff, fraying bark cloth. Even before I could manage to catch my breath, the girl began to barrage me with questions. What's your name? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Don't you know it's dangerous, this lake especially? There are crocodiles in the water. I told her briefly about Ram's vow and how the three of us ended up in the forest. I don't bother the crocodiles, so they leave me alone, I added. The girl narrowed her eyes. You shouldn't be here. This part of the forest belongs to my brothers Khar and Dushan, and they don't like intruders. We didn't know about your brothers, I said, nor have we seen them. Otherwise, we would have asked permission. What is the name of your tribe? They have been keeping an eye on you, she said. You'll see them when they want you to. Let's hope that never happens. They are not exactly the friendly type. Ignoring the last part of my question, she went on to more queries. Where do you come from? I told her, Ayodhya. Huh? She said. Never heard of it, but then I don't keep much track of cities. I prefer the freedom of forest life. Tell me again. Are both the men with you are your mates? Oh no, I said, scandalized. The fairer one is my brother-in-law. I like dark better too. He said, my husband, he had beautiful dark skin. Day or night, it gleamed like someone had oiled it lovingly. But he's dead now. Before I could say how sorry I was, she disappeared. Chapter 16. We were sitting on the mud porch of our hut in the evening, enjoying a strong wind that had sprung up. It would probably rain later, and the leaf-thatched roof of our hut would leak But for the moment, the wind had chased the mosquitoes away, and that was a pleasant relief. Ram and Lakshman were discussing Astras while I was daydreaming about being back in Ayodhya. Dressed in queenly skills, I sat on my veranda, which was filled with more flowers than ever. I had just had a long hot water bath, and a maid was rubbing scented oils into my hair. A little girl with long hair, curly like Ram's, ran in, an apologetic nurse following at her heels and clambered into my lap. When the nurse tried to take her away, she threw her arms around my neck and held me tight. A moment at the edge of the clearing dissolved my pleasant daydream. It was the girl from the lake, but now she looked different. She wore garlands of white flowers around her neck and wrist, and against them her skin glowed like polished oxen. Flowers decorated her nose and ears and were woven so skillfully into her curly, unruly hair that they looked like they had grown there. She wore a sari, if one could call it that. It was made of a pink fabric at once, sheer and iridescent, like nothing I had seen, worn tight around her curves and reaching only to her knees. She pulled it at it from time to time. I could tell she wasn't used to wearing it. Still, she walked with confidence, swaying her hips in a clearly sexual way without inhibition. I wanted to feel offended, but there was something innocent and natural in her movements, like a peacock preening itself in mating season. In her own way, she was beautiful, with a wild scent about her that could smell even from this distance like musk or rain. I was eager to talk further with her, but this time I was clearly not the focus of her attention. She ignored me and made straight for the men, my husband to be precise. Greetings, husband. Greeting, handsome one, she said to Ram. Welcome to my forest. I'm pleased to see you. We don't get to see men too often, this deep in the wilderness, and when we do, they are unusually ugly woodcutters, hunter types, or Rishis who are worse, all scrawny and severe, which clearly you are not. So tell me, who are you? And what are you doing here? What was she playing at? I thought, annoyed. I had already given her all this information. As I stared at the girl, I noticed that a glittery film flinted over her face like a cloud. I wondered if she'd thrown a glamour over her true appearance. The thought pulled me back to the hall of the war on the day the king of Rakshasa had come to try his luck. Peter had a similar glimmering around him, keeping us from seeing his true appearances. I wondered what this woman really looked like, and suddenly I was concerned. My heart began to beat faster. Was she a Rakshasi? Or if so, what did she want? I tried to catch the men's eye and figure out what they were thinking. Lakshman didn't look up from the arrows he was sharpening, but I could see the frown on his face. Ram, courteous as always, told the woman briefly who we were and why we were here. I considered announcing that I had already met her and given her all this information. But then I thought I'd wait and see what she was up to. Besides, Ram would be displeased that I hadn't told him about our meeting. Ayodhya, the woman said. It sounds very grand. I know I have heard of it, even though I live so far away. Indeed, you have, I thought, because I told you just this morning. I came up here from across the ocean, she continued, to visit my brothers. I'm from a royal family too, an Asura family. A shiver went through me. I did glean from listening it on the men's conversation with the sages that there was what the most militant Rakshasas like to call themselves Asura, not God, implying they were better. Lakshman's head had jerked up and he was now watching the woman carefully. She didn't seem to notice. Not to barge, she continued, but we are probably the most famous Asura clan. My oldest brother, he's the king, is feared even by the gods. We live on a magical island in the middle of the ocean. My brothers built a palace there. I'm not much for palaces, but even I can see how fine it is. Me, I prefer roaming in the forest, living the natural life. Plus, I like to speak my mind, and that can get you in trouble in court. Wouldn't you agree? Lakshman threw her a sharp glance, but Ram only smiled non-committently. That was encouragement enough for her to continue. You are probably wondering what my name is. I have quite a few depending on who I feel like being. Minakshi, Surpankha. My family called me that because they thought I had beautiful nails. You can call me Namaru, Namarupini, the desirable one. Sorry, you can call me Kamrupini, the desirable one. Now even Ram was getting impatient. What can I do for you, lady? He asked. Kamrupini lowered her head bashfully. Was that part of her act? I know I'm talking too much. It must be because I'm nervous. I haven't done this before, and certainly not with a human. I know my family won't approve, but I don't care. They never approve of me anyway. What I wanted to tell you is that I have been watching you for a while and here. He stammered a bit, then spoke in a rush. I really like you, so I'm asking you to be my mate. I was outraged. Wait just one moment. I wanted to say, can't you see he has a perfectly satisfactory mate already? But I remained silent, trusting that Ram would know the right way to diffuse the situation. Later, I did wonder, was that my first mistake with Surpankha? Could I have diffused the situation if I did intervene things before it escalated? Do we women trust too much when we love? Do we expect our men to solve every problem that comes up? I guarantee you, Kamrupini continued, I'll make you happy. I know all kinds of magic. I can fly halfway around the world with you, take you to beaches filled with silver white sands where no man can ever set foot, or to mountains so high that their peaks you can see the entire world. We can frolic in lakes filled with heavenly lotuses, or if you prefer, I can build you a palace filled with every comfort you can imagine. And should you ever get tired of my looks, I can change them and become slim and tall, or soft and curvy and golden haired like the pale woman of the north. In fact, I can fulfill every fantasy of yours. As she spoke, she made a gesture with her hand, and her hair grew straight and turned pale and silky like corn fibers. Ram smiled, but I noticed that though his lips curled up charmingly, his eyes were cold. I did love to take you up on your generous offer, fair maiden, but as you see, here he gestured toward me, I have a wife, and I have sworn an oath not to take another mate. The girl looked confused, which was understandable. Plenty of humans too, Dashrath included, had been confused as to why Ram had sworn to such an unnecessary and inconvenient vow, particularly when no one had asked him to. In any case, I was glad that matters had been clarified. I waited for Ram to say goodbye and for the girl to leave so that I could go back to my daydreams. But but Ram threw me a quick smile as though sharing a private joke. Though I didn't exactly grasp what it might be and continued, why don't you talk to my brother Lakshman? He's better looking than me, fair skin, more muscular. Most important, he's all alone in the forest and could surely appreciate some female company. I was shocked. True, Lakshman hadn't taken the one by vow. Still, I felt outraged on my sister's behalf and upset at Ram's insensitivity and confused as well. It wasn't like my husband to joke like this. What was he thinking of? The girl too looked confused. She glanced at Lakshman, who looked thunderous, and then back at Ram. Surely, now Lakshman would lose his temper and send her off with a cutting comment or a threat, I thought. Then I saw a lightning glance pass between the brothers. Lakshman's expression changed immediately, and I realized that the two brothers were in perfect synchrony, like a single soul in two bodies. Would I ever be able to reach that kind of understanding with Ram, no matter how much I loved him? Probably not, I thought, a bit sadly. Loving someone did not necessarily mean you understand them. In fact, remembering Dashrath and Kekai, I wondered if loving someone too much prevented you from seeing them less clearly than an objective bystander. Lakshman was bound to calm Rupini, palms joined. With all due respect, beautiful one, I am but the servant of my brother. Why would you wish for a servant to be your mate? You who come from such a glorious lineage, when you can have the master himself, ask him again. I'm certain he can't withstand your charms for too long. The girl paused, uncertain, then took a step towards Ram. Couldn't she see that the men were mocking her? I thought it cruel of them to do so. Admittedly, the girl had gone beyond the norms of maidenly behavior, offering herself in this manner to a man who she barely knew. But perhaps the rules of conduct were different for Asuras. In any case, she didn't deserve to be taunted. I gestured to her from behind Ram's back to leave with dignity before things went any further. But my gestures had a very different effect from that, what I intended. The girl's head snapped up as though she were noticing me for the first time. A look of rage took over her face. You puny human female, she cried. You are the reason for this whole problem, isn't it? You are the one thing standing between Ram and me. If you weren't here, he'd fall in love with me right away. Well, I can take care of that. In the blink of an eye, she changed again, swelling to twice her size. Now her face was black and monstrous, and her eyes pulsed red. Her hair withered like snakes. Her teeth grew into fangs. Her nails too grew until they were carved and sharp as incisors. I'm Surpanka, your doom, she screamed as she rushed at me. I flinched, more startled than afraid, the way I'd be if a slender, pretty chameleon had suddenly puffed itself up to scare off predators. My movement had caught Ram's eye, and his face turned dark with anger. It's all right, I called to him as I braced myself in warrior stance. Knees slightly bent, hands fisted, Asura or not, I am confident that I could handle her. Turning her strength against herself, the girl had probably used magic to appear fiercer than she really was. And in case I got into trouble, Ram was there to help me. But Ram's word cut through the air like a knife. I will not have my wife terrorized in this way. Lakshman, take care of this immortal, unnatural creature. Before his words had stopped echoing in my ears, before I had a chance to cry out, no, Lakshman picked up her bow and in one swift motion released an arrow that corkscrewed through the air and chopped off the girl's nose and ears. I watched, frozen with shock, as blood cascaded down Sarpanka's face, staining her shimmery pink sari. She looked at my husband, her eyes full of disbelief that someone could do such a thing to her when she did offered him what was love. Then, screaming her pain and outrage, she vanished in a swirl of red mist. From a distance, we heard her final words. You'll be sorry. Ah, you'll be sorry, all of you. My brother shall know of this, and then you'll be sorry you were ever born. That night, none of us slept. Lakshman paced around the hut, as alert as a panther on the prowl. Ram sat at the floor, his bow and arrow ready, his muzzle gleamed tautly in the dappled moonlight. I lay on my bed of leaves, trying not to toss and turn. Ram had sent me inside and instructed me to sleep, saying I had nothing to worry about. The two of them would protect me, I didn't doubt that part, though I would have preferred to sit beside Ram, helping him keep watch. Sleep was an impossibility anyway. What kept me awake, though, wasn't fear, it was the vision of the girl. Her gashed, bleeding face, a shock in her eyes. That and the conversation I did had with the two men afterwards. Did you need to be so harsh? I did asked. Once, Surpanka's scream had died away. To mutilate her so horribly, she was just an infatuated girl. You would have easily scared her off. We were protecting you, Ram said. He sounded hurt. He was right. It was his concern for me that made him react so quickly and harshly, knowing that made me feel worse. You don't understand, sister in law, Lakshman said heatedly. They are not human like us, they are Rakshasas. They can't be treated with human courtesy. They don't understand it, and they certainly don't appreciate it. If we'd had done anything less to her, she would have just thought we were weak. She would have come back with her whole horde to attack us when we were sleeping. Lakshman's right. You can't trust a Rakshasa. They'll turn on you any moment like a venomous snake. That's just how they are made. In fact, they are worse than snakes because they are devious. You haven't heard the horrifying stories the rishis told us. That time when we went to fight Tarka. How they did take pleasure in skinning the sages alive. The best thing you can do with a Rakshasa is to kill it as quickly as possible. I stared at him, surprised at his vengeance. In earlier times, Ram had expressed regret at having to kill Rakshasa. What made him change? In fact, he continued, Lakshman was being kind to this one, sparing her alive because she was a female. I didn't think that living with a mutilated face was any easier than a clean death, especially for a woman who had so badly wanted a mate. But saying this would have led us to a confrontation, and this time particularly we needed to stick together. I blamed love, too, for my silence. How it makes us back down from protesting because we are afraid of displeasing the beloved, or because we are afraid that our disagreement is a symptom of a greater disease, incompatibility of values. So I said, Though I couldn't keep the shrillness from my voice. Don't you think she'll come back with her whole horde anyway? Doesn't she have even more reasons now? Ram misunderstood my tone. Don't be afraid, dearest. No matter how many Rakshasas like this Surpanka brings back, we are ready for them. Lakshman added, Ram probably never told you. You know how modest he is. But the Rishis blessed us with a special boon after we killed Katarka and her horde. Our quivers will never be empty of arrows. Those Rakshasas don't have a chance. Can't you see? We'll be doing them a service, helping to bring peace to the forest, making them safer for the Rishis. I didn't argue further. I could see the men wouldn't change their minds. The belief in the superiority of their own ways was too deeply ingrained in them. But I wasn't satisfied. We were visitors to the forest, which already had its own rule, its own rhythm. It's our own savage beauty. It belonged more to the Rakshasas than to us. What right did we have to cause destruction to those who had been here long before we came? The Rakshasas arrived soon, as the man had predicted, waves of them, camouflaged by the darkness because the moon had disappeared. Perhaps that was part of their magic, or perhaps they just knew nature's cycle and made use of them. Lakshman shot a fire arrow into a tall peepal tree, which burst into flames. I gasped, feeling its burning pain, and then we could see them all, wave after wave, white, war, pain, trouble around their dark skin, mouths distended in outrage as they yelled their battle cries, their vengeance for their sister. Mingled with fear and disgust, I couldn't help but feel sympathy in their place. I have done the same? Wouldn't I have done the same? They died, of course, every single one, screaming their pain as their souls left their bodies. Because whatever the rishis might have said to Ram and Lakshman, I refused to believe they didn't have soul. Stepping out onto the porch in the morning, I was horrified by the carnage confronting me. The expressions on the faces of the dead were not so different from that one we see on the human soldiers, fear and desperation and pain. Their blood, which I did expect it to be a monstrous black, was red as ours, staining the entire forest floor as far as I could see. But everything it had done into a contact with plants, grass, even 100-year-old trees had shriveled up. We'll have to move from here, Ram said. When their bodies decompose, they let out poisonous fumes. He was right. I was already feeling a little dizzy, and the tense was overwhelming. Still, I felt we needed to do something. I understand that you had to kill them. They attacked us after all, I told Ram. But shouldn't we do something for the bodies? Cremate them, maybe like you would have done with human enemies? They don't deserve such respect, Lakshman said, but Ram more practically explained that the decomposing bodies were highly flammable and might cause a forest fire if we tried to cremate them. I capitulated, but before we left, I walked around the piles of dead, my sari pressed against my nose, searching. I was looking for Sarpanka's body. I was determined to give her at least a burial. She wasn't there. We moved upriver where the wind blew clear. We found a suitable spot and built another hut. I planted few flowers. Soon the entire roof bloomed sunrise orange with trumpets, wine, and the porch was overhung with curtains of jasmine that filled our nights with fragrances and gave Ram and me all the privacy we could desire. For a while the man watched carefully for Akshara's, but maybe they did kill them all, for no other disturbed us. Except in my dream, one that kept coming back in it. The mutilated Kamrupini knelt in front of an enormous jeweled throne in a courtroom, whose roof descended into stars. Onto the throne sat a man whose face I could not see. He didn't raise his voice till it cut through the entire hall. It was distorted with tears and fury, yet strangely familiar. Tell me, who has done this to you, sister? I will personally make sure they are punished, and I will choose a revenge that will hurt them the most. Chapter 17. Time passed. The day fell us on like gentle rain, the nights wrapped up in conchi arms, embroidered with stars. Only a few months, and then we'll be making our way back to Ayodhya. Ayodhya, after so many years in the forest, and the city seemed unreal to me. A place out of an old tale. If someone had asked me what the palace had looked like, or even my quarters, I would have expected I wouldn't be able to answer. Thoughts of returning there filled with me turmoil, worries and elation jolting one another. All the people I had known there, how much they must have changed by now, and in their eyes I did see how much I had changed. I thought of Kaushalya. Had grief aged her? I longed to see Urmila. She had been upset with me for having abandoned her for so long. I did have to work long and hard to control her out of her well deserved anger. And what would happen when we finally came face to face with Kekai? Ram may have forgiven her, but Lakshman had not. And of my own feelings, I was unsure. I knew I did miss the forest in spite of its hardship, for I had known a kind of freedom here, a lightness that I did never experience again once I was crowned Queen of Ayodhya. Most important, here I did have Ram all to myself. In Panchavati, he had shed his responsibilities as son and prince and become foremost my friend and lover. Though we had been married for so long, we still played courtship games. I pretending to be upset over little things, he wooing me back into good humor with a small forest gift. Sometimes he sang to me, making me smile because he was always slightly off. He, my husband, who was so perfect at everything else, for me that was part of his charm. Lakshman probably felt we were being silly, but uncharacteristically he kept his thoughts to himself, giving us as much privacy as possible. In turn, I allowed him his own space, special time with his brother, to go hunting or fishing, promising not to venture outside the hut on those occasions. We both know that once Ram became king, he did grow distance from us. He did belong first and foremost to his people. We accepted that was how it had to be. There were no more attacks by Rakshasas. Ram and Lakshman must have killed them all, or perhaps news of their battle powers had spread through the Rakshasa tribe, and no one else dared to face them. My dreams of Sarpanka had ceased too, so I didn't bother to tell Ram about them. The deer appeared soon after that. From the first, I sensed there was something unusual about the animal. For one, it was larger than any of the other deers I had seen, and its skin wasn't spotted but a clean, shining gold. Everything about it gleamed. Its antlers, its hoofs, and the dark black eyes. It solemnly regarded me with as though it had things it wanted to tell me. For another, it wasn't afraid of me. It watched as I walked towards it with a handful of the fresh spinach leaves I grew in my garden, emerald green and dewy. But unlike the other deer, it wouldn't take them from my hand, nor from the ground, when I laid them down and backed away. When I approached it again, it allowed me to reach a certain closeness, and then it moved away, stepping elegantly, quite unafraid. Its strangeness, of course, was part of its appeal. But the most unusual thing about the deer, though I wouldn't realize it until later, was that I couldn't stop thinking about it. When I told Ram about the deer, he smiled indulgently, as though I were a child to be human. I could see that he didn't believe me when I insisted that it was different from all the other deer I had seen. This annoyed me. I decided that I would conquer the deer. If charm did not work, I would employ subterfuge. I felt a strange desire to throw my arms around its neck, to hug its silkiness. I would weave a rope of dry grasses, tie it around its neck, and lead it victoriously to Ram. When we went back to Ayodhya, I would take it with me. But the deer was a wily creature. It allowed me to approach closer each day, but every time it shied away just before I could touch it. It was as though it was teasing me. My need for the deer grew like an ache, an addiction. It merged with my hunger for a baby, which I had carefully kept secret from Ram. After a week of this, I was feverish with frustration. I want you to catch this deer for me. I said to Ram, I've got to have it. Ram looked at me in surprise because it wasn't my habit to make demands. But I wasn't myself. That's what happens when we crave something so much. I made Ram hide inside the hut while I waited outside with my usual offerings of spinach leaves until the deer appeared. Then I whispered to Ram to take a look. The deer appeared even more beautiful. If that were possible on that day, its large, expressive eyes were fringed with thick eyelashes. Its antlers sparkled as though studded with jewels. When Ram stepped out from the hut, I tensed, afraid that it would flee into the forest, but it only retreated to the edge of the clearing. Even when Lakshman arrived, lodging a load of firewood, it didn't disappear. From the shadow of the trees, it watched us, unblinking. For a moment, I thought its eyes glimmered with tears, but I was only being fanciful. Ram was watching the deer intently. He hadn't responded to me. Isn't it beautiful? I whispered again. I waited eagerly for him to appear. Agree. A little indulgently, as he usually did when I got excited over something I came across in the forest. But he only said, I don't have a good feeling about this animal. Something about it isn't right. It makes me uncomfortable. Lakshman had come up to us by this time. I feel the same way, brother. Maybe it's a Rakshasa in disguise, here to spy upon us. The best thing to do is scare it off. Shall I do that? He reached for his bow and the deer stepped backward, warily until only the tip of its antlers showed through the bushes. I was suddenly furious with Lakshman and his continuous talk about Rakshasa. What ride had he had to spoil my innocent pleasure? God knows I had few enough in this wilderness. I turned to Ram, sure he did honor my request. In such matters, he was always the most indulgent and loving husband. But today he said, better you forget about this creature, Sita. Whatever it is, I'll get you something else. Another deer, if you wish. Anger throbbed inside me, cold as iron. Did he think I was a child? To be distracted, to be popped off with a toy, a replacement to suit his convenience. What was wrong with him? Why was he being so insensitive today, chiding with his brother? Couldn't he feel how achingly lonely I was? How much I longed for something to hold in my empty arms and cuddle and take care of. Something that depended upon me for its happiness, maybe even its survival. The way a child might, the way a husband never would. The words flew from my mouth before I knew what I was saying. The language I used was formal, but more suited to the royal court than the relief hatchet hut I was standing in front of. Did you not, at the time of our marriage ceremony, promise to provide for all my needs? I think you will agree that I have rarely asked you for anything all these years, and even then only small things. But today I'm asking. I wish for that dear and no other, however difficult it might be to get. If you refuse, I will understand that the words of the heir of the house of Raghu are worth less than the ashes that are left behind when a fire dies. My voice reverberated in the clearing. The deer took a step forward, as though drawn to it. The whites of his eyes glittered. The look in them was strangely human. I shivered. Why did my words sound so familiar and so ominous? I longed to take them back, but my pride wouldn't allow it. Ram looked into my face, his eyes filled with so much love and sorrow that I wanted to throw myself at him and embrace him with both arms. To say, forget the dear, I have you, that's enough. I even took a step forward, but it was too late. He had already shouldered his bow and was turning away. His last words to me before he disappeared into the dark tangle of trees where the deer had fled were, since this animal matters so much to you, I'll bring it back alive or dead. To Lakshman he said, brother, guard Sita until I return. And Lakshman's voice resolute, don't worry brother, I'll guard her, I swear it upon my honor. Time passed, but how slowly it passed. The moments like grains that ants were carrying from a mountain of sugar, one at a time. The sun tilted past its zenith. The shadows lengthened and turned purple. Though it was too early for them to do so, the forest grew unnaturally cold. Far above, I thought I saw a strange shape soaring and wheeling, disappearing in and out of clouds. I couldn't tell what it was. Lakshman paced up and down wordlessly, curtly refusing food when I offered it to him. He wanted me to know he was displeased with me for sending Ram on its stupid errands, and therefore I couldn't share my unease with him, nor my mortification at having allowed anger to get the best of me, to have parted from Ram with such bitter words. How entangled love is with expectations. That poison wine, the stronger the expectations, the more our anger towards the beloved if he doesn't fulfill it, and the less our control over ourselves. Why else wouldn't I stop myself when I knew very well that I shouldn't bring up the house of Raghu and their pride in keeping their word? I was well aware that it was the chick in Ram's armor, I shouldn't have used my knowledge born of intimacy against him, but I did. After a while, my mortification was overshadowed by worry. Ram was never gone for so long when he went hunting. Even on the rare occasions when he did come across tigers or lions, he did dispatch them with ease. And this was just a deer. He should have caught it already. I know he had a special afsras that turned into nets or ropes and bound its target effortlessly. So why hadn't he come back yet? Finally, I couldn't stop myself. I'm afraid for Ram, I told Lakshman. I wish I hadn't sent him after that deer. What if he's in danger? Lakshman, plain speaker that he was, said, "That's right, you shouldn't have nagged him to go. We both told you something very wrong with that deer." Then, seeing the distress on my face, he added kindly, "But you do not worry about Ram. There's not a creature in this forest, beast or Rakshasa, that can hurt him." The conviction in his voice calmed me. But just then I heard a cry. It was Ram's voice. Though I had never heard it distorted like this with pain and anguish. "Sita, Sita. Ah, I'm wounded. Ah, treachery. Brother Lakshman, I need you. Come to my aid, brother." My entire body began to tremble. "Lakshman, get your bow and arrows. Didn't you hear that? You must go. Go right now. Ram's in trouble. He needs your help. Maybe that deer was a Rakshasa after all." Lakshman shook his head. "That's not Ram. Can't be. I know it for sure. Sister in law, you have got to believe me. You haven't seen Ram fight the way I have. He's a match for even the king of the Rakshasas. Besides, he wouldn't be wailing and begging like that. Like some coward weakling. That's not his style." The voice came to us again, borne over a shuddering wind. It seemed fainter this time. "Brother, help me. Come quick." It broke mid sentence. "Go, Lakshman," I cried. "Clearly he is in the trouble of some kind. Go for my peace of mind, even if you don't think Ram needs you." But infuriatingly, Lakshman didn't move. "I promised Ram that I would guard you, no matter what happens. I can't leave you alone. You are a lot more valuable than he is. I am sure all this is Rakshasa magic. Ignore it. Have more faith in your husband." I heard the voice again. It was clearly Ram's. How could Lakshman claim it wasn't? "Lakshman," he said. It sounded more distant now, as though Ram was being dragged away, even as he called to us, "Sita." There was a horrible choking, growling around. Then an ominous silence. "Lakshman," I cried, weeping, "as your elder sister-in-law, I order you to go." Lakshman shook his head. "With all due respect, sister-in-law, my elder brother's order takes precedence over yours. He told me to take care of you. And by my honor, that's what I am going to do." I paced up and down, wringing my hands, crazed with worry. What could I say to Lakshman to shake him up? Force him to go to my beloved husband's aid? Then it came to me, the greatest insult I could think of. "How dare you speak of honor?" I cried, pouring all the taunting rage I could summon into my voice, regretting the words even as I formed them. "I understand now why you are refusing to go to help Ram. You want me for yourself. You are hoping that if Ram dies, you'll make me your wife. Ah, why not? After all, he is only a half brother. My poor Ram. Bharat has taken his kingdom. Why shouldn't you take his wife? But it won't work, I tell you. I'll kill myself rather than let you lay even a finger on me." Lakshman's face went white with shock at my words. I braced myself for his rage. But he only said, with great sadness, "You know full well that I respect you like my own mother and want nothing more than to protect you. But after what you have said, questioning my honor, I can't remain here. I'll break my promise to Ram, something I have never done in life. And I'll go in search of him, though I know he's perfectly safe. But you, left alone, you are in grave peril." I feel it in my bones. He took his bow and with a sharp edge inscribed a large circle around the hut. I think he whispered a mantra while he drew it, for the line began to glow like it was on fire. "Don't step outside this rekha on any account," he said to me as he left. "Hope it will keep you safe. To pray to the gods to watch over you." But his voice was bleak, as though he didn't expect much of them. Chapter 18. Once Lakshman disappeared down the same forest path that Ram had taken, I sat down heavily on the threshold, covered my face with my hands, and wept in regret and despair. How beautifully the day had begun, and look where we were now. It was all my fault. Why had I wanted that deer so much? Thinking back, I couldn't understand it. It had been like a fever, that strange desire that had gripped me, as though I had been bewitched, as though I didn't regret forcing Lakshman to go to Ram's help. I cringed when I remembered the cruel tactics I had used. The hurt and then the disgust in his eyes that I could say such things. Just let Ram be safe, I cried over and over. Please, Goddess, let him come back to me quickly. I promise. I'll never ask him or you for anything else. And I'll apologize profusely to Lakshman. I will. I'll explain to him that I never meant any of those harsh words. I'll let him spend as much time with his brother as he wants and I'll stay out of the way. Often, when I prayed for something, there was a sign, but today, nothing. Clearly, I had angered the goddess, and who could blame her when I had been so selfish and stupid? I was startled from my entities by a gentle voice. Good day, lady. The blessings of a sadhu upon you and your house. A man stood in the clearing, just outside the boundary Lakshman had drawn around me. Its fiery courtiers now faded into dusty ordinaries. He was dressed in the orange robe of a holy mendicant. He must have been on the road for a while, because his robes were tattered and his hair, falling about his face, was matted and unkempt. He did come across wandering sadhus like him as we transferred the forest. Though recently, as we went deeper into Panchavati, we did see less of them. I always enjoyed their description of their journeys and their words of wisdom. It was a special pleasure to see their hungry eyes lit up as I offered them whatever simple meal I did prepare. I was particularly thankful to see this sadhu today and decided to ask him to keep me company until the men returned. Talking to him would keep my mind from the horrific images my wild imagination kept conjuring up. Ram injured, Ram fallen into a pit perhaps, or stuck into a bog, Ram lying alone, close to death. When my husband returned safe and sound, as surely he would, by divine grace, the sadhu's presence would temper some of his anger. Ram was rarely angry, but this time, when he learned of the unforgivable things I had said to Lakshman, I knew he would be furious. I greeted the sadhu respectfully and asked him his name. You can call me Dashanan, he replied. It was a strange name, one I hadn't heard before. The sadhu must have seen my surprise, because he gave a very smile and said, 10-headed. It refers to the many weaknesses that make me stumble upon the spiritual path. But enough of me. Who are you, maiden, and why are you alone in this dangerous forest? Speaking was a welcome respite from worry, so I told him my name and how I had been found in the earth of Mithila, so that no one really knew where I came from and how Ram had married me by lifting and stringing Shiva's great bow. Sita, he said, Sita. Spoke my name slowly, meditatively. I thought I saw a glint in his eyes, but I must have been mistaken. For when he looked at me, his pupils were old and dull and glazed over with cataracts. Fascinating story. Your marriage. How many wonders there are in this creation. Tell me more about your adventures. That was all the encouragement I needed. I described my beloved Ram to him in great detail, and his royal brother Lakshman also. I explained about Kekai and the boons she had been able to claim because men from the house of Raghu never went back on their promise. I described my 13 years of difficult wandering and listened with some satisfaction to his words of sympathy and his praise because he thought I had been such a good wife and put up with so much. Finally, I told him of the golden deer and confessed, a little shamefully, how I had fought with my husband and forced him to go after it. I even voiced my fear that it might be a wicked Rakshasa in disguise. It might, indeed. It might, indeed, the sage said, and a strange look akin to sorrow passed over his face. In which case it would have been led your husband far into the wilderness. The Rakshas are wily creatures. That's too bad. For I would have loved to meet your illustrious husband, such a brave warrior, a veritable crossed to evil Rakshasas everywhere. But I can't delay any longer. There's a holy cave some distance from here, and I must reach it before nightfall. Please rest a while in the shade of our porch. I entreated. Ram and Lakshman will be back soon. Lakshman will bring you fresh fruits. Ram will fetch water to wash your feet. I'll gather the wild rice which grows by the river and cook it for you, along with the vegetables from my garden. I'm a fast cook. There will still be plenty of time for you to reach your cave. But the sadhu shook his head. My vows of monkhood will not allow that. Already I have spent too much time with you, a woman and a householder, and I am afraid this has reduced my merits. I'm not supposed to even step onto the shadows of a house, let alone take comfort on its porch. If you wish to give me alms, you may give them now, but I can only accept them from where I am standing. It would be a great shame if a holy man left our home. Makeshift though it was, empty handed, I ran inside and gathered in the pillow of my sari whatever food I had. Just a few fruits, unfortunately. But when I came out, I realized that the sage stood too far away for me to reach him without crossing the boundary Lakshman had created for me. I didn't quite believe that staying inside the line would keep me from all the harm. But having spoken so many cruel words to Lakshman, I didn't want to further upset him by disregarding his dictums. Please come a little closer, sage, I said, a little embarrassingly pointing to the line. I'm not supposed to cross this rekha. Even as I spoke, it seemed a silly thing to say. The sadhu drew himself up. I could feel indignation rising from him, shimmering like heat waves on a summer day. His face grew dark with anger. I resigned myself to a tongue lashing. Why was it that our holy man, who made a big deal of giving up so many things, comfort, fame, family, couldn't seem to give up their temperance? Are you trying to tempt me, woman? He cried. Are you trying to lure me near you so that I'll break my vows? Didn't I just tell you I do not set foot in the compounds of householders? Forget about your islands. I don't want them. One more day of going hungry will not kill me. But I must say, this isn't the kind of hospitality I expected from the house of Raghu or from the daughter of Janak and Sunena. His words sent my mind spinning. Living with Ram, I had taken on some of his insensitivities. I knew how mortified he'd be if he learned that a sadhu had left our home complaining that he was disappointed by Raghu's hospitality. But worse, by calling clearly on my father and mother, he had made me feel personally guilty. How did he even know their names? I hadn't told him anything about them. Clearly, the sage had occult powers. It had been a prime rule in my parents' palace that no one, holy mendicants or common beggars, went away hungry. My mother had impressed upon us that it was our duty as householders to take care of the guest that landed at our door, invited or otherwise. By failing in that duty, might I bring a new spat of bad luck down on us? Holy men often possess trained siddhis. Might his ill will obstruct our safe return to Ayodhya, to Ram's long awaited coronation? I swayed between my two choices, breaking my logical promise to Lakshman or failing in my duty to my guest, who was additionally a holy man. Which was worse? What would Ram have wanted me to do? At this moment, the face that rose in my mind strangely was that of my father in law. For the first time, I felt a deep sympathy for King Dashrath and the option he had been faced with, far more difficult than mine, complicated further by the bonds of love. To break his word to his favorite wife, or to unfairly banish his dearest son. There was no easy answers. Dashrath's voice said inside my head, especially when we want to please the one we love. That same love clouds our eyes and doesn't allow us to see what's right in front of us. There was no more time to debate the issue. The sadhu had stomped off towards the same thicket where, seemingly a lifetime ago, the golden deer had vanished. Stop, sage. I'm coming. As soon as I stepped over Lakshman's rekha, I knew I had made a huge mistake. It wasn't only because of the pain that went through me. As though 1,000 thorns had pricked me at once, it was all the sage. One moment he was half hidden in forest foliage, and the next he was beside me. I didn't understand how he could move so fast. In fact, I hadn't seen him move at all. He had my arm in a hot vice grip and was twisting it so that pain ran up all the way to my neck like a wave of fire. His face had changed. The gaunt medicament features transformed into a handsome, proud, and triumphant visage. There was a crown on his head. Gold woven robes covered him, and the jewels in his ears and on his arms dazzled me. Even as I stared at him in horrified disbelief, I understood that everything I had seen before was a glamour spell, Rakshasa glamour. But where had he come from? Ram and Lakshman had been certain that they had killed all the Rakshasa in the Panchavati forest. Shall I chop off your nose and ears like your husband and his brother did to my sister? He asked. Or shall I torture and kill you and leave your mutilated body for them to find, as I found my brothers? The anger that quivered in his voice was cold and controlled, his accent elegant but unfamiliar. I should have been too terrified and distraught to notice these things, but I did. The mind works in strange ways. Yes, indeed, because my mind was busy figuring out who the stranger was and why he had come here, why he had chosen me as his prey. I was saying, of course, because even through my anguish and anger, how could I blame him for what he was doing? Exacting retribution for the disfigured Surpanka and for his brothers who had fought to death in their efforts to avenge her. This must be the other brother Surpanka had mentioned, the one who ruled a beautiful distant land across the ocean. I tried to remember if she had told us his name, but my heart pounded so loudly I couldn't think. I listened to Ram and Lakshman, hoping against hope to hear the crunch of leaves under their footsteps, but there was none. The dear Rakshasa that Surpanka's brother must have brought with him had led Ram far away indeed. I was alone. I had only myself to depend upon. I ignored the burning pain in my arm and shoulder and aimed a sudden kick with all my strength at the back of my captor's knees. It was one of my favorite martial art moves, guaranteed to make an opponent lose his balance and fall on his back. I was ready to leap on him and gouge out his eyes in an instant, as I had been taught. Sometimes the move made an opponent fall face forward, in which case I was prepared to bring down the side of my arm like a blade on the back of his neck, paralyzing him. But the Rakshasa didn't even flinch. Instead, he laughed and put me effortlessly into a chokehold so tight that it cut off my breath. In a moment, things were swimming in front of my eyes. In another moment, I'd be unconscious or maybe dead from a broken neck. Go ahead and do what you will, I gasped, while I still had the strength to speak. Surpanka's bleeding face rose in my mind. You have the right, I added. Inside, I prayed he did kill me quickly, and if he tortured me, cutting pieces of my body slowly and eating them raw in front of my eyes, as some sages had told Rakshasa like to do, I prayed I did have the fortitude to not beg for mercy. The Rakshasa neither. Instead, he loosened his grasp on my throat. I bent over, whistling and coughing. But I kept my eyes on him, partly to be ready for what he would do next, and partly because there might be another chance to attack him. The Rakshasa gave me a long, considering look. There was, I think, some admiration in it. Then his face hardened. Death would be too easy for you, and I'm not the kind of person, unlike your husband, who disfigures a woman and abandons her to a lifetime of sorrow and shame. Nor do I eat human flesh. Most asuras don't. I bet the rishis didn't tell you that, did they? This is what I am going to do instead. I'll take you away to my kingdom and leave your husband to a lifetime of searching and mourning and regretting, knowing that he brought this upon himself. To be taken captive, to spend years, perhaps my entire life, in some faraway Rakshasa kingdom as a slave. To know all the while that my beloved husband was looking everywhere for me, crazed with sorrow. That's the kind of man Ram was, never to give up. To fear that he might not even find me. or that even if he knew where I was, he'd be unable to rescue me. How could he, with only Lakshman to help him? Even if he was the best warrior in the world, I imagined the two of them searching vainly in the wilderness, never returning to Ayodhya. Because how could they return? Admitting in shame that they had allowed me to be abducted. Sorrow laced me sharper than any fear I had had for myself. Truly, this was a far worse punishment than a swift death. I struggled mightily, giving on the elegant moves I didn't taught. I kicked and clawed and bit at the Rakshasa, and in between I yelled for help. But now I knew I couldn't defeat him, but I was hoping I could delay him until Ram returned. My nails raised wealth on his dark, smooth skin, and my teeth drew blood. Even for a Rakshasa, it must have hurt, but he only smiled a wolfish grin. I could see he was enjoying my futile efforts and whistled. It was a high, wild sound, and in response, something came hurtling down from the sky, some kind of giant glittering bird. No, it wasn't a chariot, unlike anything I have seen or imagined. Huge and silver and throbbing, and with metal wings and gears, shaped like flowers. I was so amazed I couldn't help staring in mouth opened wonder. For a moment, I even forgot to struggle. You might want to close your lips, the Rakshasa said kindly. A bug might wander in. I snapped shut my jaws and glared at him. This is Pushpak, the Rakshasa said with pride. The best flying chariot in the world. I wrested it from my half brother Kubera because he thought he was so much better than us Asura. I think it likes being with me better, don't you, Pushpak? The machine made a purring sound. Come along now, said the Rakshasa. There will be plenty of time chatting later. We have got a long way to go. And I did like to be back in my palace by dinner time. I'm rather hungry. That part of what I told you was true. I kicked and screamed with renewed vigor, but he grabbed me unceremoniously around the middle and threw me around his shoulder. Tore hit his back, screaming for help. Only my echoes answered me. Only the vines I had planted around the hut reached out and wound themselves around my wrist and ankles to pull me back. The Rakshasa cut through them easily with his sword, leaving them slashed to pieces dying on the ground. I could feel their pain as life drained out of them. This made me so furious that I forgot to be afraid. Tell me your real name, you coward, I shouted, kicking at his shins as he pulled me onto the chariot. Oh, clearly you are a coward, you shameless creature, to steal a man's wife when he isn't around. If I had hoped to make the Rakshasa lose his temper, I failed. He flashed me another grin, sharp and triumphant, and a little wary. Not a coward, merely a strategist with a penchant for justice. Your husband has already killed so many of my kingsmen. It wouldn't be right to endanger more of them. And what could be a more fitting punishment for a man who has destroyed a woman's chance at finding love than to snatch from him the woman he loves? For him to know she is a captive in an Asura king's palace, the latest object of his kingly affections. His last words made me shudder. What did he mean? He was looking at me, a hot glint in his eyes. I couldn't tell if he was serious or if he was trying to frighten me. As for my name, the Rakshasa continued, raising his voice as though in a challenge. I'm Ravan, ruler of Lanka across the ocean. Let Ram come there if he can even find it, and rescue you if he dares. Ravan! A jolt went through my brain. That same Asura king who had come to Mithila. A lifetime ago, it seemed. His face was different now, his handsomeness grown very heavy, with harsh lines around the mouth, a weariness in his eyes. Had he not told me his name, I wouldn't have guessed him to be the king who had strode past into the great hall with such confidence wrapped in a gold glittering spell. When he failed at lifting the magic bow that was my bride's prize, how furious he'd been. How afraid my parents were that he did create mayhap. But because of his love for Shiva, he did control himself and left peacefully. As though it was yesterday, I remembered the strange feeling of recognition I did had when our eyes met for a moment. And or closeness, a bond from some other world. Perhaps if I felt it again, I could appeal to the better part of him. Perhaps he did listen. I forced myself to look into Ravan's eyes, trying to call up that mysterious closeness again. But there was no sense of recognition this time, no feeling of being wrathed into another world. It was like looking into an opaque pool, one which, if you fell into, would pull you into its drowning depth. If Ravan noticed me staring, he gave no indication of it. He whispered a word. His tone was affectionate, and the chariot hummed in reply. He shot up into the air at a speed I hadn't previously imagined possible. Below us, my hut and the clearing in which it sat shrank into a dot, then into nothingness as it was swallowed by the forest. The forest, too, shrank until it was no bigger than a bedsheet, pocked by peaks. Rivers glittered here and there in it, thin threads of silver. Somewhere deep inside, a part of me marveled at the night, sighed even as I failed, and screamed and tried to gouge out the Rakshasa's eyes. Ravan held me off easily, the corner of his mouth lifting in a small, mocking smile. He didn't try to stop me. When my voice grew hoarse and my arms too tired to punch him, I prayed to the goddess to save me. When she was silent, I prayed to the rest of the gods, anyone who came to my mind. The sky above me remained empty. The gods, if indeed they even existed, had their own plan and it didn't coincide with my distressed need. For a moment, I thought I'd throw myself out of the chariot. It would be worth it, just to foil the demon king's plan. But I didn't. It wasn't that I was afraid of death. How could I be? I knew nothing of it. Still, I didn't want to die. Not without seeing Ram one more time. That's how the bonds of love tie us down. Time sped by us, running like a hordes of beasts. How far did I travel? How long did it take? I don't know. I think I was in trance. Perhaps it was Rakshas magic. Perhaps it was shock. Vaguely, I remember a giant bird flying at the chariot, causing Ravan, in a human voice, declaring his name Jatayu. He tried vehemently to rescue me, but he was old, and Ravan chopped off his wings without even a moment's hesitation, leaving him to spiral down to his death, spewing blood, while I stared in guilty horror because he had died in his efforts to save me. Elsewhere on a mountain peak below, a group of hairy men, or were they monkeys, that clustered, confirming. I threw down my jewelry to them, necklace, bangles, anklets. Give them to Ram, I cried. Tell him that Ravan of Lanka has stolen his Sita. Tell him that she'll be waiting for him to come and rescue her. But we were too high up for them to hear my words. The jewelry fell through the air, glinting like teardrops, and was lost in the dense foliage. Time tightened around me like a whirlpool. I think I lost consciousness. Maybe it was because Ravan spoke to me in an amorous tone that was more frightening than all the threatening he'd done earlier. It seemed to me we stooped low over an ocean forth wide with the waves beneath which churned tentacles monsters. Then we soared upward into black clouds edged with lightning until my hair crackled with the current. When I woke up grouchy as though I had drunk many cups of bitter wine, I was inside a walled city made of gold, situated atop a mountain. It shone so bright it almost blinded me. The walls were many-storied halls, and heavily armed guards patrolled atop them constantly. The main gate was attended by shining noble beings that seemed to be gods. I recalled hearing tales that Ravan had defeated the Celestials and forced them to wait upon him in Lanka. Even if my poor husband managed to get this far over the churning, monster-infested ocean, what chance did he have to overcome them? How could he ever enter the city, fiercely guarded as it was? What hope, then, was there for me? Chapter 19. Ravan and I descended from the chariot. The leading. I following with docile steps. This was because he had asked me very politely whether I did prefer to do as he instructed or be carried over his shoulder like a sack of rice. As I sat foot on Lankan soil, it was as though my mind split in two. One part was still in shock at how rapidly, because of just three wrong decisions, my life had culminated in calamity. The other part, perhaps to keep myself from going mad with fear, observed me with a cool and critical eye.